In Times to Come. Reading time 2 minutes. It's hard to believe we're already wrapping up the anniversary year with the next issue, but you know we're going to go out with a bang. Our cover story marks the overdue return of an author and characters absent from Analog's pages. What have the otter-like Kochikoko been up to since we last saw them back in 2012? Find out in Together We Can Be More by Juliette Wade. Then, our fact article focuses on some famous SF concepts by some of the people who thought them up. We return to Dyson spheres and ring worlds in Big Smart Objects by Greg Benford and Larry Niven. Next, our retrospective piece is a fine look at the weight of duty and the consequences of shirking it in Gordon R. Dixon's Call Him Lord, as well as a provocative accompanying essay from yours truly. We also have a pair of special features diving deep into our history, The Women We Can See in Analog from Marie Vibert, and How Articles Came to Analog by Edward M. Wysocki, as well as a range of fine fiction from the likes of George Zabrowski, Gray Rollins, Brenda Kalt, Gregor Hartman, Eric Del Carlo, Marissa K. Lingen, M. Bernardo, and more. You don't want to miss it. City, Joel Richards. Reading time 29 minutes. Like all of us, Joel Richards is working from home to expand the e-commerce arm of his company, arch-rival Sports, so as to get running shoes to as many of his customers as he can, in hopes that we can all hit the trails soon. He's also revisiting the universe of his last analog yarn, Q-Ship Militant, and its characters, Imago, Calderon, and Donardo, toward leading them on to further deep space adventures. It is your fate, and you know it, as it is the curse or salvation of all who live here, that the city will shape your relationships beyond any effort of yours. You did not fully grasp this when, as a young man, you disembarked from that small ferry onto a pier of this city island shared with fishing boats and old diesel freighters. The waters around you held that oily slick that meant bilges pumped in harbor rather than at sea. Nets dried on the piers, redolent of recent catches, and some quite older. Yet the offshore wind cleaned the air and added a tang of salt, and your spirits rose as you reflected on your own daring at rolling the dice for such large stakes. Later, and once you had settled in, you would realize that there is no world beyond the city, at least no world worth trading the currency of your soul to access, and that is the only currency you really possess. When you knew this, you could awake and navigate another day. Selim comes with your morning coffee, hot and aromatic with cinnamon. You appreciate the day starting with an appeal beyond the commonplace of sight and sound. This marks the day as extraordinary. That and the fact that you have never seen Selim before. Slowly, gently, you learn his name. You ask about his family. He tells you of his wife, then about his son who has returned to the madrasa after the madness of an extended adventure among disaffected youth. You may look the same to him, but he, so attuned to the you he knows and the ways of the city, has now no doubt realized from your probing that you have undergone a shift. He will not talk of such things unless you do, and you don't. You hope that you have been jostled into a parallel track, and not to one on a wild tangent wherein you discover that it is not only Selim who is new to you, but many others besides. You spare a moment's thought for the psyche that you have displaced, now itself in another world, and so on in the cascade of dominoes that the philosophers believe is how the multiverse functions. But a moment is enough. You have your own explorations and perhaps problems to deal with in this here and now. You walk to your stand-up desk and log in to check on your financial holdings. Your net worth is up considerably, and includes a substantial office building that you know, had coveted, but didn't own to your last and past knowledge. You think again of your displaced self. Has he moved on to a world where his holdings had been similarly augmented? or in counterbalance an existence of diminished worth? You'll never know. Back to your breakfast table, then. Selim has withdrawn. The coffee he has brewed is rich and dark, the milk frothed properly. As good as can be procured at Cafe Verona. You sip it appreciatively as you scan the morning journal. Nothing startling, most notably no differing names of public figures from those you know. The garbage men are on strike, and you don't recall that, but then you don't usually pay attention to garbage and who takes it away, and anyhow someone is always on strike in the city. Nonetheless, you do usually take your morning coffee at Cafe Verona. You can always take another cup there, even if you are not accustomed to a second cup this early. But these are yesterday's predilections, though yesterday you had no manservant. You rise from your chair to further explore your bedroom. Your wardrobe looks unchanged, no unusual garments of a new mode, and no unfamiliar garments that might belong to a lover with a claim on your closet, and maybe more. That is reassuring. You dress as for business, though you have no new transactions in mind, either commercial or relational. Perhaps, however, you will visit the office building to bask in a newfound pride of ownership. One ought not ever be too jaded for that. There is a piquancy to the way the day is starting. This is appealing. You close behind you the portal to your tranquil courtyard, its luxuriant foliage and its mosaic tiles so cool to your slippered feet when you are at leisure, and step out into the hurly-burly of the city. The city presents as a mélange of architecture and passages. No streets, even the boulevards, run completely straight. Heavy timbered and masonry buildings line the way, interspersed with more recent and glass-fronted office structures, none more than 4 or 5 stories in height, which is all the city will allow. You pass up the prospect of a hansom on your way downtown, preferring to walk. Your senses are attuned to the prospect of buildings and plazas new to you, but none seem to be present. Street vendors hawk sweetmeats and other comestibles in the old familiar manner, and you smile at some of them whom you recognize, but pass them by. Fruit stalls are splashes of crimson and orange. You succumb, buy a tangerine, and eat it as you walk. The city has been summited and personalized and anthropomorphized by many in their talk and writings. To you, the city is always presented as a ramble. The occasional electric car eases by. No car can speed in the serpentine ways of the city. A horse-drawn hansom is as fast. Nor are there subways or undergrounds for quicker transportation. The city will not permit deep delving, no excavations down to bedrock, another more practical explanation for the height limitations on buildings. Yet, to the scientific and rationally inclined, anchoring into bedrock would protect better from tectonic shifts. It is another kind of shift, of the cross-dimensional sort, that many believe to be the basis for this ban. They both fear and anticipate the big one, the megashift that displaces the whole population of the city, for better or worse, carrying all within down a different track. And that has not occurred for the last 80 years. Most do not believe the expanse between ground level and bedrock to be barren. When worshipping or importuning the gods, or God, or the city itself, they thereafter turn their gazes downward rather than to the heavens. You have not had such an epiphany on your recent and first shift, though a part of you may have wished it, and until you do, will not importune either up or down. You do, though, wonder what the day has yet to bring you as you turn the last corner to Cafe Verona. This walk from home to coffee shop has been a pleasant interlude and workspace for your thoughts. However, your ramble, that word again, has taught you nothing about the constant or shifting nature of your relationships. Perhaps one of the regulars at the cafe can provide that knowledge and orientation. You push open the door of wood-framed, frosted and etched glass, and enter into that same aroma of spice and chocolate and coffee that greeted you as with Selim's unexpected first presence. Southey is at his usual table, an empty chair across from him where you used to sit. Yesterday, in your most recent memory. He is engrossed in a newspaper, holding it up before him as he peers at it far-sightedly. He doesn't notice your approach until the scrape of the chair on the tessellated tile impels him to put the journal down. You sit, and Southey regards your presence with the same owlish concentration as his address to the news of the world at large. "Haven't seen you in a while," he says. "Selim not well or not working out? Or nostalgic longing?" "Selim is well," you say. "How long has it been?" "Ah," Southey says, and his eyes focus more intently. "Like that, is it? Selim has been with you 6 months. We see you here quite seldom." "How did Selim come about?" you ask. "Chartier died. You didn't know him, I believe. Too bad. His views on Cretan antiquities were worth attending to firsthand. Selim needed employ. Someone referred him to you in your newfound prosperity. I don't know who. You took Selim on last April. Nice to know I'm more prosperous than I recall. No doubt I'll learn more on that front when I go to my office. And then there's the social side of things." Southey smiles. "If you mean women, you know that you never talk about that. At least here. Your discretion is admirable, though it makes it difficult for your business and club friends to help you out on that score." As you suspected, you had best go about this part of your life in the usual manner. Virtually all of the city's denizens of your class are involved in love affairs or ruining past ones. Love, or rather entanglements, is one of the city's major stocks in trade. Those who don't want to engage in trade don't live in the city. Some affairs involve fantasies, those conjured up or overlaid on the city. Many are built on verities found and shared. Others are founded on lies promulgated and lived. What and who this iteration holds for you remains to be seen. Your starting point is Salina, although you have yet to discover whether or not that relationship maintains or has even happened in this here and now. It is a recent one. At your last tryst, you tried to discern the elements that had put into play this relationship. Chance, you ventured. You had met her at the marble bar of Symphony Hall during intermission when your hand brushed hers as you reached over her bare shoulder to claim your martini. You had been thinking on Mahler, not women, but the heat of her hand — she had been lifting an Irish coffee to her lips but a moment before — shocked you from reveries of music. She turned on her bar stool and looked over her shoulder. You saw her face for the first time. At the end of the evening you were in bed, as you now hope to be again. "Perhaps something more," she had said, lying on her side, a forefinger moving absently up and down your chest. Small droplets of perspiration beaded between her breasts. You had thought of touching them with your finger, but you did not. You did not want to distract from this conversation. She went on. "My husband was called away that night. Our pre-concert dinner was interrupted by news that the son of his business partner had been hit by a cab, and Thomas left immediately for the hospital. He called at intermission to say that he would stay the night with Ricardo and his family." "Ah. 3 months into the affair, and she hadn't told you prior." "That could be chance," she continued, "or it could be agency." You raised an eyebrow. "Do not be foolish enough to discount the city, or some force or entity bound up in it. Its presence, its surround, is why people like you or me choose to live here." You had not heard her express such thoughts so directly. She was a true believer, much more than you. Then again, you had not before received hard evidence that you were a piece being played in a greater game. And now a shift. 2 such events seemed long odds indeed. You make your way to the harbor, where you always go when trying to think through a serious situation of business or amour, or even those metaphysical questions that you are reluctant to talk about. But think them you do. Of course, sometimes you just want a good and quiet meal away from those haunts that your business friends frequent. The walk down that boulevard, lined with expensive stores, then lesser ones, and seamen's bars, too, as one nears the waterfront, often does work up an appetite, usually for fresh fish, mussels, crustaceans prepared simply and to be consumed seaside, where the sky widens when not limned by buildings, and where it all began, your love affair with the city that decade past. You are not the most observant of men on these rambles, caught up so often in those thoughts and paying little heed to your surroundings. But once at the quay where the ferry docked, you turn and take the corniche paralleling the coastline. The open-air restaurants and cafes, these you have observed and know. It is a game you play, balancing the specialties of the chefs with your current urges. A light meal of salad, bread, and wine, or a seafood stew for a heartier appetite. You have dined at each restaurant, only once at many, but often at your favorites. You know them all, and here presents a chance to observe new-to-you cafes that you have not seen or experienced since your last waterfront stroll, which was only a few days ago. Yes, just Tuesday. And you find one. The umbrellas at the centers of the outside tables are a plangent blue, not the trendy orange you recall, and set into cement stands. Contemporary has given way to Greek, the umbrellas cerulean in keeping with the Mediterranean sky. Tuesday the stands had been brushed stainless, as also were the chairs, metal all the way down. The chairs now are wicker, the tables wood, not glass. 2 days earlier seems more modern than the now. It is all paradoxically retrograde. You sit down. The waiter, whom you do not know, comes over and recommends the lamb kebabs with grilled eggplant and feta, which you order. For wine you decide on a Cretan red, and the waiter brings it to you straight away. You raise it to the midday sun. It is as dark as Minotaur's blood. You drink to the memory of Chartier, who was alive to you 2 days ago, Selim serving him his morning coffee, no doubt, as he pursued his Minoan studies. Your chair is facing the harbor, but your gaze is more keenly focused on the city's inhabitants and visitors who pass by, perhaps seeking their own favorite or new cafes to try. Syrian merchants in their billowing pants walk arm in arm. A pair of Coptic priests, their beards as black as their robes, heavy crosses catching the sun. Street urchins dart around, some with the air of delivering urgent messages, perhaps of love, clandestine love which seeks to leave no written or digital record. At your feet, and the feet of fellow diners, feral cats scrounge for dropped table scraps. Tourists shoo them away, but the locals pay them no mind, and even throw them a crumb or two. The priests remind you of Antonius. He will have a perspective that might prove helpful. You resolve to give him a call, but not today. There is another call to make. A lateen-rigged fishing boat beats its way offshore, parallel to the sea wall, the dow eyes at the bow doing their best at warding off danger and the unknown. The unknown. Your thoughts turn to Salina. No danger there, you hope. You pull out your phone and look at it for a few moments, take another sip of wine, and make the call. There is more or less a protocol on these matters. One calls a lover and tells him or her who is calling. Then one awaits the response. If in this iteration of the city you are lovers, you will get the response, unwitting, of someone who thinks this is an expected and everyday occurrence. She will answer with familiarity. Unless she has simultaneously herself shifted, a rarity, and hasn't yet realized it, or unless she has not undergone a shift, recognizes that you have, then pretends that she does not know you as a means of breaking off the affair. It is a common lie in a city of convolutions. Ciao, you say. It's me. A pause. Who? Bernard. I don't know a Bernard. Ah, you say. Yesterday we met for dinner at Maritime. You had the local oysters, which you found not to your liking, too sandy. You blamed a lax kitchen and the recent harbor dredging. I see, she says. You've shifted and remember us in a relationship. I don't. Unsaid was the suspicion that what you had put forth was a lie, a means of effecting an approach when other avenues would be less welcome. She was married, after all, and there was the underlying implication, a selling point, that she had previously found you attractive and worthy, which could be equally false. My name is Bernard Metaxas. I am a merchant banker. Check me out. You will find that easy to do. I will call you next week, and you can ask me what you will, and tell me whether we should meet or not. She has found out what she needed to know. Your appearance, your status in the city, an estimate of your financial worth, your interests and affectations, that sort of stuff. All easy to ascertain. You agree to meet again at Maritime. She arrives 10 minutes after the agreed time. Her entrance guarantees looks from many. Her glitter-punch heels leave a cascade of sparks with each stride on the tiled floor as she makes her way to your table. You rise. "Good evening, Bernard," she says, and extends her hand. You hold it a moment, cupping your left hand over hers. Your first touch of her had been the heat flash of her hand at the symphony, and you hope that she'll find this one as electric. She sits. Her manner is curious, and quite soon mischievous. "I'll have the oysters to start," she tells the waiter. And to you, there hasn't been any dredging lately. "Tell me about myself," she says after the waiter has moved off. "What I like and what I don't, particularly about this relationship that I do not know." You tell her of your introduction to her of the world of polo, and how she had told you of having a pony named Alea when she was 7, who would eat an apple out of her hand and nibble her fingers when the apple was gone. She raises an eyebrow. "Well done. I know nothing of polo today, and I have not thought of Alea and her nibbling in years. Perhaps if we continue with this, you will reintroduce me to polo." "I would like to. I appreciate that you did not start off telling me about my secret features or behaviors of intimacy. I preferred starting with the pony, you say. Much better. One could learn about moles, freckles, and such from others. Playing that card would have been déclassé. Whatever else I am, it is not that." "I'm inclined to believe you," she says, and smiles as the oysters arrive. "This has the feel of a promising beginning." "A second beginning for me," you respond. "One doesn't get that too often in life." She nods. "Only in the city." Salina and you settle into the affair anew. Anew to you, a first to her. It is interesting to experience your next, first lovemaking as unique to her, familiar to you. You know the position she likes best, and she looks over her shoulder with her back arched and one eyebrow, too, in appreciation and pleasure. "How piquant," she says afterward as you lie together on your backs, the slow air currents of the ceiling fan cooling your bodies. Piquant, the same word that had come to mind on your leaving your house after the shift. Your mindsets were similar, a good omen, though the contexts were not. Citron fills the air, drifting in from the lemon trees on the balcony. Whether it was chance or agency that has brought you together seems to matter little now. Antonius is ahead of you, but not in the wine department. He is drinking a glass of sparkling water and raises it to you in what could as easily be a benediction as a greeting. He rises from his chair at Maritime and shakes your hand. With all your recent experiences with handshakes, warm and even hot, this feels firm and refreshingly cool. You both sit down. "An adventure of mutual exploration, eh?" he says, his mouth curled up in prospective amusement. Antonius is clean-shaven these days. No beard, but his last shave was clearly a day or so ago. He is wearing a dark business suit, and wears it as if a suit had been his custom for years. He says otherwise, a statement that many do not believe, and maintains that he shifted just 2 years ago from the persona of a Coptic priest. This could be a new riff on a shift, or a pretended shift being used as an exit path from a love affair. What is new and unique to Antonius is that his former love was not a woman or even a boy, but the Coptic Church. Even his doubters and detractors give him high marks for this novelty. Antonius tells a story on which he could have dined out on for years. But Antonius is a highly successful businessman and is only too happy to pick up the check, and does so much more often than not. You had known Antonius casually, but your shift had driven you, as it had driven others, to a phone call suggesting a lunch where the two of you could trade experiences. He is quite used to this, and has quipped that his prior life in a different track has well prepared him for keeping confidences and hearing confessions. Antonius is conducting his own searches. He asks all he meets who have shifted whether on their last track they remember him as a priest or a businessman. You tell him that in your last track he was a businessman, and you ask him how goes the tally. About 3-1 businessman over priest. It is probably easier and more comfortable to choose and live the life of a businessman. More of my iterations have done that. Those who remember me as a priest, and the few of them who knew me familiarly, tell me that I was clearly a believer, but one with a wry view of life, both secular and religious. Not a zealot, certainly. What do you make of your shift to a secular persona, you ask? Has it shaken your faith? He takes a question of such weight as the moment to summon the waiter. He orders wine for both of us. Luckily, he does not feel the need to await its arrival before answering. Of course I have thought of this long and hard. Oddly, it confirms my faith. I see the hand of a merciful God telling me via the shift that it would be best for me to leave the priesthood, for my own good. You think on this for a moment. It had not been seriously convincing to you prior that the city had particular motivations in initiating a shift to advance or even reward an individual, nor to punish him or her either. This was anthropomorphic, and even anthropocentric, to a high degree, rather than the thought that the city was enacting out its own higher purpose in which individuals had been caught up randomly. This was similar to the train of thought that you had laid out for Sarina. That was a secular one, and clearly Antonius was working from a religious background and turn of mind. Suddenly this was now more convincing than it had ever been prior. The wine arrives, and you take a sip, thinking your mind already muddled and that good wine was not likely to make it more so. Perhaps if a god were here to be appealed to, one could do worse than Bacchus. You decide to turn the conversation in another direction, if only to enjoy what you know will be good food. But you suspect that you will turn to this and other propositions soon. But not now. That moment comes sooner rather than later, when you are once again at home in your courtyard in the dusk with the sky turning from blue to red, a shift of another sort. You hold a glass of arrack in your hand and think on what has happened. And how. Men look to the heavens when importuning the gods. You do not put credence in that construct of what others think orders the affairs of men. That is not to say that you don't believe. It is the agency and its intent about which you newly wonder. And then there is the music. You imagine that your inner ear, long stoppered, has now been opened. By what or who you do not know, you hear music, though you did not that day. Or that night, actually. It might have been different if your shift had occurred during your waking hours. Your shift occurred when you were home, and that is where you are now. The music that you hear is most exquisite when it thrums with a subterranean vibration. This is not the grinding of tectonic plates, the most commonly held metaphor for a shift. The music that you hear holds the purity of silver. Refined silver, not its subterranean ore. Silver that has been tooled to ring and vibrate in a rarefied atmosphere, and not all believe that such exists beneath the ground. But now you do, because you have heard the music, sensed its vibrations beneath you, a sound that swells, crescendos, then drifts away. A god in procession, perhaps. And perhaps that is the essence, the driver of the city. You do not importune such a god. You have already been given what you need, and you sense that such a god does not need your obeisance. You welcome the ring when you hear it in your inner ear, the thrum that resonates through the quicksilver of your thoughts. You feel the god's fleeting awareness as it passes by. It is a year later. Sarina is as circumspect as were you when the shift displaces her. People ask for you, mention your name at a time when you and your name mean nothing to her. She has seen this tableau play out before. She knows what to do. She researches you, and in a hurry, so that when you next call, she says, "I don't know you, but I understand that we're lovers. We should meet. What is our favorite dining place?" You have asked nothing from the city, but apparently the city has something new for you. It all seems a hall of mirrors, and indeed you feel a touch of vertigo. You pull yourself together, though. This is how it is, the sort of turn you bargained for when you disembarked onto the island so long ago. Maritime, you say? Let us have the oysters. Seeding the Mountain. M.L. Clark. Reading time 89 minutes. M.L. Clark is an editor, educator, and writer of speculative fictions. Canadian by birth, Clark is now based in Medellin, Colombia, and wakes to the sight of mountains every day. Even the eared doves had begun to droop. High atop the cement-gray panels of Aeropuerto Olayo Herrera, their breast feathers resembled well-worn Spanish colonial tiling, bruise-red like the roofline over apartments, bike shops, and tiendas across the street. And when one of the birds fell, a heavy drop without recovery, Luis Miguel Ramirez Diaz thought for a second that the whole damned building might be coming apart. The possibility thrilled him. Drumming his green Atlético Nacional cap against jeans heavy with sweat, he imagined marching over the ruins, straight to the hangars, and taking off single-handedly over the rubble. Triumph over failure, someone else's at least, sure as hell beat sitting around with no one else to blame for the morning's defeats. Todo está bien, the front desk had assured him when he had tried to find fault first with the airline for refusing to let anyone through. Give the airport a few hours, he was told, and the tarmac would cool, the molecules in the air would sufficiently condense, and his chartered pilot would crawl out of whatever hammock was keeping his guaro hangover at bay. The AI's attempt at humor had been designed to alleviate the tension, and it might have worked, too, if Luis's desire to get away from the downtown core, to re-immerse himself in the sort of rural disaster he'd the training to manage, hadn't superseded all claims to peace. But the smug look on the face of that last potential investor, and the soul-patched chin left unclocked even after all their heated words at breakfast, loomed too fresh in mind. So Luis had thumped the automated front desk instead, and then the real muscle arrived, leaving him to wait for his flight outside the stagnant cool of the airport lobby. By the time the eared dove fell dead on the opposite drag of concrete, Luis had been busy for half an hour staring down the irriguous heat lines of mid-afternoon Medellin, once the city of eternal spring, these days more like the city of eternal summer, trying to weather his temper in turn. Then a woman in a flowing yellow poncho swooped past him for the bird. "Ya muerta pelota," Luis muttered, aggravated by the spectacle of wasted effort. But the woman showed no interest in offering aid. Instead, she procured a canister and doused the dead creature before stepping back, peering up, and waving at a drone idling by. "Listo!" And in the wake of this magical word, the bird's body began to deflate. Or, no, dissolve, but without the usual searing of acid. In another century, the great Gabo would have summed up the miracle in a sentence running pages long, interwoven with tales of floating virgins, mouldering fallen angels, and dictators who died and maybe rose again. Luis, however, recognized the logo on the yellow poncho, had worked, or rather wrangled, with disease prevention and public safety often enough, and so the proximity of reconstructive nanotech, restricted to government use under severe penalty, stoked only his envy. How much easier his own projects would be with the aid of such versatile machines. And time. And speedier access to all the sites where so much preventative work should be done. Patience, his business partner, Claudia, was always telling him. But therein lay a key difference between the two. Luis had grown up in the shadow of a defaced war monument, listening to the squawk of city parrots and neighbors gibbering on about some new era's dawn, a peace treaty with the ELN to bookend the monumental close of half a century's guerrilla and paramilitary strife, while she had known the coast of Venezuela in the hard years before full dictatorial collapse. 2 of her brothers starved to death in their mother's arms. Her father spent months bound to a beam in a military outpost. Neither spoke much of what her mother did to protect the rest. And yet, late at night in the work tent, while something kept eating at the core of him, an anger maybe that he had come so close to witnessing greatness once, then lived to see the pendulum swing away again, he would hear Claudia singing while she reviewed comp chem readings for deposit sites in their latest disaster zones. Singing. Luis knew then, most of all, that he envied her over something unconscionable, her childhood's lack of hope, and how rich in possibilities it had made the present and the future seem by contrast, but knew better than to say such a thing aloud, or to get too close, lest he ruin the little joys she'd found for herself, the solitude of her strength against so unbearable sometimes a world. There were other places, other ways to diffuse the heat in him, and on his trips to Medellin he usually took full advantage of that network. But not this time, not with their budget so tight already, and so he would simply have to find his peace by other means. This was easier said than done, though, while private security milled about the autocars parked by the airport lobby, and Luis wondered how many of their clients were more of that foreign ilk buying up so much of the surrounding countryside's resources, and his irritation with all of them, all the sellouts, only rose when the woman in the yellow poncho confirmed completion of her task through an earpiece connecting her to central authority. Hers had been such a small task, really, something that could have been automated long ago, like the AI front desk rep handling airport intake, but the sight of technology dissolving life forms without human oversight understandably terrified people after the 6 cities incident, so some redundancy of labor had to be factored into the new nanotech economy. The only question for Luis was, to what end? The people's benefit? Really? Luis granted at least that although the DPPS could not be present at every natural death, their minor performances did seem to reassure citizens that the latest zoonotic threats from rising temperatures were more or less under control. And even in smaller towns, central churches and municipal buildings all had prominent DPPS pedestals, green and yellow with a contact screen, that could be used if ever a local spied a mysterious case of illness. But at day's end, Luis also knew, the government gambit remained as cynical as it was clever, a spectacle of hypervigilance against animals and machines to help people forget that the greater danger always came from fellow human beings, like the foreigner investors in their autocars, and the Colombians who kept them safe while they divided up the land, and all other lives upon it. And so Luis had worked up a full treatise on the nation's subtle and not-so-subtle failings by the time his own earpiece buzzed with word that the airport was beginning to rouse itself, and that he needn't storm over the building's rubble to escape the day's worst disasters yet. The realization deflated him, for how much easier his morning's disappointments would seem if they could be held against a city in even greater disrepair. Sure, Didi, I couldn't get the funding, but you should see these guys and what the situation's like in Medellin these days. But it wouldn't fly. Not with Claudia. And after the woman in the yellow poncho had moved on, after the last of the dead bird's nutrient-rich dust had vanished in the breeze, Luis noticed that even the doves had simply regrouped to fill the gap and returned to wearied rest. What use to any of them was he? Doctora Claudia Irina Vallejo Restrepo let Senora Sanchez lay hands on her and pray. It seemed the easiest way to hasten things along. The third-floor apartment was hot even with the corner fan running, and Claudia hadn't the heart to tell the older woman that due to the power shortages all about town, it probably shouldn't be running at all. The family already had no water and no gas, and for weeks had joined the rest of Barrio in cookouts on the street. What little human dignities remained were invaluable, if fleeting, so what was the point of cutting their pleasure short, when the rest of Buritica's problems would catch up in due time? But while the mother prayed for them under a wooden carving of the Holy Family, Claudia noticed the Sanchez's youngest daughter, Elena, poking through her satchel for one of the diagrams printed one block over, intended for easy distribution to any local who was not so big on reading text. Claudia made a point of meeting the little girl's gaze and smiling. Strange, aren't they? But that's what we're going to do to the mountain, to make it safe from landslides for everyone in the future. You should just put a giant fence around it, said Elena, tilting first the paper, then her head, with a puzzled frown. This seems like a lot of work. That's the fun part. It's not. Once we start the process, the chemistry takes care of itself. Do you like science? Elena furrowed her brows. That's not true, said Senora Sanchez quickly. Elenita is very smart, one of the smartest in her class. Gets it from her father, maybe. His people have a special connection to the land here, and all the teachers here say that if she really applies herself to biology— Ugh, said Elena, pressing both hands to her ears. I hate biology. Her mother pursed her lips, then whispered to Claudia, Her sister is starting to hang out more with the boys, and she feels left out. My God, raising girls. Mother help me. Claudia tried to make a sound of sympathy, though with no children of her own she found the complaint bizarre. Weren't there problems with kids across the spectrum? You're in luck, she said instead, turning to Elena. You can meet some interesting boys in science, too. Did you? Is that him, your boyfriend? Elena had pulled out a professional poster with Claudia and Luis's smiling faces, something the mayor had asked for once she returned from her own field work for the day, to post in the municipal building for citizens who had neither wristbands nor desktops to stay abreast of local updates. Claudia laughed. My work partner. And though he's not a scientist, not officially, he leaves all that to me and organizes most of the rest. Contractors, permits, funding. Gives me more time to do a good job with my end of things, the occasional errand like this aside. And you promise you won't start until the road's been restored, said Senora Sanchez. No, of course not, said Claudia, with a reassuring pat on the mother's hand over the tightly clutched rosary. We would never risk this material accidentally growing attached to sections it's not supposed to. First the repair crews, then the bounding walls, then seeding. But how does it know when to stop? It's not the same as a real root system. It's a finite amount of a specific substance that will bond well with certain parts of its environment. When the initial substance runs out, the interactions cease. But by then, hopefully, they'll have reached enough of the mountain to make it secure for, your lifetime, your daughter's lifetime, and her daughter's lifetime, too. Unless the mining teams return. Claudia hesitated. Yes, well, but of course you can't prepare for that, can you? No, of course not. Senora Sanchez inhaled as if to gather all the rest of her fears within her, securely out of sight, and took up the tablet Claudia had brought along, marking her signature for the household with the swipe of a finger. God will repay you for the work you're doing here. Claudia noted the feeling of relief in her chest at the sight of Sanchez's mark, the second last needed to start work on some of the farmland just outside the main city limits. Thank you, Senora. We'll try our best not to let you down. Mamma, they're shouting again, said Elena calmly, while sprawled on the floor, chin resting on steepled fingers. Claudia's images scattered all about her. They're tiring themselves out is all they're doing, said Senora Sanchez. What, do they think the water is just going to return if they whine about it loud enough? Maybe, said Claudia, rising to peer out the front window. Sure enough, on the narrow, canted streets below, a group of older women had begun raging at the latest inciting incident, a young man with a full rain barrel that he did not seem inclined to share, and the situation seemed poised to get worse before it got better. I should go. Can I come with you? Said Elena, though she made no move to stand as she spoke. I don't know. I have only the one boy working with us right now. Claudia winked. Do you think you could handle just helping to save the whole town? But the playful jest went right over the prepubescent's head. I know you only have one, said Elena, with an expression bordering on tedium. And he's my sister's. Your sister's with Joan Sebastian? Uh-huh, for weeks now. Aye, what's this? Said Senora Sanchez, with no small alarm. Is he a good boy? Claudia tried to imagine the young teen in her care, for all his sweet-faced tough guy aspirations, rallying enough thought for anything beyond his own appearance to be a major threat to anyone, and beamed reassurance at the mother. She and Luis had taken Yuan on as a favor to the family, hard-working Rio Negro folk befriended during a previous project, but of course adolescents did not discriminate. Everyone that age was likely too focused on their image, their brand, to be any good for anyone. But the practice helped. Or it might, at least, she added to herself, with a brief thought on Luis, if ever they were ready to move past it all. The sounds of the quarrel outside intensified. "Senora Sanchez, apologies," said Claudia. "I'm sure the kids are fine, but I should look into whatever's going on out there, at least until someone else arrives. And thank you. Truly, the work will be worth it, I promise." But Senora Sanchez only waved vaguely at her, turning more of her attention to Elena. "Tell me everything," she said. "Who is he? Why haven't I met him? What kind of good boy doesn't come by for lunch and to meet the mother?" "Ugh," said Elena, while Claudia gathered papers and slipped out the front door. The road leading into Buritica ran heavy with red earth, and when Luis finally crested the summit of the landslide, his charter taking off in the distance behind him, he found Claudia embroiled in what seemed a one-sided dispute with some of the locals. The kind of tiny, squat abuelas, as a British contractor had once described them during a joint project in the north, too old to give a fuck. With wide-eyed great-grandsons clinging to the hems of their floral-framed blouses, and expressions shaped by decades of illegal mining operations that these women had seen bloat and bury their town, each had zero compunction about tearing into anyone who represented the latest institutional presence, however well-intentioned its delays. To these women's credit, though, it had been weeks since the initial disaster, weeks in which disputes over the ownership of key plots of land and local resources had interfered with direct government aid. Weeks in which industrious locals had tried to solve the problem themselves, only for want of critical expertise to make the problem worse. Weeks in which the notion of private contracting and a few pointedly greased palms had hung steadily overhead and at last been conceded to, only to find the whole community, millones upon millones later, still without a solution to the most pressing facet of the landslide's aftermath. Agua, the old women of Buritica insisted. Ahora. Claudia gave Luis a beleaguered look when she spied him, but also a flick of a hand signaling that all was under control, or at least winding down for the day. So he wandered to the base tent they had established near the town's central square and initiated the secure communications app on his portable lab to hear reports from the restoration team. Aerials worse than expected, building materials slow to arrive, lead still in transit. Queue after queue after queue. "Ah, pues. Que somos, gringos," he heard someone mutter outside the tent. Jorge, one of the town square's businessmen, possibly with another shipment from his private distributor. An answering laugh confirmed this suspicion, and Luis poked his head out to see Jorge clasping hands with a broad-shouldered man, bearing a ready if uncertain smile as they parted. Jorge looked tired, but then as a major local proprietor and cousin to the mayor, he'd been doing more than his fair share to keep the town afloat. Tired, but with good cause. "Cubo, amigo," said Luis, nodding to the freshly delivered crates. "Good to see that at least some of the supplies are getting here on time." Jorge waved and offered a weary grin. "Eduardo Guillermo, good pilot. Knows the terrain well. Trying to do all he can to help, you know." "Sure," said Luis, though he wasn't sure he did, considering his own track record with decidedly unhelpful investors. But maybe Eduardo had family in the region, or friends. Jorge cocked an ear to one side and pointed at the tent. "Is that—" Luis listened, then laughed at the walkie-talkie crackle coming from his portable lab. "Just an app. You can choose all kinds of sound styles. This one works for me." Jorge shook his head. "Nothing like the old stuff, right? Even if we do have to port it onto new tech these days." "No kidding. Time was you just texted. Those group threads were intense. Still are, or so my little girl tells me. Just fewer people involved these days." "Sounds perfect. Well, you know how it is. Makes it easier to keep tabs on them, for sure. Luis hesitated. Not having children of his own made it difficult to know exactly what to say next. Jorge hesitated, too, in the wake of Luis's silence, then gestured at the boxes. Well, like I was saying to Eduardo, it's not like we're from the States, right? So I should... Right. Can't have another Tampa Bay. Jorge barked an answering laugh, as if surprised at his own energy for it. Exactly. And they parted on more familiar terms, the moment's hesitation forgotten. If at a loss for a unifying thought, Luis knew, there was always Tampa Bay, an international horror story of immediate and protracted casualty counts that made Colombian intersections between natural disaster and government neglect look like child's play. Tampa Bay was educational, too, the whole disaster clarifying for average citizens the connection between flooding and ensuing drought. So, when bureaucratic delays did happen elsewhere, everyone knew not to question the extent of the disaster itself, but rather to equivocate between notions of relative urgency. After all, if debris flow after heavy rains had been known to engulf towns whole, maybe the merely damaged water system in Boritica was a sign of leniency from the Almighty. And if not, well, it still couldn't be as bad as Tampa Bay, with all those telling photos of people dying for want of basic hygienic supplies in hospitals reduced more or less to rubble. Everyone seemed to know a guy whose brother-in-law's cousin had been among the abandoned or dead there, and everyone preferred, if they could help it, to speak of those foreign losses rather than the fallout, say, from 6 cities, when even the rubble in Quibdó had ceased to exist. But even cursory thought of that lost city had Luis's hands shaking again. So, while he waited for Claudia, he repinned a corner of the geological survey wilting on one side of their tent and surveyed the good doctor's latest efforts. He superimposed plans for the Raíz Ruta, suggested 6 days' observation of the soil substrate after the restoration team had finished its part, and once the pair could start seeding the hills with their graphene-based adsorbent. The exact routes their seeds would take through the existing silica were only conjecture, each reaction site yielding a unique root of reinforced rock coated with an excellent filtration surface, but a careful reading of current deposits gave a fair sense of where fortifications against future landslide would be strongest. While he'd been off mucking up matters with the latest potential investors, Claudia had been thorough. But then she always was. So who'd you piss off this time? Joan Sebastian, slender and self-assured at 15, stood in the doorway with a toothpick in his teeth, a faint blue and white display flickering off his wristband, and an Adidas t-shirt immaculately maintained despite the heat. Buenas tardes. Luis pursed his lips at the kid's workstation, an invitation to get started. After 2 lessons in titration and a 3rd in handwriting, he and Claudia had made a decent lab assistant of the displaced paisa, hauled off with them to actual pleasant country to keep out of trouble, and when the jobs went the right way, to help his grandparents. As it stood, the kid did one of these 2 tasks fairly well, but there were still edges to be rounded with the other. Prettier than the last one, though, right? Joan made a show of sifting through the remains of yesterday's work. That corporate lady from Santa Monica? Oy, was that ever rough to watch. Need to set a better example, old man. Pobre Geva. Luis sucked his teeth. You wish you had the sack for my problems. But in way of rejoinder, Joan merely smiled. The slow, careful smile of the sharpest from any barrio humilde. Luis watched out of the corner of an eye, but let it stand unanswered. There was a note on his own desk, hemp paper with an all-caps scrawl, that served well enough as deflection. He held it up to Joan, then Claudia, as she entered the tent after him. I'm guessing this isn't a yes. Not even close. Claudia loosened and redid the twist in her hair, which had wisped into unruly curls. She looked tired, too. Toss for it, or are you going to honor your turn? Senorita, said Luis with a grin. When have I ever disappointed? Claudia paused, hands about the half-finished braid, and looked up while counting Rio Sucio, Uramita, Yaromal, and La Ceja, Yuan added. Or so I've been told. It was before I signed on. Uff! Luis grimaced. And if you two were as good at counting cards as at listing my faults, I bet we'd have no trouble getting funded either. But the look on Claudia's face sparked immediate regret. That bad, she said, her tone hushed as though Yuan somehow wouldn't hear it. Tranquila, Luis said, though a heaviness in his chest belied the sentiment. There are other ways. First, though, let's see what's got the old man stuck this time. And before she could reply, he slipped past her, pressing lips to cheek, before setting out to scale the mountain and meet the latest hold-up waiting there. Doesn't stick around long, does he? Said Johann Sebastian. Claudia drummed knuckles on a workbench and smiled agreement. He can be present when he wants to be. Usually it's when he's out of sight that he forgets. All the more reason to stay out of sight, right? So he has an excuse for forgetting? Claudia arched a brow the kid's way. You're not exactly new to the universe, are you? Johann tried to smirk knowingly, but his expression showed too much a flush of pride in being praised. A child's wisdom, still beholden to what others thought of him. Claudia had seen it in other adults too, though, so there was no guarantee he would ever break free of it. I've been around, he said, but with an urgency that seemed to prove her point. I'm sure you have, said Claudia. And then, after a pause, remembering what Elena had mentioned, carefully, I hope. You have your whole future ahead of you. Yes, Senora Vallejo. And he ducked his head with uncharacteristic shyness, a sign that he knew exactly what she was referring to. She wasn't his mother, no, but out here... Doctora, remember, she added, then pursed lips at his workstation. And don't you still have some tests to run? Yeah, sort of, but I have to get fresh samples. Why? Something wrong with the soil we gave you? Johann shook his head. Not exactly, but... Well, take a look for yourself. She came around and inspected his sample dishes under the light of the microscope app on the portable. His handwriting had improved, but he still wasn't the most precise with his labeling, so she couldn't make out exactly the origins of one sample. Still, the flecks of off-white in the mix were telling. Is that? Uh-huh. I think so, he said, scratching his forehead with a thumb. I mean, yeah, no, I tested the sample and it came back human. And that's bad, right? Well, depending on which human, it's not good, no. Claudia straightened, glancing about the tent and studying the map containing her raíz ruta. Where's this one from again? Johann nodded, his expression mirroring the gravity in hers. Let me show you, Doc. But even as they left, Claudia caught herself wishing that he wouldn't, just in case. After a week of fraught negotiations, Beto still had not moved from his enclosure at the center of Luis and Claudia's intended seed site. Other raíz rutas could be contrived with their geological survey, but none offered the same level of long-term structural integrity, not with all the winding mining tunnels that had helped bring the hills to their perilous state in the first place. And the 76-year-old Emberacatillo man was well aware of this fact. There was no real need for him to live alone. He had family in town, and plenty of other indigenous men and women, originally from the coast, had become integrated with the local economy as climate and industry forced them further inland. But, as the rare outsider with a deed for his bought-and-paid-for slice of mountain, Beto preferred to assert the legitimacy of his presence here, so he perched on a wooden stoop, expression locked in a scowl, as Luis approached. I thought I made myself clear before you ran off to Medellin. Luis raised his hands in admission. You did, mostly. Beto's sunken chest rose and receded with a grunt. Mostly. But he looked at Luis in askance, while about them the mountain chittered and squawked, and Luis saw that Beto was curious, however grudgingly. Curious Luis could work with. But why stay at all, he began, if you think this place deserves to collapse? Ah, you're too easy. Beto waved Luis off. So I can die when the land dies. Which it will if you don't let us seed here. If that be the will of the spirits, sure. Luis laughed. Well, that's convenient, when you're keeping us from asking them. The old man's spidery brows furrowed. Who's keeping anyone? My uncle, he held his land once, too, until they shot him. Who, the miners? Beto sniffed. Paramilitary? A hiss in the negative. Luis paused. Police. Beto cut the air with his hand, but the silence settled anyway. Listen, it was a long time ago, he said eventually. Louis studied the twilight shadows, some lengthening from tethered pack horses on nearby family farms, others swallowing whole the entrances to more than a few illegal operations, more or less vacant, whispers of one local dissident group aside. In the distance, still other shadows cast half the town's central steeple into darkness, reminding Louis of a black painting meant to represent communism, and how political discourse could eventually cover everything, the good, the bad, the unconscionable, with the same brushstroke. Colombia had shown the same to be true for the other side of the spectrum, too. Enough time, enough injury, enough history, and all ideologies seemed to lose their moral distinction. The longer he looked away, though, the more Luis realized he dreaded looking back, in case what awaited him was the face of a man who truly did want to join those shadows, the long line of men and women lost to the unevenness of progress and the very suspect nature of that word. There had been enough such faces on the streets of Medellin in preceding days, more Luis was certain than in the initial post-peace throes of his youth, when so much remained to be done, but at least there was a bit of fresh enthusiasm about attending to it all. On his first morning in Centro this last trip, though, one of the street youth had merely stolen a buñuelo, one measly ball of fried dough, but before the police could reach him, the other men around the bakery did, ostensibly furious at anyone who would seek to disrupt so hard-won a peace. The young man's body had curled in on itself like an insect's husk under their onslaught, and through it all Luis had seen a look in yellow bloodshot eyes that said to him surely death would be better than this. Still, even as the memory surfaced, he looked at his hands, trying to remember what, in the thrill of disruption, had chilled his blood enough not to join the others in that fray. "Is that what you're hoping?" he said. "That we come up here one night and just—" But Beto merely huffed and muttered something in a thicker dialect. Luis took its general meaning with relief. "All right, good, no assassins. So then what the hell do you want? You think this is easy, that we don't have enough to do trying to pay the real pendejos off to use their land?" The old man looked amused by Luis's delineation of problem people. "Oh, you think the other guys are assholes, not you?" And cleared his throat before nodding down the mountainside. "Listen, kid, you lose anyone when the insects took their dead?" Luis took a second to process the metaphor. He knew that among the Embericatillo animalism connected three realms of existence, with serpents and other critters of the soil sometimes taking mythopoetic revenge upon mankind by dragging sinners to the lands below. Rarely, though, did others refer similarly to the 6 cities incident. 12 days when hacked nanotech, the likes of which had been developed to process rare earth metals with greater ease, devoured cities whole, people, pets, cars, buildings, while the rest of each affected country scrambled to contain the spread. Japan, Indonesia, Benin, Colombia, Madagascar, France. The UN accord against private access to whole bodies of nanotech research had come swiftly, with only the US and Bangladesh holding out in the initial rush of militarized search and seizure, at least until scares hit them in turn. A prank, as it turned out, in the Midwestern U.S., but near enough the home of an online celebrity that the famed musician had rallied his fan base through social media, enough for once to turn the political tide. In Colombia, it was the city of Quibdó, one department over in Chocó, that had taken the brunt of the swarm. But even then, in Colombia, as in Indonesia and Benin, quarantine had been difficult to maintain, and some of the nanotech had dispersed quickly into the surrounding ecosystem, becoming the stuff of nightmares and superstition for months after the main event. Insects, spirits, poxes, each region and its peoples had variations on the theme, and these stories persisted even when people ceased to speak the affected city's name. "There was an ocelot on this mountain then," said Beto. "Survived the mining wars, survived the sinkholes, but ate something somewhere with one of those creatures in it." Luis wanted to ask how Beto knew it was the nanotech and not some other disease, if there had only been one of those bots at work, but then he remembered the pictures from the aftermath. Beto knew the difference well enough between gangrenous rot and part of that brutally patient infestation. The old man drew an idle line in the dirt beside him as he went on. She came to me to die. Sat with me, there, in pain, panting on the grasses. And you didn't, I prayed for her, gave her dying voice. It took 2 days. Luis's eyes narrowed. Is that what you want us to do? Give your dying voice? Beto laughed, but only in disgust. Ah, you people. You wouldn't know the first thing about giving voice, about speaking the words that the land wants most to hear. And yet you wonder why I won't let you lay your rotten city hands here upon this soil. Then he threw up a palm to show that he would speak no more, and turned to song instead. Luis couldn't tell, though, if it was one of those songs meant to commune with the local spirits, or simply something to settle the old man's thoughts and tongue. Something, maybe, from the top 40 hits that still filtered through one of the last holdout stations here. Either way, Luis waited amid this humming for as long as he could manage, which was only a few minutes, he realized later with some chagrin, before adding his shadow to the rest lengthening off the mountainside, to return to the city and confer with Claudia about their days. He couldn't even blame Beto for his suspicions, not really. In some ways they were all the same, these damned mountainsides across the country, like so many rotten teeth, each scored so deep with human infection that even Claudia's specialized fillings might not ever be able to repair all the damage done. And that was only if Beto could be swayed to let them try. But what was the alternative? Luis was halfway down the mountain when he realized he hadn't asked why Beto hadn't called for DPPS after discovering that a nanobot had escaped the quarantine, although he suspected the reason after the old man's story about the police, or what had happened to it after the ocelot had met its end. A single nanobot could only wreak so much mischief on a minor scale before deteriorating, but still, Luis's skin crawled at the mere thought of his proximity to any space where one of those entities had been. This time there were no gently cooing doves nearby to temper his irritation with the day's second round of failures, but Luis descended the mountain with care all the same, his breathing slow while he watched for any judgmental insects that might be lurking in the grass. Claudia and Joan Sebastian stood atop a small knoll of broken earth meters below an abandoned mining entrance. There were scorch marks along some of the beams propping open the assembly above them, and a corroded metal drum to one side. But of greater note was the swirling mess of red and brown earth and upturned rock from where one of the research drones had descended to collect samples. A meter from the contact site, the curvature of a human cranium in the soil was impossible to miss. Problem with these drones was that their research parameters were too narrow, she said. Remind me to program them for broader surveillance before touchdown next time. But Joan was hardly paying attention. He crouched by the soil and carefully wiped the tops and sides of his sneakers clean. You think it's a murder victim? Oh, probably not. But possibly. But probably not. Still, Claudia felt a twist of grief when a basic facet of the skull finally registered. It was small, a child's, its intact skull in 4 pieces, with a crucifix-shaped gap that only time could have filled in. She crossed herself on instinct. Well, hopefully not. Oh, shit, said Joan, stumbling back as he realized the same. That's a baby. Was a baby. But she offered a sympathetic glance. It's at peace now. It's okay. Joan did not look as certain. Is this like one of those gorilla things, where they didn't let people have kids so they just shot them all? That's not quite how it happened, said Claudia. But she wasn't willing to suggest that some groups hadn't murdered any birthed offspring to go along with the abortions forced upon female fighters who got pregnant in the fray. The whole history was complicated, and also not exactly her own to relate to the young Paisa. Venezuelan and Colombian atrocities were blurred, but not entirely interchangeable, even where guerrillas were concerned. And after all, she'd had enough trouble trying to intimate that the 15-year-old should practice safe sex in a country where almost 20% of new mothers were still in their teens. Outside the job description, she reminded herself to grumble at Luis later. For now, a shadow of guilt had started to creep in, for her own relief, really, in finding no clear markings of indigenous burial, which might have delayed the project, and which she realized she had been ready to lie about not finding if it meant avoiding further delays with the work. Even if it meant knowing that when she sent her graphene-based adsorbent spiraling down the mountaintop, some of those many-splendored fractalizing arms might bond to a whole graveyard of native dead, entwining and mineralizing them as part of the mountain's new foundations. She found something poetic in the image, personally, but if Beto was any indication, indigenous Colombians would likely not share her vision, least of all if it came to pass only because of a lie. So she sent up a small prayer for the whole situation not coming to that extreme. A simple lost body, however tragic, would be easy enough to relocate. Out the corner of one eye, she caught Yuan passing the palms of his hands over his eyes, and tried not to be surprised by the young man's surfeit of emotion. "Sometimes people panic and make bad calls," she said gently, once she had adapted to thinking of Yuan in this more tender light. "This was one of them, whatever happened here." And to his credit, Yuan did not look ashamed at having been caught out crying, but he looked away when he asked if they could go now. "Almost," she said, with what she hoped was a bracing smile. "We have to call it in, but then this little tyke will be laid properly to rest. You did good today, Yuan. Real good." As had she allowed herself after, but only by missing the chance to go astray. And while they returned down the narrow mountain path, Claudia wondered if her partner ever permitted himself even that much sense of victory when his own days went wrong. Oh, so many certainly seemed to these past few months, and then Luis simply carried the weight of all those failures and everything he tried to do to make amends, and thought she didn't notice when he snuck off to divert his frustration into something or someone else. Did he ever think to forgive himself for anything? The answer was painfully self-evident, but the questions it created about his future, and theirs, held resolutions that Claudia wasn't quite ready to accept. When Luis arrived in the town's central square, he found Claudia brushing out her hair on a white plastic chair in Jorge's tienda, a community space as much for the taking of beer and sports and a round of cards as it was a bakery, a coffee shop, and a quick hub for last-minute home supplies. Jorge had fallen asleep at the register sometime in the last hour, forearms folded under his chin, music softly playing from an old cooler-mounted speaker behind him. And when Luis entered, wiping his heavily perspiring forehead with the back of a hand, he hadn't the heart to wake him. Of the two of them, Luis knew who had done for the town the greater of the day's fool work. Claudia pursed lips at the remainder of her Club Columbia instead, and waited until after Luis's first sip to ask of him, "All right, how bad?" From the intensity of her expression, Luis knew Claudia wasn't referring to Beto, but even the slightest reference to their potential investors in Medellin brought a bitter taste to the already metallic beer, and he shrugged. "What's there to say? They didn't bite. They think we're—" he gestured vaguely. "Alchemical hucksters? Sure, that." He pointed with a curl of a grin. "I think. What's alchemical again?" Claudia rolled eyes and ignored the question. "Que pena," she said. "It's not exactly gold from lead we're making here, but okay, I get it." She took back her beer. "There's two modes for new tech, excitement and fear. We're in a fear cycle, that's all. All this chatter about a new dissident group hasn't helped either, but it'll pass. We're on the cusp of something epic. We've been on the cusp for years. All the more reason to trust that we'll get there soon. Gambler's fallacy, Didi." Claudia's expression slackened in the darkness, and she drank deeper. True. Luis looked away when he heard the change in her voice, the knot in his ribs returning. It was easier sometimes to sit in silence than to try to put between them even this much into words. Meanwhile, from Jorge's patio, the pair could make out activity in yellowed shadows all around the central square. An old man urinating on the concrete street while he crooned an old vallenato tune. A woman carrying a heavily swaddled baby up the slope, and resting against a tall palm tree to adjust her Crocs. A man with a military gait, walking with urgency around the little fountain, talking softly but with precision into an earpiece. And across the way, against a stage of pastel orange stucco, obscured in part by an arepa vendor's umbrella, the heavy jeans of a young man and the slender black tights of a young woman, the latter canting against a brick wall under the hard lean of the former. "Is that? Joan was busy in your absence." Louis heard the smile in Claudia's words and turned to her. 3 days. 3 days I was gone." "Well, okay, then he was busy in your presence, too." At the answering look on his face, Claudia laughed and swatted Louis's knee. "What? A young man can't live on filtration experiments alone." Joan's sly smirk came to mind. Louis frowned. "How long?" Claudia shook her head. "Oh, I just heard about it today, too, but I bet it was weeks ago. From day one. You know, he's smoother than you'd think where it counts." She paused and added, in a voice that struck Louis as almost admiring, "Gentler, too. Full of feeling." Louis snorted. "That or the girls here are truly desperate for novelty." "Ah, now you're getting cynical, old man." Claudia patted his cheek and let her hand linger there, a reminder of how close they always came and how easy it should have been to ask for more. But some Rutas always veered in ways that were hard to fathom, let alone predict. Maybe due to some neglected variable in the underlying foundation, maybe from some unseen speck with a wildly different chemical makeup buried deep down in the rest. Louis flinched and then, startled by this reaction, turned aside. "Restless, maybe. I mean, you get sick of it too, don't you? Seeing how much goes wrong everywhere we set up camp?" Claudia squinted at him, gauging the severity of the flinch and her partner's attendant fatalism. "No, Louis, I don't," she said at last, dropping her hand over his. "It's the nature of the work. You think we have it bad? Think of the people in the DPPS." Louis recalled the woman in the yellow poncho and the ease of her movements at the airport. "Why? They've got plenty of tech on their side. They're fine." "What?" Claudia shook her head. "Ah, Luis Miguel, you idiot. You think it's any easier always rushing to eliminate death and disease the moment it shows up?" He grumbled. "More satisfying, I'd bet, to be able to put an end to a risk just like that." "Oh, so what, you think we should do the same with the mountains? Just flatten them all so there's never a risk of more landslides?" Louis parted his lips to reply that flattening the mountains was impossible, and then frowned quizzically, on alert for a trap. Claudia laughed again and patted his thigh. "Tranquila," she said. "You know what I mean. There's risk everywhere. We're shoring up the earth so that it can handle more saturation from the rains, but we can't secure it forever. Things will go wrong. Things always go wrong." Louis exhaled loudly. "But it's not your Rutas that go wrong, Didi. It's the people around them. Human instincts are just awful at the best of times, and then when things get bad, they're just... I mean, take this guy today in Centro, this hungry street kid who—" But he caught himself and set his lips firmly against the rest of that sentence, shaking his head against telling her about the brutal beating. Still, Claudia could so easily read him. Creases formed at the corners of her eyes, and she turned and held out her hands for his, which Louis gave over without meeting her gaze. Her own dropped while tracing the lines in his palms to their source. "Dime, Louis, tell me, what was the real problem with the investors?" Louis's fingers curled ever so slightly over hers before falling slack again. Beto hadn't been so wrong about his not knowing the right words. "Look, Didi," he tried. "I know we need the money. I do. But what's the point if the only way to get it is by selling shares to the same people who... Claudia's hands tensed around his. Finishing that sentence, at least, became moot. "Was there really no one else? How could there be?" Louis eased his hands from hers, passed one over his face, then let both hang between his knees. "Didi, this is the world. The only ones who give a damn about restoring the mountains are the same people who want to dig them up again. And exploit the people in the mountain cities again, and see them die in illegal mining operations, and set off more rounds of violence when any of them rose up against company pressures. All of which did not need saying, so Claudia let the silence between them lengthen. Except for us, she said at last, and we're not really special, so... Louis hummed in reply, the sound terse and a bit despairing. She leaned in. We're not special, Louis, and don't ever let it get to your head that we are. If I could develop this tech, someone else could too. Someone else maybe already has. And if they have, maybe they have someone with just the right money to back it. Louis kept his gaze on the uneven concrete tile in Jorge's tienda. If someone else develops this, Didi, if some of these people I've met ever get their hands on it, yes, we could be in for another 6 cities before it's properly regulated. I get it, I do. Claudia pursed lips again, this time in what looked like an attempt at reassurance and support. But hey, at least we've still got some of the crowdsourced funds left, right? Enough for this one city? And what's that saying about starfish on the beach? Louis nodded grudgingly. A month's worth, sure, and some ongoing subscriptions to pay a few bills after. But even admitting to the tightness of their budget, Louis felt his 3rd or maybe 4th failure for the day in not knowing how to offer Claudia reassurance in turn. And worse, in knowing that she knew how at a loss he was to say or do a blessed useful thing, that she would probably have to rally on her own again, and for them both. Meanwhile, in the distance, 4 legs began to shuffle from the street, still industriously entwined, for all their awkward movements, into the privacy of a shaded passageway. "Hije puta," said Louis eventually. "The permit! I almost forgot." "Oh, it can wait." "No," said Louis. "Actually, it can't." Claudia startled at the tone in his voice, then offered a rueful smile of concession and drained the Club Columbia, because she knew he was right, even if the bureaucracy of it all was laughable. No one else was rushing to repair Buritica, and the townsfolk had waited a week just to get the rescue crews booked. Still, after 6 cities, the UN Accord had compelled Colombia to impose strong financial deterrence against making full use of the airways, to keep more people from independently piloting devices that could be used to disperse harmful nano, or biotech. And that included the team's research flyers and their depositor drone. Louis stood and kissed Claudia on the cheek. "Sorry, Didi, but we need to apply for an aerial extension if the old man won't budge. And Mother of God, how much will that cost?" "Only as much as you let it," she said gently. And this time he had to agree. Louis was only a few steps off when he recalled Claudia's first overtures of the evening, and wondered why he had not instead taken the proffered hand in his and let the night run the course she had so sweetly been proposing. The course that men 1/3 his age apparently knew to reach for without thought or hesitation. Claudia's adsorbent could stabilize a mountain, but... Louis shook his head and crossed himself quickly at the thought that any such miracle could work the same wonder on his heart. Yuan was not at his post the next morning, but Louis had little work for him anyway, and no interest in chastising the young man for his priorities, not when the world was going to hell one way or the other, by the looks of things. On the broadcast projected along one of the tent walls, journalists at Noticias Caracol reported with equal calm the emergence of another bout of flooding in the Cauca Valley and riots in the south of Bogotá, and more blather from a 3-term FARC senator in the wake of rapidly crumbling state infrastructure. If there was a shock on the reporter's part, it stood reserved for news of the latest in a long line of domestic terrorist events in North America and Europe, with scenes of radicalized violence and anti-government protests carefully blurred so as not to unnerve any Colombian viewers. The only local equivalent, a segment with an independent journalist reporting on activity in a supposedly barren mine elsewhere in the department of Antioquia, was quickly mediated by a professional journalist's soothing tone. "We're still awaiting word from local authorities, but although initial intel suggests no official sanction for activity in the mines, it does offer the possibility that a scouting mission or security assessment team was recently in the vicinity, which could account for the signs of life." The words dissident force remained pointedly absent from either side of the report. Occasionally, though, more positive briefings came through, too. From China, where the latest space elevator was nearing completion under the iron fist of its latest tyrant, from the International Space Station, where a recently stationed Colombian-Canadian was gaining celebrity for his football freestyle tricks in zero-G, and even from Venezuela, which had just seen sanctions lifted on the international stage. But it was the conspiracy talk that held Luis's attention most of all. As he went about packing up equipment for the removal of Base Tent to their second site, wherever Claudia determined it would be, he listened to a report on student protests challenging the idea that 6 cities had ever even happened, or at least the way it had been described on the news. Why these 6 countries in particular, the disillusioned youth wanted to know. Why so long to dismantle some cities and so quick with others? How do we know this isn't just some corporate trap designed to decentralize all our democracies and leave us ripe for economic slaughter? What democracies? Luis muttered back at the broadcast. For who could speak of democracy when international agencies had to impose strict sanctions on any new technology because the average citizen could not be trusted? Because even a single citizen could ruin stability for all. And yet what was the alternative? Simply waiting for one lousy era to run its course? Recurring visions of Beto falling dead in the night, of old age, or choking on a bone, or being eaten from the inside out like his precious ocelot by a tiny patient automaton, left a sourness on Luis's tongue, and he pitched one of the crates with a little more heft than necessary onto the lift. Would it kill people just to be reasonable? Why you ask, boss? Need someone taken out? Luis looked up to see a man at the base tent's perimeter, Eduardo Guillermo, Jorge's supply pilot. But this time, from the look on Eduardo's face, and his posture, and his apparel, Luis realized that he had to have been something more. Ex-paramilitary never blended as well as they thought they would into civilian life. Eduardo, right? Said Luis. Jorge told me about you. Help you with something? Oh, sure, but I asked you first. Eduardo kept his hands folded behind him as he stepped into the tent. I see you're moving. Luis grunted. Not far, but Doctora Vallejo's the one you want to talk to about the where. Eduardo scratched his wide, perspiring temple. You're right, and it might be a good idea after to talk to her, too. But first, well... He stuck out a meaty hand, palm up at a 45-degree angle. Luis noted the rock-solid grip in the arch between the thumb and forefinger especially. Look, I just got in with a shipment for the shops. Luis nodded. Hero to the people here, I'll bet. Bastante, said Eduardo with half a grin. But also, you got flyers here yourself, don't you? Aerial reconnaissance for some sort of research project, I gather? Luis raised a brow, but kept the rest of his expression neutrally amicable. Something about Eduardo's question and the whole ex-paramilitary demeanor inspiring caution. Sure, yeah, that's part of it. Just a little research op, no big deal. Eduardo raised his hands. Sure. Wouldn't matter to me if it was a big deal, boss, not trying to intrude. Only, I saw some activity on the drag-in. Like a search party? But away from the rubble. Kind of a long way from the whole landslide, really. Anyway, just wondering if that's part of your work or something we should all be helping out with. Because I've got the plane ready, but if no one's even asked to use your drones yet, well... Where's this going down? Luis switched on his walkie-talkie app. Didi? All yours, Luis. North side, Eduardo offered, by the sports complex. Luis hesitated before relaying this description, but only because to his mind the dusty lot out near Buritica's hospital hardly constituted a sports complex, even if there were signs that it had seen better days. All the same, he asked Claudia about word of activity there. Oh, that, she said, and Luis and Eduardo exchanged a look at the laugh on her end of the crackling line. One of the local girls can't be accounted for is all. And that's a bad thing, right? Said Luis. It's Joan Sebastian's girl, said Claudia. Have you seen Joan today? Luis paused before his reply, connecting the dots. That's a negative, exactly. So, Luis, when they do sneak back in again, try not to give them a hard time, will you? By the looks of things, the girl's family is going to be furious enough. Claro que sí. Luis looked at Eduardo, and both men relaxed. Thanks for the offer, at least. Any time, boss, said Eduardo, shaking hands again before he left. Then, hey, if you folks need anything else out here, anything, with the landslide or whatever else you've got going on here, you just tell Jorge to give me a call, especially with the mines, Never can be too careful wandering around those entrances solo. Luis nodded and muttered a standard gracias muy amable. He wanted to be more touched by the kindness of the offer, but there was something about Eduardo's strained eagerness that just left Luis wondering what the hell kind of monstrous thing the pilot had done in his old outfit, if he was still itching all these years after the peace somehow to atone. But maybe there was envy at play, too, over how Eduardo could shift from one way of life to another, while as the day progressed, Luis found nothing arising from his irritation save more irritation over all the trouble he'd had uploading his permit application, and all the problems securing some of the samples for transport, and all the delays even in the arrival of transport itself. The heat in him only cooled when the sun started to gild the far corners of the sky, and even then it was replaced far too quickly with something else, an angry sort of helplessness when the good doctor appeared with a subdued and even frightened look on her face. Joan Sebastian and the girl, Lady, had not yet come home. Kids these days use whispers, Claudia informed Luis as the pair walked to join the group of concerned parents and exasperated abuelas in the central square, where half the town seemed present and accounted for by the steps to a white neoclassical church, its little statue of San Antonio inlaid under a decades-old stopped clock, its roof and upper walls paneled with solar cells to keep, among other things, the electric candles lit. "Everyone whispers," said Luis. "The whole damned country whispers." Claudia grumbled and flicked her wrist projector to a rotating logo for whispers, each letter wavering between blue, white, and transparent fill in a pattern affecting randomness. "Pick a point, pick your people, but you can only have 8 on your radar at any given time. The rest are invisible until you slip them into rotation. Blue for new updates from your people, white for the ones you've already seen, and everyone else is part of the vacuum. Oh, and you can swap out people from the vacuum, but only if they choose to swap back." A cliquish hellscape. Of course the kids are all over it. Claudia hummed agreement. What can I say? Having 1 million followers got boring. Now social power comes from building the longest chains of well-connected people. 8 people with the right 8 people in each of their groups, who have the right 8 people in their groups, and so on and so forth, so that you can stay current without actually following everyone yourself, or reading the news firsthand. Now it began to make sense to Luis why so many young people doubted 6 cities. And our ward and the girl? No new notifications from anyone in their groups. Lady set off the community alarm first, because 5 of her 8 are locals, but Joan Sebastian was harder. Lady isn't even in his circle, so we had to contact some of his crew back in Medellin. Luis wanted to snort at the term crew in relation to their would-be tough guy, but channeled the sentiment into a sigh instead. So what? They're dead in the hills somewhere? He accepted the backhanded swat to his arm. Claudia pinched the bridge of her nose with her other hand. Well, they're not in the rubble, thank goodness for that. And we don't see any signs that they've hoofed it to another town, although there's enough cash still in circulation that it would be hard to trace them if they did, at least without pulling everyone along the way. So, the hills? Maybe, said Claudia, but I can't for the life of me figure out why. Luis resisted the urge to repeat himself. Dead made sense to the cynic in him. Some foolish kid's prank, or slip into deep water, or an outing in the woods without watching the incline. But dead wasn't the answer anyone was ready for, certainly not this early on. Still, as they entered the throng by the church, Luis had no difficulty recognizing the mother, who was already manifesting a grief at the loss that seemed almost as extreme. The father was trickier, a man of smaller build, likely indigenous, and soft-spoken amid the flurry of discourse. But there was no mistaking him once the man tried to offer the mother reassurance that the teens were just off being teens, and received a mouthful of Catholic fury in reply. "Look," Jorge had been saying as the pair entered, the local proprietor addressing the group with hands upraised and entreating calm, "we're tired and probably feeling the strain of these last few weeks without consistent supplies." The crowd muttered in assent, but I've called my pilot back, and although I haven't received response yet, I'm sure he's on his way. And in the meantime, we have aerial craft on hand, thanks to these 2, And my cousin is going to make sure there's no trouble coming to them for putting their drones to this use." Senora Sanchez's gaze darted Claudia's way, and Claudia nodded affirmation. Yes, the mountain seeding team was going to help, even if Luis had been difficult to convince that the permit issue wouldn't come back to bite them in the ass. At this news, Senora Sanchez crossed herself in gratitude, but so did Elena, which surprised Claudia, considering the girl's affectations of indifference to so much of the tumult of recent life. Luis was just starting to add where they would send their drones to aid in the search, so Claudia scrunched her lips a second in thought, then slipped through the crowd to offer a more reassuring smile up close. Before she had reached Elena's side, though, the looks on faces in the crowd began to turn, confused, then sobered, then frightened. Claudia glanced behind her and up to see what had caught everyone's eye: 3 DPPS helicopters, the shadows, and then the sounds of them. From somewhere in the murmuring crowd came the dread word that the presence of DPPS invariably brought whenever it rallied its forces to show up en masse. Is it quarantine? Are we under quarantine now? Followed by an irate rumble among the abuelas. Oh, sure, I guess the government can show up after all, when it suits them. Claudia wanted to address both the anger and the fear, but felt a tug on her sleeve first, and inclined her head to listen through the throng. "I didn't know what to do," Elena whispered, while all around them the locals' chatter rose to rival the roar of the choppers. "Lady didn't look right the last time I saw her, like a ghost, you know, and she took forever in the bathroom, but she was still real sick when she came out. She said she had a bug and not to tell Mom, but in the church by the statues, there's this screen and sign, and the sign tells you what to do if you see someone or something." Elena went on, but more of her frightened sounds were lost as the green metal birds swept over the town square, and Jorge's tienda, and Claudia and Luis's base tent, and the church with its DPPS call screen tucked by a statue of Christ on the road to Calvary. The 3 deafening shadows seemed to be headed close by, too. The hospital, someone suggested, so Claudia hardly had time to process what Elena's words had meant, let alone their implicit reminder that, for all her affectations of adulthood, Elena was still a child, as the crowd took up a bewildered and heavy-footed pursuit. It didn't take much time to cross town, but still the small group of locals had hardly reached the perimeter of the sports lot, with its raw metal goalposts and weed-worn, hard-packed dirt field, when the helicopters touched down, and the dust cleared, and 6 DPPS officials in fully holstered hazmat suits poured out, 4 lugging along equipment in oblong trunks, 2 others with a man restrained between them. A man Claudia had only seen in passing, but Luis now knew by name: Eduardo Guillermo, with a bloodied bruise over his left eye. The crowd stilled at this appearance, but not, Luis quickly realized, from confusion so much as a deep sense of déjà vu. Official government representatives with a prisoner between them, all alone with a group of unarmed locals in an isolated mountain town. Anyone who had ever stepped foot in a center for memory, peace, and reconciliation, or a museum exhibit dedicated to local histories of indigenous oppression, or a house where late at night abuelos would hear the silence of distant stars and begin to speak of some terrible crime come before, anyone really who had been born of this soil in some way or form carried with them those real whispers which no social media would wish to rival, hauntings from an era when police and paramilitary and guerrilla were cut from confusing overlaps of civilian terrorizing cloth. Jorge stepped forward, then froze as one of the DPPS officials pointed his way. "You," said the mask. "You know this man?" Jorge's cousin advanced hurriedly in turn, hands raised. "I'm the mayor. This man, he is a local proprietor. Your man, he brings us supplies. He's been delivering throughout the crisis. What's he done that you've gone and arrested him? Flying back here without a proper permit?" An appreciative smirk flitted through the crowd at this last question, but the town's pleasure at mocking bureaucratic pedantry was short-lived, the DPPS official shoving Eduardo hard on one shoulder, driving him to his knees. Everyone quieted. Everyone's gaze darted, however briefly, to the holsters outside the hazmat suits. "Found him by one of the mine entrances," said the mask. He and a few of his friends. Maybe the dissident cell we've been after? Maybe working with a little help in town? That's ridiculous, said Jorge, taking another step forward, even as Luis drew breath at the risk of the move. It's not a crime to be by the mines. We all go past them at times. Yeah, said the mask. And I suppose all of you spend your time there setting up a full lab, volatile chemicals just kicking about, while one or two of you stand guard. The crowd's sharp looks turned to Eduardo, who kept his head bowed and sighed. Like I told these fine gentlemen, we were just trying to seal the mines properly, secure them against collapse. Can't just blow them inward without risking further landslide, and it's a hell of a thing trying to move dirt up there for the job without being noticed. And so, yeah, I know, it's not technically our property, or Colombia's property for that matter, thanks to those damned suits over in Bogota. But look, one of my guys, he's an amateur chemist, great self-taught genius type, and he's been reading online about some new techniques for letting the rock self-generate. Amazing stuff. And he just needed a little time in the field to... Hijo putas. Luis was not alone in his surprise at the origin of this furious utterance, but he alone got Claudia's pointed glance. You see, I told you anyone could come up with this stuff, too, before the good doctor continued her volley at Eduardo, storming toward him with total disregard of DPPS or their uniforms. You think this is the time or place for amateurs? You have any idea what you were working with, how easily you could have been killed in the process? I've run thousands of simulations, digital simulations, to get my substrate just right without doing harm to any secondary materials in the process, including human flesh. And you and your boys think you can, what, just fiddle around live with these things and hope to God you've got your combination right? Mother Mary, save your sorry skins, you are so lucky you still have them. And by the end of her tirade, even through the mask, the DPPS leader's amusement was unmistakable. He nudged Eduardo with a foot. So, you want me to release you into her custody? Or are you feeling a little better now, about being arrested by us first? Eduardo ignored the mask, but looked up with a mix of visible emotion, schooled calm in the wake of Claudia's rage, yes, but also flickers of fatigue and shame and curiosity. Calmate, mujer, he said. We were just trying to help. It's not like anyone else is. I mean, unless you are. Unless you have... But, well, how could we have known that? You mean outside the online updates everyone in town's been getting? Said Luis, stepping forward while glancing in askance at Jorge, who sheepishly shook his head. Eduardo shrugged. We're not exactly the reading type. Small networks, you know. And hell, it's not like there was even a sign-up in the municipal boards about it. Luis's gaze shifted to Claudia, who shook her head with a flush of embarrassment. Didn't quite get to it, sorry. Which he met with an answering smile. Don't worry about it, not your fault. He probably wouldn't have noticed it anyway. While Eduardo went on, plus with Jorge, the major focus was on getting supplies to everyone in town, what with the landslide and all. I mean, ever since I lost a cousin in Tampa Bay, it's just hit me. You have to go to where you hear there's a need, you know? And here, well, I had the money, plenty of it, and my boy had an idea to help long-term, not just right after the damage was done. Is that really such a crime? Yes, said the DPPS officer automatically. Behind him, his team was busy unpacking drones and obscurely marked canisters, neutralizing agents, Luis hoped, to counteract whatever dangerous chemical elements Eduardo and his fool team had exposed the region to. Sure, okay, but... Now the voice that surprised Luis was his own. Listen, me and Doctora Vallejo have an operation in process here doing exactly this kind of work, just with proper permits and testing and a proven track record of success in other hills. All we need is more funding. So, if Eduardo here's not just covering for some secret new terrorist group, and I'm not, said Eduardo wearily. Exactly, said Luis, nodding vigorously, as if he fully believed it. So if he's not, then this is all good in the end, right? I mean, we've clearly got people trying to help however they can, under circumstances that aren't bringing out the best in anyone, you know? So let us take his team under ours, share the workload, and take some of the pressure off your backs, yeah? I mean, it can't be easy for you trying to protect public safety way out here anyway, am I right? The mask fell silent long enough that his teammates had started sending up the first drones, bearing what Luis again hoped were simple neutralizing sprays toward the mine entrances and surrounding wilderness. You know, if I had it my way, the mask said at last, we'd just flatten the whole damned mountain range and be done with it. I mean, we have the tech. We could build whatever we wanted. Instead, it's just triage, triage, triage. Louise caught Claudia's smile out of the corner of an eye at this admission of frustration and tried not to roll his own too hard in reply. Yeah, he told her, in his way, instead. But you're right, we do have a lot on the go, the mask continued. And you wouldn't believe the number of false reports we get from our pedestal stations out in these parts. Hell, the last we got from this town was just some kid who didn't realize her sister's probably pregnant. So there's a lot of junk to sift through, and we're stretched pretty thin, you hear me? Louise nodded more naturally. I hear you. And I promise, now that we know what's been going on around this town, my team's got this. We do. And as if to affirm his point, he and the mayor and Jorge stepped forward in unison to accept Eduardo into their custody. The mask considered, then threw up a hand in consent. Fine, okay, maybe it was just stupidity. Didn't even have firearms up there, come to think of it, did you, Guillermo? But listen, if he blows anything up here, that's on you three. And don't expect the DPPS to come running a second time to save your asses, either. Didn't really expect it the first time, Louis muttered under his breath, but the mask was already walking away to join his team in their drone dispersal op. Claudia, though? Claudia had heard the mask's words, too. But even if that were true, where would they go? Said Louise when Claudia brought Elena over to explain the message she'd sent to DPPS through the church's emergency pedestal. Your family checked everywhere, right? Elena nodded, but doubtfully, with a half-glance back at her parents, who were still discussing the search for Joan and Lady with other locals now that the chaos of DPPS had been set to one side. Yeah, I think. I mean, we checked the city, the roads, the forest. And is that what happens all the time when people get pregnant? They get sick like that first? Sometimes, yes, said Claudia. But, sweetie, I doubt you checked all the forests. Besides, there's got to be some safe haven we haven't thought of. Some place that even your family never figured two kids in love would ever want to hang out. What? Louise, what is it? Louise had crinkled his mouth into a rare, curious smile, then dispelled it with a frown. Nah, just thinking, he said. I mean, Joan's not the greatest scribbler, and his work ethic could use a little polish, but put him in a room with his grandparents, and he shines, said Claudia, thinking again of his abundance of feeling when confronted, too, with an infant's remains. But his abuelo isn't even in this town, which leaves... The pair glanced at Elena. My abuelos are dead, she said matter-of-fact. Luis and Claudia exchanged disappointed looks. Then the child brightened. But my bisabuelo is still alive. He's ancient, though. My dad's grandfather up in the mountain. Mom says his name in Emberacatio means wild pig because that's what he's like sometimes. A wild... Ay, gonorrhea, said Luis. They're with Bido. Luis, said Claudia. Language. Oh, it's fine, said Elena before skipping off with visible relief to join her parents. Didn't you call that nice man who brings us milk and bread a son of a whore? Claudia reddened, and Luis tried not to laugh before setting off for the old man's farm. He's going to let us raise the baby here, Joan explained, with obvious pride, after Luis found them out front of Bido's mountaintop estate, overlooking the long, gentle sweep of neighboring farmland and dreaming of the future. Just in case our families get too mad when they hear. But, I mean, how could anyone be mad at you, eh, baby? The 15-year-old had his arm slung around Lady's shoulders and kissed her under the crook of her jaw, then nuzzled along the line of her neck while she laughed. 14 years old and not yet fully glowing with pregnancy, but still glowing from all of Joan's novice affections. In the backdrop, smoking something stronger than tobacco, Bido nodded with an encouraging grin. It's a good thing, a healthy thing, having babies. Fertile mothers, fertile soils. Our line will continue. Our people will be stronger, more of us to talk to the land and her creatures. Luis hesitated, unsure about pointing out the obvious, that the couple was so young and still so new to one another, and that the world had so many babies already, and that the pregnancy was in early days yet, so they could still revisit this whole family option when they were older. But then again, when they were older, like him, maybe the moment would have passed them by. Maybe age would only guarantee cynicism, and too much comfort in their routines of independence to tolerate so much as a formal relationship with other human beings, let alone the idea of bringing another into such a hurting world. Between all the landslides and hurricanes and rising waters and famines, could the species ever perpetuate if left solely to the sober decision-making of people who saw the worst of the planet every day? Besides, there was an edge in Joan's voice, something Luis had never heard there before, a fierceness that couldn't be chalked up solely to the humble barrio of the kid's birth, when Joan said to Lady between nuzzling kisses, "And we won't let anything happen to our baby, will we, baby? Our baby is never going to know a day of pain, not while I'm around." So Luis simply sighed and shored up all his careful reasoning for the old man instead. "What a shame, though," he said, "that they'll have to move when the mountain dies, right?" "Osh!" Beto waved his hand dismissively. "You still on about that? Clearly the spirits have spoken. Do as you like with the land, kid. Make it stronger if you can. I want my great-great-grandson to have something to look forward to when he enters the world." And at first, Luis parted his lips, poised with a glib rejoinder to counter all that the old man had imputed about his character in their last conversation. But then, seeing Beto with his great-granddaughter and Joan, seeing how much happiness had returned to his face, his movements, his very bones, Luis realized at last what Beto had meant by his story about the ocelot, about giving her dying voice for 2 days on the mountain. It was just about being present and staying there, something that so often in his own restless desire for some grand return to the national optimism in his youth he had mistaken for a failure to do more. What more could matter than to be by the people who mattered to one most? And with that in mind, Luis shut his trap entirely and descended the mountain in silence, saving up for Claudia the first utterance of his, no, their good news. 4 days on, with DPPS having concluded its neutralization work, and then aiding too in the restoration of water lines for a whole slew of marginally contented abuelas, Claudia and Luis stood side by side at base tent to issue the final command needed for their depositor drone to seed the mountain, and observe together the graphene-based adsorbent's first steps along the 6-day Raíz Ruta that would heal the whole hilly range for years and years to come. Beto wanted to watch from the mountaintop itself, even after being told that, putting aside all the attendant risks of being so close to the process, there would also be little on the surface to indicate where the seeds had been deposited and how the initial chemical interactions there would unfold. Luis instead offered access to his portable lab as often as the old man wanted to track progress in the coming days, but Beto only snorted at the absurdity of using a machine to follow what his heart could tell him plainly, if guided by the appropriate song, about any changes to his terrain, the little slice of nature he knew so well. Elena, though, found the monitor more intriguing, her sister's abrupt lesson in the consequences of boy craziness having freed her to embrace her technical studies with a little less shame and reserve, and she even tolerated Johan's help with the interface, while Lady occupied herself with conversations on Johan's Whisper, with the grandparents in his circle who wanted to know everything they could about her, under Senora Sanchez's gently watchful eye. Eduardo and Jorge also joined them, soon after the initial deposit, to finalize investment arrangements with Luis, and to introduce 2 of the men who had been making initial attempts in the mine shafts with all their own brutally rudimentary chemical know-how. This time, far from reprimanding them for their carelessness, Claudia embraced all 3 in equal measure, with kisses to their cheeks, and invited Eduardo's colleagues to take a look at some of her schematics for a better understanding of the tech in which they were all now involved. And so, only when the whole wild gathering had left, Beto, Senora Sanchez, Eduardo and his men, Jorge, and finally Joan and Lady and Elena in the added care of a reluctantly arriving, still highly irate Senora Sanchez, did Luis see Claudia's true exhaustion surface. The mother's presence in particular had drawn a grayer cast across Doctora Vallejo's already tired face, And Louise knew it was serious when base tent stood empty, with sunset's harder oranges and blues sending all their equipment into the deepest of shadows, but Claudia could not even be roused by gentle reminder of their day's multitude of successes. "Didi," Louis said at last, drawing up a chair beside her, "tell me, what's wrong?" Claudia shook her head and turned aside, a hand quickly brushing at one glistening cheekbone. "I didn't realize," she said in a shuddery breath. "I should have realized. I told Senora Sanchez that Joan was safe, but the whole time the two had been going off and... well, you know, after everything. And now what? What about their future? His education?" Luis inclined his head and hummed agreement. "Honestly, I probably would have said the same at the time to her if she'd asked me about Joan. But come on, the world's not over for them, and to be fair, they made that mistake together. Lady had agency too, right?" But Claudia hadn't even considered this facet of the question, and worse, the possibility of an answer in the negative. So then a different troubled look fell across her face, at difficult memories of her mother's sacrifices, at the pressures placed upon her, too, when she had been so unforgivably young. "Let's hope she did," she said heavily. "But even then I should have seen it coming. Caught it early. We had a responsibility, Louise. We made a promise." "Yeah, I suppose we did." And at this thought, Louise laughed. "Lucky thing we don't have kids of our own, though. If this is how we mess up the ones we were handed for a while." But his throat cinched at the sudden second trail down Claudia's cheek, a trail that this time Claudia made no move to wipe away. In its presence, Louise realized how much he would always rely on her ability to be strong on her own, no matter what he said or did. On his ability, too, to have that freedom, with her as with not another living soul, to mess up as often as he did, knowing that Claudia, in time, would always find a way to rise above it without any greater aid. To be close to someone without ever taking full responsibility for the impact of his fixation on his hang-ups, on that other person's well-being. And maybe this was an inadequate way to live. Maybe it was untenable, really, in the longer run of things. But as Louise turned to survey the mountain, their mountain, so calm on the surface, now so wildly active out of sight, he marveled to think of what they had made together out of that inadequacy, those wondrous roots of Claudia's invention and their production, growing to fortify the soil against the rains and protect the valley for generations to come. And to think that now, with Eduardo's investment, they could do all this again and again, maybe only until the money ran out, but maybe also until every Colombian mountain town was secure from all but biotech and humanity and other forms of plague. The possibility thrilled him so much that Louise set an impulsively friendly arm around his partner's shoulders and whispered at her temple, "Didi, what's that you keep telling me? That something always goes wrong? That you can never know for sure? So what, you want to do away with teenagers now entirely to avoid the risk of disappointment? I mean, it's not a bad idea in theory, but in practice, just look at Joan and Lady's optimism, how stupidly happy they are about the whole stupid affair. And their families, too, Christ. Even the mums coming gradually around. And sure, their lives are going to be nuts now, but it'll be a good sort of nuts, won't it? A constructive nuts. Like ours a little, too." Ours. At first, this fragile word only heightened Claudia's anticipation, and she froze against his proffered arm with some hope of maybe this time, maybe more. But when Louise neither pulled away nor went any further, not even now, not even with so much of the day's emotions held between them, she let her long-known answer to the question of Louise finally dissolve that persevering bit of wishful thinking for good, as if under a gentle cascade of nanobots sent to clear away the corpse with the disease. It wasn't an easy acceptance, granted. No heart could ever be flattened and remade as easily as stone. But maybe this, the stability of their friendship, a seed that had extended its roots oh so far, but now could not be made to react a smidgen further, was a kind of completion, too. Imperfect, unfinished, and yet still set deep enough to help them both weather at least some of the future's many storms. The Writhing Tentacles of History. J. Werkheiser. Reading time 34 minutes. J. Werkheiser has been writing science fiction since he was old enough to hold a crayon. He began writing professionally in 2009 when Stan Schmidt bought his story Thanksgiving Day for Analog. He is now closing in on 30 published stories, most appearing in Analog. When he's not writing, you can usually find him talking about chemistry. As a teacher, that's his job, but he's never let that stop him from rambling on about nerdy science stuff outside the classroom as well. You can find him online, mostly posting inconsequential nonsense on Facebook, MeWe, Twitter, and a million other social media platforms. Mottled brown pattern wriggled through his lab's circular port, letting his arms do most of the work while he contemplated his response to Light Blue Ripple's latest dirty trick. Curse that arrogant female. Curse her back to the sea. 4 arms through the port. Potassium-argon dating put the fossil-bearing rock stratum at 67 million years old, plus or minus 2 million years. That placed it firmly in the mass extinction boundary. 8 arms through, suckers grasping the inside of the wall, secondary arm brains independently flexing muscles to pull him through. She'd known he would dig there. The region had been coastal at the time of the extinction boundary and had a lot in common with other rich sources of pre-extinction fossils. She'd waited until he was committed to the dig before announcing her computer model of the migration patterns of prehistoric mammals. Nictitating membranes closed over his eyes as his mantle slipped through the port. The pressure rippled across his rubbery skin like a circular wave. He'd already found what looked like the fossilized endoskeleton, nearly intact, of a vertebrate's hip. A mammal by the looks of it, probably a member of the dominant species of the time. It was more complete than any previous find, showing some rather peculiar features. But it wouldn't be enough, now that Blue Ripple's models predicted this to be a fossil-poor region. The ruling octet would probably close his dig before he had the chance to find even one more fossil. In his peripheral vision, he saw one of his arms flipping the light switch on. Dim, vertical LED strips bathed the lab in soft blue light. Gray ring pattern lay next to the recessed lab surface, his arms manipulating glassware. Mottled brown felt his chromatophores dilate, darkening his skin to an angry near black. The ancient territorial instincts rose. This was his lab, his space. Gray ring shifted position, and his left eye came into view. The pupil dilated in alarm, and his color shifted to surprise. "I didn't expect you so early." Mottled brown purposefully kept the black color, let an interrogative brown ripple over it. "What are you doing here?" Gray ring's arms nervously fiddled with the glassware, and his skin coloration filled in the details. "I thought I'd do a little cleaning while you were away." "I'm not away." Gray ring flashed an apology pattern and moved toward the port. Mottled brown's arms writhed in agitation. He should have let the kid leave, but he gestured a command. "Wait." Gray ring turned so that his right eye faced him and assumed a submissive posture while flashing an inquiry pattern. "Your competency exam is coming up soon, no?" Affirmative reds and blues flashed on the youngling's skin. Mottled brown matched his affirmation coloring. "Tell me, then, the factors leading to site selection for a dig." Gray ring's color faded, but he recovered his composure quickly. "We look for sedimentary formations laid down in areas that were once coastal or swampy. Theory has it that ancient mammals were semi-aquatic and required—" Mottled brown silenced him with a flash of color. "Be more specific." "We look for coastal regions along the boundary stratum," he said hesitantly, "because it is a good source of vertebrate fossils from the time leading up to the extinction event." Mottled brown allowed his coloration to show a hint of disappointment. "Yes, but why specific sites along that stratum? Why do I dig where I do?" "There have been rich finds." "Think, larva. Take time to think before you answer." To his credit, Gray Ring's skin tone turned neutral, carrying no further words. His arms wriggled in agitation. "The extinction boundary anomaly," he finally said. His color brightened as he spoke, his confidence growing. "Yes, that's the reason. Explain. All along the extinction boundary, the rock and clay strata are anomalously rich in iron, aluminum, and heavy metal ores, like the previous extinction boundary, except that one is rich in iridium instead, and it's much more uniformly distributed." And we look for places where the ores are anomalously concentrated. Vertebrate fossils, especially mammals, correlate heavily with ore concentration. Why? His color faded into uncertainty again, but it returned quickly to brightness. "It's unknown," he said in a confident blue-gray. "That's one of the mysteries we want to solve." Mottled brown displayed the barest hints of approval coloration. "You need to be more confident in your knowledge," he said. "Study more." "Yes, sir." Gray Ring scurried back to the recessed lab bench and continued his menial cleaning task. He flashed a mottled brown pattern, followed by an interrogative blue ripple. Mottled brown, on his way to his computer terminal, almost failed to notice the question. "What is it?" Gray Ring's coloration was pale, hesitant. Well, I mean, the dig site is far away. I wasn't expecting you back so soon. Is it because of the model that Blue Ripples published?" Mottled brown turned black, then shifted to an affirmative red-blue pattern. "The ruling octet wants to see results. But they've already granted and can easily revoke." "Of course," Gray Ring quickly flashed. "It's just, well, what do you think? Could she be right?" "No, of course she's not right." Mottled brown noticed his arms writhing in agitation. Just the thought of that female twisted his beak. "We already found a fossil here, didn't we?" Gray Ring flashed affirmation. "It's an odd one, too. Perhaps you can use that to keep the dig open a little longer." Mottled brown's arms manipulated the computer's input sleeves, and the screen displayed an image of fossilized bones. Its pattern recognition software had inserted the newly found hip bone into the known endoskeleton of the dominant prehistoric mammal and arranged it in a way that best fit the shapes of the bones and previous knowledge of related mammals. The color ring around the image described the articulation of each joint and the probability of its being a good fit. "Odd?" he flashed. "Yes, I just said that, sir." "No, I mean—" "Well," he said, assuming the posture of an examiner, "you tell me, what's odd about this reconstruction?" Gray Ring scurried closer. Mottled brown flashed a black warning, not too close. Ancient instincts ran deep. Their presentient ancestors had not been social beings. Gray Ring stopped where he was, surely not close enough to get a good view, and squinted. What is that bone called, the one that connects rear arms to the articulated axis? The hip. Its hip structure is all wrong." Mottled brown flashed affirmation. "And look at the relative lengths of the forearms. The front arms are too short to support much of the creature's weight in this configuration." Gray Ring paused, contemplation rippling across his skin. His color brightened to nearly white. "Those hips! It's supported itself on only 2 arms." "My conclusion exactly." Mottled brown felt approval color his skin. His arms manipulated the computer sleeves, and the image on the display screen slid into an upright posture. But why? It must have been difficult to remain balanced like that. "Such an oddity surely would give the ruling octet reason to continue our dig, sir." "My dig, you ambitious larva." Mottled brown left the thought unsaid, but a hint of it showed in his coloration. Too much social interaction made him cranky. "That's why I'm back from the dig early," he said. The ruling octet of the historical sciences met once every lunar cycle. That the meeting was inconveniently timed from Mottled brown and half a continent away from his dig was irrelevant. So he'd crammed himself into a travel bulb and endured an overnight ballistic express. The flight had given him time to contemplate the color patterns of his argument. His plea, really. At his age, a failed dig could easily be career death. He knew the ruling hall of his home territory well. It stood out among the smaller domes dotting the landscape, its concrete construction textured to resemble natural rock. He wriggled through the main port and into the soft blue light of the hall itself. He'd arrived early, hopeful that the octet would be impressed by his punctuality. Air vibrations from across the hall caught his attention. He swiveled to see what it was, and he let out an involuntary compressed air jet, sending him backward a couple of arm lengths. Deep blue laughter roiled on Blue Ripple's skin. Mottled brown darkened in embarrassment, and her laughter brightened to intense blue. "What are you doing here?" he finally managed to ask. "The ruling octet wanted to hear my evidence directly from me before shutting down your dig." Blue laughter continued to tinge her words. Mottled brown's skin shifted to an aggressive black, but it was tempered by the sound of him sucking air into his mantle cavity to replace what he'd lost. "What evidence? You have a machine's guess. I have a fossil." Blue Ripples turned black and lifted her mantle up high. "It's the only fossil you'll—" A sharp wave of air vibration from above interrupted the confrontation. Mottled brown tilted his mantle so that his right eye faced upward. The members of the ruling octet had entered the hall. Each sat atop his or her own platform that was molded to appear as a rocky outcropping overlooking the floor of the hall. Mottled brown quickly shifted his color to white. A brief glance at Blue Ripples showed that she had done the same. The members of the octet wore imperious dark gray skin tones. Nearly simultaneously, their skins changed to a blue rippling pattern, then the color of their command. "Blue Ripples, state your evidence." Mottled brown studiously avoided displaying his agitation on his skin. As Blue Ripples began to speak, he saw that she maintained her dead white tone of submission as a backdrop to the colors of her words. She was a cool squid, that one. "First," she said in muted colors, "I emphasize that my modeling software is built on code that has been used for many successful migration models in the past, including software that correctly modeled the migrations of modern animals like the giant plains slugs. The algorithms are used in many fields, historical, biological, and population sciences among them." "The ruling octet acknowledges your credentials." The color pattern of approval rippled around the octet. "Cite your evidence." "Pattern analysis shows that ancient mammals migrated along a north-south axis up and down what was the coast of the continental landmass in question." She went on to explain in painstaking detail how mammal migration was a scientific necessity. With rigid bodies, vertebrates had little ability to find shelter from the elements and had to move with the seasons, thus the north-south migration pattern. "The location of Mottled Brown's dig," she concluded, "was on a spit of land, or perhaps an island jutting out from the eastern coast of the continental landmass. A north-south migration axis precludes movement along an eastward dead end. Those few who might have chosen that route died out, and their instincts for following that path eliminated from the gene pool long before the extinction event." She fell silent, her color returning to a submissive white. The ruling octet signaled in near unison, "Your testimony is acknowledged." "It's also recorded," Mottled Brown thought. They would surely review it over and over tonight, as well as his testimony. The ruling octet switched to a mottled brown coloration, followed by the gray of command. It was his turn. "The extinction boundary anomaly has been an indicator of rich fossil-bearing rock for 3 generations, he said. He kept his attention firmly on closing his chromatophores. "Rich fossil fields accompany anomalously high metal ore concentration. My site shows every indication of producing a wealth of fossils, including potential new discoveries." "Cite your evidence." Mottled Brown meticulously described the dig location, details of the rock stratum overlaying the extinction boundary, and culminated his statement with the discovery of the first fossil at the site mere days ago. "The interesting thing about this fossil," he said, "is that it is a nearly complete hip from the endoskeleton of the mammalian species that was most populous at the time of the extinction. It has already led me to some exciting new discoveries about B specific. The species seems to have supported itself on only 2 of its arms." Interrogative color rippled through the octet, but it quickly muted back to an attentive neutral gray. Today was not the day for discussion and debate. Mottled Brown continued, I haven't yet determined how it maintained balance that way, or what it used its remaining 2 arms for. I need to continue my dig to pursue this exciting new avenue of research. Mottled Brown fell silently white, and the ruling octet acknowledged his testimony. We will convene tomorrow for debate and analysis. As one, they wriggled through their ports and out of the main hall. Mottled Brown relaxed his chromatophores back to a more natural skin tone. One fossil won't save you, Blue Ripples said. Her words were tinged with black. And your conclusion is ridiculous. 2 arms indeed. Mottled Brown concentrated on keeping his skin a neutral gray-brown. He wouldn't let her goad him into a confrontation again. We'll see the words tomorrow. He turned to leave, but Blue Ripples stopped him. I filed a reproduction claim on you, she said. He froze in place, his arms writhing. He felt his skin turn black. It'll never be approved. I'm still at the height of my career. And if the octet closes your dig? Her words shifted blue. A fossilized historical scientist with little hope of any further contribution? They'll give you to me before your 3rd heart can finish a beat. Slug slime, my contributions have been in the past. The only thing you have left to contribute to the next generation is your flesh. Our eggs will grow strong on it. He involuntarily pulled himself into an upright fighting posture, an instinct remaining from the pre-sentient past. The ruling octet will see the value of my dig. History is on my side. The writhing tentacles of history have slashed many of your kind, she said. Her arms began slipping through the port and out of the hall. Her mantle flashed one last thought. You will be delicious. As the last of her mantle slipped through the port, he saw her skin turn bright blue. Mottled Brown sat in an isolated dome in his home territory, his mantle crammed into a narrow crevice, his arms folded protectively in front of him. The ancient instinct failed him. The threats he faced couldn't be stopped by arms or faux stone. If only he'd had more time. Surely there were more fossils to find at the dig, each bringing a wealth of new understanding of the prehistoric past. Perhaps. Or maybe the bipedal mammal hip was the only new thing to discover there. Maybe it was a fluke, or maybe he'd assembled it incorrectly. Perhaps Blue Ripples was right, and there was nothing to find there. He'd never know. If only he had more time. It could be worse, he thought. Many males died without having the opportunity to feed the eggs of the next generation, never having distinguished themselves enough to attract the notice of a female. It was exciting in its own way, knowing that he would soon reproduce. His hectocotylus already tinged with anticipation. The reproductive arm swelled involuntarily. The computer interface ring on his 3rd right arm vibrated, and the twitching arm caught his eye. The color display showed a gray ring pattern. Ugh, what did he want? He considered ignoring the page, but after a few moments he whitened in resignation and crawled from his hole. He scuttled to the computer station and waited for his arms to thrust themselves into the control sleeves. He instructed his arms to contact Gray Ring. Video only. He didn't need the distraction of full tactile and pressure wave immersion. Gray Ring appeared on the video screen, a bowl filled with sea snails before him. One arm after another plucked a snail from the bowl and stuffed it under his mantle. Mottled Brown was glad he hadn't included full sensory input. He could imagine the annoying air vibrations from his beak-crunching shells. Gray Ring turned a pale, submissive color. Sorry to bother you. His arms continued to work unheeded. Did you find another fossil? Waves of anticipation rippled across Mottled Brown's mantle. The color of negation. But I believe we will soon, not soon enough. He told Gray Ring about Blue Ripple's mating claim. Gray Ring flashed black anger and negation. She can and she will. I fear the ruling octet will find in her favor. I fear they want to find in her favor. They'll get to clear out another old-timer, make room for a young upstart fresh out of the larvae tanks. Gray Ring paled in submission. I don't want to replace you. I want to join you. Others are not so patient, Mottled Brown said. It's a win all around. The octet gets a fresh new set of arms, the next generation gets an infusion of proven genes, and Blue Ripples gets a nice meal. Not if you're faster than her. Mottled Brown let muted blue laughter dance across his mantle. Perhaps 10 seasons ago. But now she'll be able to keep her grip after it's finished. At the thought, his hectocotylus swelled further. Have you ever... Blue Ring dropped the sentence, reverting to a neutral pale gray. In my youth I took risks like that, Mottled Brown said. 2 or 3 times, with an older, slower female. Gray Ring flashed pale affirmation. Mottled Brown read the unasked question on the youth's skin. It's worth the risk, he said in bold, confident colors. Young male like you, fresh from the larva tanks, should be out there having fun. Gray Ring paled to an indecisive tawny. It's dangerous. Take some risks. That's what youth is for. You won't regret it. Unless you misjudge her strength, he thought, or hang within arm's reach just a bit too long. Bah! You'll get away easily enough. You're young and sharp. He paused again. Not a slow old male. At my age, this will be my last. If I had found a second fossil, it could have saved you. The one should have been sufficient, Mottled Brown said. If the octet had any real interest in the historical sciences, they'd have recognized its value. Color of affirmation. That 2-armed hip structure bears further study. And those other arms, the short ones that end with all those tiny bones, what were they used for, if not walking? Eating, probably. Mottled Brown fell easily into the analytical habits of a historical scientist. There are lots of little bones, heavily articulated. Probably gave them almost as much flexibility as our arms. Why would a stupid animal, a vertebrate no less, need that much flexibility? What logical purpose would it serve? The writhing tentacles of history, Mottled Brown said, tinted with the faded blue of a sad chuckle. They don't always writhe in a logical way. I never really understood that saying, Gray Ring said. I mean, it uses the wrong color, doesn't it? Writhing arms would make more sense to me. Mottled Brown let the thought hang in the air for a moment, then spoke with crisp, mentoring shades. That's part of the metaphor. Arms wriggle and writhe under control of their own lesser brains, for sure, but they move with a purpose, and that purpose comes from the intellectual brain that sets the goals and tasks for the lesser brains. That's true even in the lower animals like tree squids. He paused, allowing Gray Ring to flash the color of affirmation. Yes, they grip tree branches, supporting the squid while it hunts. Ah, but how does it hunt? Its long tentacles hang down, writhing mindlessly, luring unintelligent creatures to their doom. Gray Ring was a neutral 10 for a while, then finally spoke in muted colors. I think I understand. A surreal juxtaposition of ideas flashed a humorous picture in Mottled Brown's mind. A vertebrate balanced awkwardly on 2 arms, trying to dodge the writhing tentacles of history with its stiff endoskeleton-limited movements. A tentacle knocked it down, and it fell flat, the bony digits at the ends of the limbs like 10 tiny legs splayed beneath it as they'd been in the fossil he'd found at the dig. For some reason his mind placed a metal digging tool next to the fossil's arm. The tiny, dexterous, articulated digits. Metal tools. The extinction boundary anomaly. Oh! What makes you brighten all of a sudden? He hadn't realized that he'd spoken visibly. Something just occurred to me, he said. It may be nothing, but he didn't believe that at all. Just this once, the writhing of the tentacles may not have been so random. Mottled Brown barely slept that night. He dug up some old software on his computer, then spent the next few hours running simulations. When sleep finally came, dreams of the extinct vertebrates with their 10 mini-arms at the ends of their arms kept waking him. With each insight, he jotted another color circle and went back to sleep. In the morning, he tried to make sense of his writings. Yes, it just might all fit together. The odd skeletal structure, the extinction anomaly, even the extinction event itself. His arm ring's alarm vibrated. He should already be on his way to the ruling hall. He'd wasted too much time poring over his writings. He squirmed through the port of his dome and rushed to the ruling hall. Blue Ripples was already there, dark blue with confident joy. He'd see about that. If he was right, if the ruling octet believed he might be right, he'd wipe that color right off her mantle. With effort, he forced his skin to a submissive pale white. Let her think it was going to be easy. The ruling octet entered and assumed their perches.
"Let the debate begin,"
they said synchronously.
"There isn't much to debate," Blue Ripples said immediately. "One fossil versus a model accepted by the best minds in the sciences." "But that one fossil is unique," Mottled Brown said, "providing new insights into a species we'd thought we understood."
Blue Ripples turned a contemptuous, muddy brown.
"Bah! There are likely thousands of other sites that will produce much richer finds and much more intact endoskeletons."
Mottled Brown struggled to keep the frustration from showing on his skin. She'd already sidetracked him into a pointless argument and away from the chain of logic he wanted to build.
"But the unusual endoskeleton adaptations in this specimen are worthy of further study," he said, trying to get the debate on track. "You have viewed my findings, I assume?
Or are you attempting to suppress them without even knowing their colors?" He didn't say that last part visually. He trusted the octet to pick up the shading. Blue Ripple's color darkened momentarily. She composed herself and said in even shades,
"I don't see how an ungainly vertebrate balancing on 2 arms, if that's what it truly did, is a significant find. If it even existed as you suggest, it must have become extinct rather quickly."
"Perhaps," he said.
"Except, what did they use the other arms for?"
Bright interrogative color.
"The short ones. It's clear they couldn't help support the creature's weight. So what were they used for?"
"I don't know." Her color turned dark, hostile.
"I imagine they just dangled there looking ridiculous."
"Looking a lot like the dangling tentacles of a tree squid?"
"What are you trying to imply?"
"That form follows function." Mottled Brown noted with satisfaction that the octet was watching with a deep gray intensity. Some of their arms twitched in nervous anticipation.
"That's how natural selection works, is it not? I seem to recall your earliest successful computer model showing just that. What is your point? That according to your own models, their short arms had a function. And what might that function have been?" she sneered in deep blue. "To catch them when they toppled over?" "Perhaps, early in their evolution," Mottled Brown said confidently. "But have you really looked at the fine bone structures at their ends? They're flexible. No, not as flexible as our arms, but compared to other vertebrates, are you seriously suggesting that they could have used these appendages as we use our arms?"
She tilted her mantle to look pointedly up at the ruling octet.
"It's sad to see a distinguished scientist lose his grasp."
Mottled Brown forced himself to ignore the taunt.
"Run it through your models," he said. "I did."
Her color turned deep, dark, and scornful.
"My models would never imply that lowly vertebrates had any such skill. They evolved on land. Much as our ancient ancestors were sea-going cephalopods, these extinct land vertebrates evolved from aquatic forms. But our ancestors had a spark of intelligence that the vertebrates lacked. And yet," Mottled Brown said in bold, confident colors, "both empirical evidence and theoretical models show the possibility of tool use."
Blue Ripples started to reply, but he overrode her with an assertive, upright posture and vibrant, bold colors.
"Even now my apprentice is looking for signs of simple tools at the dig site. If he finds any, preposterous. The ruling octet can verify the models."
Mottled Brown clacked his beak together, metaphorically crushing his prey as he spoke his final argument.
"A find is not guaranteed, of course, and I could be wrong. But if I'm right, the next few cycles could revolutionize historical science." "It was a brilliant strategy," Grayring said, "using her own models against her. She won't be bothering you any more."
Grayring moved uncomfortably close as he spoke, ending up less than 10 arm lengths away. Mottled Brown allowed only the barest hint of aggression to show on his skin. The larva had earned a little leeway. He'd earned the right not to be insulted as well, Mottled Brown realized. No more calling him larva.
Something you said the night before the debate made me think of it. You've earned your adulthood.
Greyring paled. Thank you.
Now get back to work. We need to find some vertebrate tools before the octet's next review.
Greyring scuttled away, but continued talking. What kind of tools do you think they made? Stone?
I think, Mottled Brown said, you're going to be very surprised.
Greyring turned an interrogative color.
Think about the extinction boundary anomaly.
Metals? You think they made metal tools?
That and much more.
Greyring went back to work, and Mottled Brown did the same. Then suddenly Greyring scuttled closer again. They built metal structures, he said before Mottled Brown could darken.
Maybe even made their domes of metal. That's why metal ores are so concentrated at the extinction boundary. It would explain the anomaly quite nicely.
Greyring's color was hesitant.
But that would imply that they were more intelligent than we thought. Perhaps as intelligent as we are, but not as wise.
Interrogative color.
Think about why the mass extinction event happened. Rapid change in the climate, Greyring said. Rising sea levels disrupted whole ecosystems. Now consider the effect our industrial growth has had.
Greyring contemplated darkly for a moment, then suddenly brightened.
Oh, they did it to themselves.
After more contemplation, he added,
It's sad, really. I would have enjoyed meeting their descendants.
No, Mottled Brown said firmly.
Impossible. The evaporation of those shallow inland seas drove our ancestors onto land in the first place. Without the vertebrates' extinction event, we wouldn't have evolved.
Greyring paled and went back to work again. Relieved at his blessed solitude, Mottled Brown got back to brushing soil away from the rock samples in his grid. At last he could get something done. Greyring returned in a hurry.
The mammals, he said. They had 65 million years to evolve intelligence, right?
Affirmation.
Just like us. So equivalent intelligence makes sense.
He hesitated.
But, well, the previous vertebrates, the ones that came before the mammals, the reptiles, yes. They survived longer, right? Perhaps 150 million years? It's difficult to say with precision when you go back that far, Mottled Brown said, but that is a reasonable estimate. What's your point?
The last was added with a dark coloration and the hint of an aggressive posture.
Well, only they had a climate change event in the middle of their reign, right? But they survived their catastrophe.
Mottled Brown was beginning to wonder who was the mentor and who the apprentice.
I don't understand, he said. The first hurdle, Greyring said, industrialization and changing climate. The mammals died when they reached that point, but the reptiles managed to survive their version of it, and they advanced. They advanced by another 60 million years. Just imagine what wondrous technologies could be developed in that time. But they eventually died as well. And what caused their mass extinction event? An asteroid impact, Mottled Brown said.
He thought about it for a bit. Then his skin shifted dead white as he finally understood.
Oh.
The Treasure of the LUGAR MORTO. Alan Dean Foster. Reading time 20 minutes. Alan Dean Foster's sometimes humorous, occasionally poignant, but always entertaining short fiction has appeared in all the major SF magazines, as well as in original anthologies and several best-of-the-year compendiums. His published oeuvre includes more than 130 books. Foster's work includes hard science fiction, fantasy, horror, detective, western, historical, and contemporary fiction. He has written numerous nonfiction articles on film, science, and scuba diving, as well as having produced the novel versions of many films, including Star Wars, the first 3 Alien films, Alien Nation, The Chronicles of Riddick, Star Trek, Terminator Salvation, and both Transformers films. The quadopter shivered somewhat in the wind, but Jisan managed to put it down behind a high, curving Barkhan dune that offered some cover. While it was he who had picked the exact spot to land, the aircraft's flight computer made sure all 4 of the vehicle's landing pads made simultaneous contact with the sandpapery surface. Stabilizers kept it level. As soon as they were down, Jisan cut the power to the repellers and turned to his co-pilot. "What's it like outside?" Jocko's head was obscured by a fog of floating readouts. In contrast to his colleague's bulk and fulsome but neatly trimmed black beard, the co-pilot was short, swarthy, clean-shaven, and lean. Yet appearances were deceiving. Jocko was the thoughtful, cautious one. It was his lumbering companion who tended to impulsiveness, whether at an academic conference or in a backstreet bar. "Hot, dry, still windy even in the lee of the dune, but we should be able to get by with just goggles." He whispered a command, and the cloud of information surrounding him contracted into a few visuals directly in front of his eyes. "We've certainly arrived. We're here, wherever here is." Jisan leaned back in the pilot's seat and swiveled to fully face his companion. "Here better be the right place. We are at the extreme limit of our range. We have neither the time nor the fuel to spend poking around in these dunes." His colleague nodded as he enlarged one of the maps that were floating in front of him. "Everything points to these exact coordinates. Years of research, study, asking questions of the nomads." Jisan rose from his seat. "Do not remind me. My head aches just thinking of it. Hopefully we will find what we have been looking for." Jocko grunted. "We'd better. Not only are we at the extreme limit of our operable range, we're at the extreme limit of our damn budget. Funding for this expedition is just about as dried up as the terrain outside. The rectors have had it with us in our dreaming." Having moved to the center of the quadopter with a speed belying his size, Jisan was already slipping into his protective sandsuit. One can hardly blame them. We are not the first to have made this attempt. Everyone who tried before us failed. A few died. The LUGAR MORTO was not a place for amateurs. He put on his goggles. Focus adjusted automatically. Jocko was 2 steps behind him. "We won't fail, not if the coordinates are right. We will see soon enough. God knows we put enough time into refining them." Buckling his tool belt and finally clad appropriately for the inhospitable conditions outside, Jisan moved toward the exit. Jocko followed, pausing long enough to take a long swig from one of the bottles in the flash freezer. They would carry water with them, of course, but after a while outside in the searing heat of the LUGAR, it would no longer be as cold or as fresh as it was straight from the freezer. Jisan had picked an excellent spot to set down. Outside, the sky was a hard blink of flat, cloudless blue. The temperature on Jocko's wrist readout was 37°C, not bad at all for the middle of the day. As they walked toward the back of their craft, he glanced behind it. Streams of yellow sand flowed like shredded feathers over and down the big dune behind which they had landed and now provided shelter from the wind. More dunes rose around them as far as the eye could see. In all that vast desert, nothing moved save sand and wind. He gave silent thanks to the scientists and engineers who had made it possible to locate the outlines of artificial structures beneath the surface. Combining months of research into historical records with an equal amount of time poring over thousands of satellite scans had led him and his colleague to this singular spot on this particular day. If all came to fruition, if their guess was right, they would be rich and famous. If the scans revealed nothing but another series of geologic faults, they would spend the rest of their lives teaching bored students. Working together, they unlocked the cargo compartment. The portable digger came out first, descending the access ramp on its wide double treads. Jisan wrestled the lightweight folds of the automatic ladder onto the ground. If it was not long enough, they would have to use ropes. Jocko did not relish climbing, even with the aid of motorized descenders. Jisan was checking a projection suspended in the air in front of his goggles. "Should be about 10 meters that way." Raising, he pointed a gloved finger, then uttered a command to the digger. With a mechanical whir, it started forward, its treads kicking up sand and gravel. The 2 men followed in its wake. "I have this recurring nightmare." As he spoke, Jocko studied the ground over which they were walking. Desiccated sand and dry gravel, without a hint of soil. We dig, we go down,
and we find nothing because the coordinates we finally settled on are precisely 1 kilometer too far north." Jisan chuckled behind the triangular sand filter that covered his mouth and nose. "We would not be the first treasure hunters who experience something like that. Nature not only covers things up, she moves things around." He halted. "This should be the place, give or take a few meters either direction. Cross your fingers. Hard to do in these gloves." Jocko wiped sweat from his forehead. They positioned the digger as accurately as their studies permitted. Stepping back, Jisan balanced the ladder against his left leg as Jocko activated the machine. A rising whine filled the air as the 2-meter-wide borer began to spin and throw sand. While the hole deepened beneath it, the metal band that encircled the drill began to glow intensely, fusing the sand and gravel around the borer itself. As the drill dug deeper, a solid glass shaft was created around it. With nothing to do but watch, the two men monitored the machine's progress, sipping cold water and making sure to stay hydrated as they did so. Half an hour had passed when the drill accelerated sharply before automatically pausing. Excitement coursed through both men as they exchanged a glance. "It has hit a cavity." Jisan's heart began to beat faster. Jocko was more circumspect. "But is it the cavity?" Unlimbering the ladder, they watched as it began to extend itself, section after section extending down the glass-walled cylindrical shaft. If the drill's depth readout was correct, there were more than enough rungs to reach the bottom of the shaft. What they could not be sure of was if the ladder was long enough to reach the bottom of the cavity it had pierced. A persistent yellow light at the top of the ladder's readout went green. It had hit bottom. The bottom of what? They were not sure. A cave, an ancient riverbed, or the specific building they had hoped to find. Having drawn cards for the privilege long ago, Jocko went first, adjusting the straps that held a light tight against his forehead. Additional lights on his wrists and ankles came on automatically as he descended into darkness. Taking a deep breath, Jisan followed him down the ladder. Being experienced cavers and explorers of dark regions, the tight surroundings of the cylindrical excavation did not bother them. Even if they had been somewhat claustrophobic, any fears would have been overcome by their excitement. As sunlight began to fade above them, the reflections of their multiple work lights gleamed off the smooth sides of the vitreous shaft. Jocko called out from below, "I'm down. We've hit bottom." Emerging from the shaft, the co-pilot found that he had to descend another 5 meters like a spider on a thread before his boots touched a solid surface. Looking at his feet, he saw that he was standing on a crumbling surface of ancient flooring. Tinged with amazement, Jisan's voice called to him from slightly ahead. "Come and have a look at this." It was astonishing, not only in appearance, but in the fact that it had survived centuries of entombment without collapsing completely. Their lights struggled to reach the far side of a significant void. The auditorium in which they found themselves was indisputably impressive, and not only because of its great age. The 4 curving tiers that faced the crumbling stage on which they stood was largely still intact, though every one of the chairs was missing, having long ago been salvaged for their wood. Here and there, gouges and cuts indicated where attempts had been made to tear apart the ancient banisters for the same purpose. The gold inserts and plating, the semi-precious stones that had once decorated the floors and walls, lay where they had been abandoned. Compared to the invaluable wood, they were useless rocks and unwanted metal. Treading carefully on the disintegrating surface, Jisan walked to one side of the stage and reached out to finger the shredded remnants of what had once been a grand woven curtain. Despite his gentle, light touch, the faded organic material crumbled to powder beneath his fingers. Jocko's shout interrupted his contemplation. "Over here, Jisan! I think I found it!" The sealed panel in the floor was right where the ancient records had indicated, slightly off to one side and virtually indistinguishable from those surrounding it. They were able to identify it by its slightly smaller size and minutely irregular shape. Without prior knowledge, they would have walked right over it, as thousands had likely done before them. A pass with a handheld scanner confirmed Jocko's supposition. There was a hollow space beneath the panel.
Taking tools from their belts, they cut around the hidden locking mechanism. With each man standing on opposite sides, they were able to pry the panel up and lay it to one side. Revealed beneath and encrusted with dust, stairs led downward. Advancing slowly, while keeping a careful eye out for snakes and scorpions, the two men made their way by the glow of their lights. The stairs terminated at the beginning of a wide hallway. Signs on the walls were lettered in an ancient language. Jisan found that he could hardly breathe. They walked perhaps 20 meters down the perfectly level corridor until it dead-ended at a gray-faced door. His gloved right hand swiping back and forth, Jocko wiped dust from the barrier's dull gray surface. Some kind of steel alloy, I think. Metallurgy's not my subject. He glanced over at his colleague. Those who made this place knew what they were doing. They built for the ages. Jisan played his scanner over the barrier, concentrating on a narrow vertical band of what appeared to be an insert of solid quartz. Now we find out if the old combination you unearthed still works. Not to mention if the door mechanism itself is still functional. Jocko kept wiping at his face, more from nerves than to sweep away any sweat. It was many degrees cooler in the tunnel than on the surface. If the combination they had found in the old records was inaccurate, if the door did not work, then Jisan knew they would have no choice but to mount another expedition, one equipped with heavy machinery and accompanied by the inevitable throng of hangers-on and busybodies. But after what seemed like an eternity, a series of bell-like chimes, like the warble of the extinct oropendula, rang out from within the barrier itself, and it opened inward. The blast of cold air that rushed out to greet them was positively arctic. It was intended to be so. The two men exulted in the chill. Jisan clapped his colleague and friend on the back. The extreme cold meant that the treasure room's internal systems were still functioning. After all these centuries, the self-sustaining power system within the complex still worked. After pulling the heavy door nearly all the way shut behind them, and using a couple of his water bottles to make sure it stayed propped open, Jocko went first this time, stepping into the freezing chamber. What better place to hide treasure, he told himself, as his goggles adjusted to keep from fogging up, than beneath an abandoned opera house. The vault was not large. Such a secret facility, installed surreptitiously, had by nature to be compact. There was nothing much to the room itself. Ice crystals crunched underfoot as he and Jisan examined opposing shelves holding ranks of individual containers. None of them was more than half a dozen centimeters high, and no longer or wider than his palm. Each was clearly labeled with the treasure it held, one priceless handful after another. Not the gold that had been ignored above, nor the jewels that had been pried from their mountings only to be abandoned. Leaning forward, his heart racing, Jisan let his gaze rove from one label to another. As Olodumare is my witness, the seeds of her teleracemosa, an evergreen. As he slowly examined the first row of containers, reading the labels as he went, his tone was as reverential as if he was in church. Cordianodosa seeds, Eschweiler coriacea, Licania heteromorphia, Virola elongata. He was shaking his head slowly as he made his way along. Cyparuna guianensis. That's nothing. Jocko glanced back from where he had been reading plant labels on the other side of the chamber and tapped the frozen end of one small container. Cinchona officinalis. They used to get quinine from its bark. Jisan sucked in his breath. Legendary. We are going to be rich, Jocko, and famous. His colleague nodded. Provided we can get some of these back to Porto Escapar in resurrectable condition. He stared hard at his friend. First thing we have to check viability. We're wasting our time if cryostasis has failed. Which one do you want to test for revivability? Jisan reached for the small handle at the end of one box, hesitated, reached for another, then stepped back and shook his head. I can't. After all these years of research, after all this time and so close to success, I cannot do it. If there is no viability, then we have not only failed ourselves, but everyone else. Jocko nodded his understanding. I can. Reaching out, he grasped the handle of one container, labeled Euterpe oleracea, a favorite among those he had found thus far. If it was unusable, its contents permanently demised, he tried not to think of it. The container remained stubbornly stationary in its storage slot. He dared not apply heat to the frozen little box for fear of damaging its precious contents. Instead, he carefully worked the exterior back and forth until it grew loose enough for him to pull it out. The interior volume was very modest, while the back of the container featured a spasm of spaghetti-like wires and tubes that were sealed against the deep cold. Inside were half a dozen heavy-duty glassine packets. Inside each transparent packet, he could make out a dozen or so seeds. Fumbling with his service belt, Jocko removed his scanner, gave it an explicit command, and proceeded to pass the active terminus over each of the packets in turn. Jisan hovered close by, looking on intently while his breath generated small weather behind his colleague's right shoulder. After a tense pause, the scanner emitted an audible troika of beeps that were accompanied by a readout consisting of numbers and words. All three fragments of disparate information came together to generate a moment of irrepressible joy for the two men. "They will come back. They will germinate." Had Jisan been gazing at the lost jewels of Kubla Khan, his expression could not have been more ecstatic. He indicated their icy surrounds. "And if these will, we can assume that at least some of these others will as well." Jocko slid the container back into its slot on the shelf. "It will take time, careful nurturing, the very best distilled seawater, and just the right reconstituted mix of organic materials and minerals." He was momentarily downcast. "You and I will not live to see it, of course, but that's not what matters." Though he could have stayed in the room for another hour, doing nothing but reading labels, Jisan knew that for their expedition to actually be counted a success, they needed to get to work. "We will need to check the liquid nitrogen levels in all the cryocylinders and start bringing some down." "Right behind you." Emerging from the chamber in the wake of his colleague, Jocko reverently closed the barrier behind them. Who would have thought that a few renegade botanists could have put together such an elegant piece of ultimate salvation right in the heart of a lost city? It was not lost when they constructed the vault and concealed its location here. Forcing himself not to run, Jisan led the way up the corridor back toward the stairs. "I know it is hard to believe, but more than 1 million people once lived in this place." Behind him, Jocko nodded to himself. "So often it's difficult to look toward the future. We are living what they didn't see, or didn't want to see. We can only be thankful that a knowledgeable few of our predecessors were not afraid to do so, and more importantly, to do something about it." Jisan started up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. "Wait until we show up back at the university with the treasure. There will be disbelief, and then elation." Jocko clambered up the ancient steps behind him. Regeneration on any scale will require great care and much time, hundreds of years, at a minimum, his colleague agreed readily. "But at least now our children have a chance. At least all is not lost forever." They packed the travel cryocylinders carefully, filling them with one priceless seed packet after another, each cylinder freshly labeled for a new millennium. As if determined to celebrate their triumph, even the weather cooperated, the usual unceasing sandstorm clearing in time for them to lift off. They were not home yet. Both men knew they would obsess over their irreplaceable cargo every step of the way back to the surviving city of Puerto Escapar. Escapar, on the southern coast, far away from the buried lost city of Manaus, across 2,000 kilometers of the great Brazilian desert. Guest alternate view. The Post-Coronavirus New Normal. Richard A. Lovett. Reading time 15 minutes. When COVID-19 first struck the U.S. full force in March and April of 2020, attention focused, understandably, on 2 things. 1, how best to fight it, and 2, when life would return to normal. As I write this in mid-April, updated mid-March, we are still in the midst of dealing with the first question, with everyone talking about social distancing, flattening the curve, antibody tests, and face masks. Discussions of a return to normal mostly focuses on hoping the virus dies down in the summer, and that maybe it won't rebound too severely when we do attempt to return to normal. By the time you read this, we'll have better answers to both those questions. But there is another question that's not yet really begun to be addressed. What will normal look like when we get to it? And how will it be different from before the pandemic? Some of the likely differences, of course, are obvious. Unless the virus miraculously vanishes, we'll probably still be working on perfecting a vaccine, and still be looking for faster, simpler, cheaper, and more widely available treatments. We'll probably also still be avoiding or limiting attendance at large gatherings like concerts, political rallies, football games, parades, and road races. But there are likely to be more permanent changes, some subtle, some major, that will persist even if COVID-19 vaccinations someday become as routine as flu shots. That's certainly the type of thing that happened in the aftermath of the 9/11 attacks. Before then, airport security was minimal, and non-passengers were allowed through what security there was to greet arrivals at the gate or bid adieu to loved ones. Before 9/11, I used to carry a Swiss Army knife at all times, even on a plane, where I sometimes used it to open the peanut packets of the era, which sometimes defied every effort to open them by hand. Today, all of that is unthinkably quaint. And who back then would have dreamed of shoe bombers or underwear bombers? The attacks also led to the creation of an entirely new cabinet-level Department of Homeland Security. I remember being stunned when President George W. Bush first unveiled the name. My initial thought was, seriously? Homeland Security? I wasn't opposed to the concept, but the name made me think of 1984 or Stalin's Soviet Union. Now it slides off the tongue and I barely notice it. It has also been argued that cost-cutting measures implemented by struggling airlines in the wake of 9/11 set the stage for 2020's joyless, cramped flights with their cattle car atmospheres. But it wasn't just air travel that changed. Before 9/11, I was, in part, a freelance travel writer. Then, magazines and newspaper travel departments saw their ad revenues dry up, and nobody wanted travel stories. By the time the travel industry recovered, travel writing had reorganized, with more online content, lower editorial budgets, and a lot less need for people like me. It was something that would have happened anyway as the internet grew, but 9/11 kicked it into high gear. More recently, the Boston Marathon bombing also produced long-term changes, though these were considerably more limited in scope. Today, for example, it is inconceivable that an event like the Boston Marathon wouldn't have substantial security. At the most recent U.S. Olympic team marathon trials, competitors weren't even allowed to bring backpacks or gym bags to the warm-up areas. Instead, everyone, including the top professionals, had to put their warm-ups in clear plastic bags to facilitate inspection. Before Boston, that level of paranoia would have been viewed as absurd. All of which means that COVID-19 is guaranteed to produce lasting changes in what people see as normal. It's most likely to start with entertainment. As I write this, it's not clear how long theaters will remain closed, but even if they reopen quickly, how much of their former audience will be lost? In TV, more and more shows are moving online. In the science fiction world, Star Trek Discovery, Star Trek Picard, and The Orville are three that had already made the transition well before COVID-19. It's easy to see movie studios doing the same. And once movie watchers get used to it, they aren't likely to go back to the theaters. Apps like Zoom will also make it possible to watch movies online with friends, even friends who live so far away that you could never meet in a real theater. Concerts and plays might follow suit, converting into something akin to what boxing has long done with pay-per-view telecasts. The advantages for performers are obvious. Better acoustics than they can get in large arenas, less risk, and an opportunity to rake in a giant audience from a single performance. They can also get the ambience of a live performance by performing before a small, carefully screened audience, with nobody allowed in without a COVID-19 test at the door, perhaps computer augmented to make it appear larger. Doing this also reduces the amount of time they spend touring, freeing them to create new material. The advantages for audiences are similar: less risk, lower ticket prices, and again via apps like Zoom, the ability still to experience live performances with friends and family. Science fiction has been writing about this type of thing for years, but has tended to view it in the context of artificial reality requiring some sort of full immersion interface. But COVID-19 is teaching us that this isn't necessary. All that's needed is to bring the event with ever greater fidelity to viewers' ever more sophisticated home entertainment centers. Similarly, doctors are already starting to do online medical appointments. Churches have started online interactive worship services, including online communion services. Even major conferences are starting to move online. Shortly after COVID-19 locked down the country, the American Astronomical Association, AAS, announced that its June 2020 meeting, originally scheduled for Madison, Wisconsin, would be conducted entirely via webcasts. Glitches are likely, but the AAS and other scientific associations were already experimenting with webcasts, especially for press conferences. They aren't yet as good as being there in person, but the cost and travel time savings have already allowed me to attend many meetings I would never have bothered with in the past. A shift to even greater webcasting was, of course, only a matter of time. Kevin Marvel, the AAS's executive officer, says that AAS had already been considering such changes, partly to make its events more affordable, but also to reduce their carbon footprints. COVID-19 was simply the factor that kicked this plan into operation, a move that is likely to be widely emulated. The same is likely to apply to telecommuting. A few days before I wrote this article, I was discussing this with a financial manager. Working entirely from home, he said, isn't as productive as working in the office, where he and his team can bounce ideas off each other face to face. But going to the office only a couple times a week as needed, that would be utterly grand. And since he's the boss of his team, that opinion carries weight. This, of course, will have side effects, some good, some bad. One good one might be a major reduction in traffic jams. The few times I've had to deal with freeways since this crisis began, I've only seen one slowdown. It's like the clock got rolled back to 1990. On the other hand, the daycare industry will probably take a major hit. One sad fact of economics is that one person's cost savings is another's lost job. It is very likely that the economy will be making a large number of such reorganizations, as things we previously took for granted suddenly go the way of buggy whips. But it also means that reduced commuting could leave the post-COVID workforce with more time for leisure activities and self-development, something science fiction has dreamed of for decades. And for many jobs, there is really no reason that people have to work 8 to 5. As long as people actually do what's needed, working from home may allow many to work the hours that best fit their lives, rather than an artificially dictated routine, a pattern that's already developing even as I write this. For any of this to happen, however, at-home workers will need to allow a large amount of employer spying to prevent shirking. But given the ease with which America accepted Homeland Security in the aftermath of 9/11, that doesn't seem like a stretch. For those whose jobs don't allow telecommuting, different changes are in store. As I was writing this, Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti was calling on OSHA to produce COVID rules for worker safety, much as it produces worker safety rules for everything else. Hopefully, by the time you read this, they've already done that. But rules for office ventilation and desk spacing are probably just the beginning. What happens if we get a COVID-19 test, either for being presently sick with it or for antibodies that show you're currently immune, that's as cheap, simple and easy as a diabetic's blood glucose monitor? Would workplaces start requiring these the same way that some require drug tests? Would airplane passengers be required to be certified as COVID-free prior to boarding? If so, what about spectators at football games or participants in the New York City Marathon? Maybe even live in-person concerts won't entirely become a thing of the past. And why limit it to COVID-19? The CDC estimates that in the past decade, the seasonal flu has sickened 9 million to 45 million Americans per year, with 140,000 to 810,000 hospitalizations and 12,000 to 61,000 deaths. If we're going to protect people from COVID-19, why not also protect them from the flu? Or for that matter, from colds? We have long joked that, for all the power of modern medicine, it has never found a cure for the common cold. Could COVID-19 give us the opportunity to actually kick that ancient scourge in the butt? Perhaps someday the U.S. Centers for Disease Control could form the core of a new cabinet-level Department of Public Health, much as Homeland Security emerged in the wake of 9/11. Some of my friends are even hoping that the combined health and economic crisis from COVID-19 might also be the impetus to induce the U.S. to institute mandatory sick leave and national health care comparable to that in Europe and other parts of the developed world. But the political forces arrayed against these make them seem unlikely. The virus might, however, have an impact on the fight against climate change. As I write this, President Trump is saying that global sales of oil are down by 40%. And while only a fool would trust Trump's ability to cite a figure like that correctly, it appears to be in the ballpark. I have gone from buying gas once every 10 days to less than once a month. Most days I never venture more than a mile or two from home. On April 7th, the U.S. Energy Information Administration was projecting a 14% dip in global oil consumption, and that was probably not based on the latest data. On March 27th, BBC was reporting that China, the initial epicenter of the virus, had seen a 40% reduction in coal use, another major driver of climate-changing CO2 emissions, and at about the same time, a British website, Carbon Brief, was reporting that overall, China had seen a 25% reduction in carbon dioxide emissions. Obviously, nobody knows how long this will continue, nor can the global economy long survive such a drastic sudden change. But if COVID-19 induces lasting changes in telecommuting, travel, and overall energy usage, it could help buy us a few years to find other ways to deal with global warming. Whether this will be allowed to proceed in a deeply polarized and economically weakened America is a political question. But one thing the initial stages of America's COVID-19 response have clearly shown is that if Americans see a threat to the future of the people they love, they can still bind together across the political divide to work and sacrifice for the common good. Whether they can maintain that is a different question. To cite a 70-year-old paradigm from the last time our country faced a similar crisis, Rosie the Riveter is still very much alive. And just as Rosie brought millions of women into the workplace, forever changing America's view of women, so too will COVID-19 change the next 70 years. Schools of Thought. James Sallis. Reading time 7 minutes. Jim's latest novel, Sarah Jane, is just out from Soho Press, with new editions of all 6 Lou Griffin novels due by year's end. Recent stories appeared in Asimov's, Ellery Queen's, and North Dakota Quarterly. He has, for many years, contributed a regular books column to FNSF. They looked tired. That was my first impression, and I'm a man who leans hard on first impressions, before all the overthinking kicks in. Otherwise, they looked like 1,000 others outside on the streets. Decent clothes that almost fit, shoes in good order, not dressed for church or court, but showing respect for themselves and the social order. Aimee Lou, arrayed in purple and green today, ushered them in. They settled into the 2 chairs, damnably uncomfortable, indecently expensive, across from my desk. "How can I help you folks?" I asked. Mr. Lucas looked at Mrs. Lucas, who I think, so small a motion it was hard to be sure, nodded. "We want him fixed," Mr. Lucas said. "I'm sorry?" "The boy. We want him fixed." Mrs. Lucas nodded again, possibly for me, possibly in approval of her husband, but definitely a nod this time. "We want him fixed," she said. Unaccountably, my thoughts went not toward repair, as by every right they should have done, but to spaying. I looked down. Aimee Lou's intake sheet told me the couple's son was 9 years old. "He misbehaves," Mr. Lucas said. "Won't do as we say. Ignores what he ought to be doing. Does what he wants." Well, yes, at that age. Words dropped like smooth-worn coins into my mind. Maturation, individuation, words that so handily take the place of thought. So I thought, instead, about their age, at the high end of the scale, and their reaction to the boy's quite ordinary behavior. "Your firstborn?" I asked. Both nodded. "We had some difficulty," Mr. Lucas said. "Conceiving." Mrs. Lucas declined to contribute to that. She sat with feet flat on the floor, hands in repose on her lap, her husband much the same, save that occasionally, as he spoke, one or the other hand broke free and began floating slowly up before he willed it back into place. I asked after and received specific examples of the boy's presumed transgressions, none of which seemed at all out of the ordinary, though in what Mr. Lucas had further to say, I caught glimpses of the same willfulness that had sent his hands back where they should be. Perhaps I said it would be best if I might speak to the boy alone? They exchanged glances, and while questioning the need for same, at last agreed. Aimee Lou came when I beckoned on the intercom, ushered the parents out to the waiting room, brought young Santos in. Christian name borrowed from his mother's family name, Aimee Lou's intake sheet noted. Santos was small for his age, short yet squarely built. Had he been a sentence, you might call him succinct. A lot of information in there. One of those for whom it could go either way. He'd stay pretty much like he was, reach adulthood short and stout, or at age 12, 14, he'd come onto a sudden burst of growth, and extra flesh would turn to height. He came in smiling and looking very 9 years old. Convincingly 9 years old, I thought at the time, having the sense that, yes, he was there, but he was simultaneously somewhere else, perhaps always was. Some of us, however engrossed in momentary events of our lives, however intense those experiences, at the same time we're standing apart, watching. I remember my mother telling me she figured we go through our lives as though rehearsing for a play that never opens. I asked if he understood why he was here today, and received as response only a brief direct glance before his attention returned to the wall behind me. Had his parents discussed their coming here with him? I asked. How long did it take to get those? He pointed to the frames. Diplomas, MD, psychiatric training, state license. 4 years of college, the same of medical school, internship, residency, so another 4 or 5 years for the rest. Longer than he'd been alive. You're married? I have been. Would you like something to drink? A soda? No, thank you. Syllables run together to a single word, automatic. Then, children? None surviving. Here I unpacked my good doctor smile. Am I being vetted? I do have further documentation. Credit reports, professional organizations, that sort of thing. I could provide references. Thus far, Santos seemed quite the serious young man. Mother and I rightfully shared a profound mistrust of the humorless. He didn't laugh, but he got it. And your parents? They're alive? One is, yes. I handed across the framed photo of the two of us taken in her room at Crestview, jonquils in a blue vase on the bedside table. He studied it a moment before returning it. Do you live with her? A child's view of life, questions an adult might ask. I did. He sat quietly, thinking things over, maybe dropping in for a visit to that other place where he lived, before saying, They were real too? Your parents?" Hardly a surprise. I'd picked up on the signs. I waited for the shape gathering in the room with us to take form. "I've thought about this a lot," he said, "and what I came up with is the others, 95% of those walking this earth, they're echoes, poor copies, or they're like overtones, harmonics, aftersounds of the originals, of the real ones, us. Which means either they're our brood and we care for them, or that they don't matter at all. Two schools of thought." We got right down to it then. I gave him the talk on getting by in a family and fitting into the larger society, living alongside, stay close to the ground, ease around corners, don't blink, private self, public self. He was quiet, and when I was done, nodded. The playbook I read to Mr. and Mrs. Lucas was quite a different one, but they did listen, and I believe that, for the time at any rate, all I was jockeying for, it allayed their fears. Afterward, Aimee Lou escorted them out. "It's gone a beautiful day out there," she told them, "simply beautiful." In her bright, rich colors, she herself rather resembled beautiful weather. I jotted down a few notes before picking up the phone. It had been a long time since I'd made that call. The Boy Who Went to Mars. Mary Soon Lee. Reading time 31 minutes. Mary Soon Lee was born and raised in London, but has lived in Pittsburgh for over 20 years. She writes both fiction and poetry, and her work has appeared in Analog, Asimov's, Daily SF, F&SF, and Science. Her two latest poetry books are quite different. Elemental Haiku contains 119 haiku for the periodic table, whereas The Sign of the Dragon is an epic fantasy. Website, http://www.marysonlee.com. When I was 8 years old, my father, whom I had never met, phoned to ask me to go to Mars with him. "Alex," he said, "son." He hesitated, ran his hand through his hair, apparently nervous, but I had watched him use that same gesture on too many chat shows and newscasts to be impressed. "Would you switch your camera on, Alex? I feel like a dummy talking to a blank screen." "No." I thought of adding that no one called me Alex. I was always Alejandro, but I didn't like my father enough to correct him. I didn't like the way he credited my bank account every birthday, but never sent a card. I didn't like the way he called himself a dummy, despite having been second in his class at Harvard. Most of all, I didn't like what he had done to my mother. "Okay," he said. "I don't suppose you think much of me, and I'm not going to change your mind with one phone call. That's not why I called." He paused again, staring out of the screen with a wistfulness I had never seen on his newscasts, but didn't trust anyway. "Alex, I'm going to Mars in a bit over a year. I'm guessing you know that. Everyone knows that. My question is, do you want to come with me?" "No." I wanted to go to Mars as much as I had ever wanted anything, but not with my father, Mickey Ramirez, not as the long-separated, joyfully reunited father-son pair I imagined the journalists gloating over. Give Mickey Ramirez his due, he had screwed my mother literally and figuratively, but at least he had kept her identity and my existence a secret from reporters and social media. "Why not?" he asked. I didn't answer. I didn't think he deserved an answer. I didn't want to be having this conversation. "Can I change your mind?" "I'd pay your mother, of course. Could she come?" The question burst out before I thought. A stupid kid's question, the kind that goes along with believing in Santa Claus and thinking that the good guys will win. I was 8 years old, and I wanted the floor to open up and swallow me, and at the same time I wanted my father to say yes, he would love my mother to come. He had missed her all these years, and he wanted to meet me so much, and... Silence. A long silence. Then my father looked down at something off the screen. "Okay, if that's what it takes, Nina can come. But I doubt she'll want to." "Oh, of course not. Of course Mama wouldn't want to spend the rest of her life near the man who'd abandoned her." "Well, the two of you talk it over." Mickey looked out of the screen directly at me, adept at addressing a camera lens. I've set my phone to accept calls from you any time. I'd like you to come, Alex." The screen blanked. I didn't mention the phone call to Mama. I had enough time before she came back from work that day to think things over. If I told her about Mickey's offer, she would immediately realize that I wanted to go to Mars. And if she agreed, if she let me go, if she came with me, it would only be because she thought it was in my best interest, putting her own wishes a distant second. So I didn't tell Mama. I didn't tell anyone. I was an undersized, geeky boy who had skipped ahead 3 years at school and didn't have any friends. For a month, my grades wobbled. I alternated between watching detective movies and running around the local park until my calves ached and my t-shirt stuck to my back. The news was full of Mickey and the rest of the Super Six, as the pundits dubbed them, 6 hyper-rich men who had decided to privately fund a Mars colonization program. It infuriated me to watch people fawn over them. My mother thought that was what was bothering me, seeing my father on the news all the time. One evening, as we were cleaning up after supper, she talked to me about Mickey. She had only told me the story once before, how he had been intrigued to see a Latina woman singing bluegrass in a Memphis bar the 2 months they spent together on his estate. And then my mother found out she was pregnant, and Mickey told her she could either have the baby or she could have him, but not both. Mickey was scared of being tied down. She said, "That doesn't make him a bad man. I don't want you thinking your father's a bad man. Are you listening to me?" "Yes." Listening, but not agreeing. I thought my father had been selfish and arrogant years ago. I doubted he had changed. I grabbed a dirty plate, tossed it toward the dishwasher. Its suckers darted out and caught the plate. Mama told the dishwasher to close. She put her arms around me and hugged me tight. "Don't hate your father, querido. He's sending people to Mars. That's something to be proud of." I pressed my face into her shoulder. How could I tell her that I didn't want to be proud of my father? I wanted him to be an ordinary dad, not rich or intelligent or famous, just someone who came home in the evening and ate supper with us. Instead, he spoiled everything, even Mars, turning it into an ego trip, a chance to be the founding father of a new world. For a few more months, my life muddled on pretty much as usual. I read up on Mars and organic chemistry and robotic control and autonomous mining and closed-cycle farming, and I turned 9. Mama wrote and recorded another song sequence. News coverage of the Mars mission dropped after the mining robots successfully landed. The reporters couldn't address people's real interest, who the first colonists would be, because even the applicants didn't know who'd been shortlisted. Mama and I were at Uncle Gustavo's the night the Super Six finally released the crew roster. I was sitting in a hand-carved cherry rocking chair, watching Gustavo show Mama a broken lute he hoped to mend. The attic room smelled of varnish, lacquer, a dozen different woods. Instruments stacked the shelves, violins, acoustic guitars, banjos, recorders, tambourines, castanets, a harp. Abruptly, a floor-to-ceiling screen on the far wall lit up, out of place in the otherwise old-fashioned room, and a reporter said, "So there we have it, the crew roster for Phase 1, and quite an eyeful they are." Uncle Gustavo put down the lute and switched from broadcast to net mode. "Sorry about the interruption. I'd like to know who's been picked." "That's fine," said Mama, looking calmer than she must have felt. Both of us had had months of practice at feigning boredom while other people jabbered on about Mars and the Super Six. The screen split into images of the dozen Phase 1 crew members, Mickey Ramirez, Satoru Nakamura, another of the Super Six, and 10 women who looked as though they belonged in a beauty pageant. The 3 of us stared at the screen in silence. Then Uncle Gustavo said, "Those weren't the type of qualifications I thought they'd be looking for." And Mama said, "Well, they did say it was a colonization program, so choosing young women makes sense." And I said, "Who's the one at the bottom right?" The black woman at the bottom right looked a few years older and a few degrees plainer than the others. Uncle Gustavo brought up her details. Susan Okayo, age 31, born in Greater Kenya, doctorate in robotics from MIT, 3 years designing and implementing an automated irrigation project in sub-Saharan Africa. Without prompting, Uncle Gustavo flicked through the details of the other women. Even the youngest, a 23-year-old nurse midwife, appeared well qualified. She had taken the extra year required to get her doctor's license and had worked as a trauma doc during the recent typhoons in the Philippines, using only a handheld medical advisor. So maybe the women were qualified, but it didn't take a rocket scientist to see that technical expertise hadn't been the only concern. I stared at Mama, suddenly wondering if other people thought she looked pretty, and guessing they did. If Mickey had kept his affair with her secret, maybe he had done so other times. Maybe he had tons of beautiful girlfriends. Maybe Mama was thinking the same thing. She was chewing on her bottom lip the way she did before my aunt's visits. Mama didn't get along with her sister. After a moment, I decided she needed a distraction. "Mama, may we go out for ice cream later?" She nodded. "Ice cream sounds good," said Uncle Gustavo. "Let's go right away." So the three of us went to a coffee shop and sat and ate ice cream on tall stools, Mama and I both busy pretending everything was all right. It was only as I finished the last mouthful of chocolate fudge sundae that I realized that if Mickey had had other affairs, he might also have had other children. That night, for the first time in ages, I had trouble sleeping. In the end, it was my mother who arranged for me to go to Mars. She contacted Mickey a week before my 13th birthday and asked him to give me a place among the Phase 3 colonists. On the morning of my birthday, she told me that any 13-year-old studying freshman biochemistry and Martian geology must be either obsessive or deeply committed. And then she told me that I was going to Mars in 6 months' time, provided I passed the physical, and that Mickey had promised to withhold my name and details until after the launch. After I calmed down, I sat cross-legged on my bed beside Mama. I didn't want to tell her about Mickey's phone call back when I was 8 years old, nor did I want to leave her behind. "Would you like to go to Mars too? If Mickey's willing to take me, perhaps he would let us go together. I could ask him—" No. I couldn't last a week as a vegetarian, and as for not eating chocolate, unthinkable." I have no words for how I feel about what Mama did, how she arranged for me to go, how she made it so easy for me, telling jokes, smiling as if everything was okay. "May I really go? Are you certain?" "I'm certain. I don't want you to leave me, but I want you to be happy, and you're not happy here." "I'm happy at home," I said. But at school I was more of a loner than ever. A few of the bright teenagers succeeded in the dual competition of socializing and schoolwork, but I was 3 years too young to be accepted in anyone's clique. "Get showered," said Mama. "Uncle Gustavo will be over soon. Don't tell anyone, not even him, until you've had the physical." "Okay." I bounced on the bed a few times. Mars! The next few months passed in a rush. I tried to make the most of still being on Earth. I ate burgers and ice cream, hiked, went to the zoo and open-air concerts. At times I was puzzled by Mama. She wouldn't come on hikes or accompany me to concerts, instead staying home to cook elaborate suppers for the two of us. I thought it was her way of dealing with my impending departure. I should have thought harder, should have wondered why she looked tired. I said goodbye to Mama in the arrivals parking strip at the airport. The taxi said, "We've arrived," and released our seatbelts. "Only my son's leaving," said Mama to the taxi. "Give us a minute." She bent over and squeezed me tight, kissing the top of my head. I pulled away, watching the red active light of the taxi's camera. "Taxi, privacy mode." The camera light switched off. "Mama, please come into the airport with me. I don't want to go." "Yes, you do. I'll miss you, I know. And if you don't write me every day, I'll get your father to send you home." I took a deep breath and then said the thing I had been trying hard not to think about since my birthday. Am I like Mickey? I'm using him to get a place in the crew. They never would have accepted me otherwise. "That's so," said Mama. "But you're clever enough to go. You're just a little young and a little, well, male. Think of this as your father's past catching up with him." "All right." I hesitated, then blurted, "I love you." "I love you too, querido. I will always love you." I hugged her, grabbed my bag, and got out of the taxi before I started bawling like a baby. 3 weeks later, I left Earth. I emailed my mother to tell her I had thrown up in the hour of 0G before they spun the ship. I emailed her about the other colonists on the ship.
11 young, smart, exceedingly well-qualified, exceedingly beautiful women who treated me like their kid brother. I was old enough to be disappointed by that last, but I tried not to show it. I emailed Mama to tell her that a quarter of the ship's living space had been reserved for hundreds of hummingbirds, and that I had the exalted job of cleaning their cages. The Super Six had an idiosyncratic and idealistic vision for their Martian colony. It would have been easier to rely on machines, manufacture everything from the air the colonists breathed to synthetic proteins for them to eat, create a sterile environment of metal and plastic and high-efficiency recycling. Instead, they had decided on fields of corn, wheat, potatoes, sweet potatoes, beans, kale, squash, worms wriggling in the synthetic dirt, hummingbirds hovering overhead. Mama sent me long, chatty messages, sometimes 2 or 3 messages in a single day, and Uncle Gustavo wrote from time to time. 1 week out from Mars, Mama missed sending me a message for a whole day. 2 days after that, Uncle Gustavo sent a note saying Mama had died of hepatitis K, and that she had been so proud of me, and that he knew how sad I must be. But he didn't know. He couldn't know. I avoided my crewmates as much as I could, unable to stand their sympathy. I scrubbed the hummingbird cages over and over again. I hated my mother for not telling me she was ill. I hated myself for not having realized. I scrubbed bird shit, trying to ignore the tiny bright birds themselves, the soft chew-chew of their calls, the thrum of their wings. Mama had been diagnosed with hepatitis well before I'd left, though she hadn't gotten really sick at first. But her illness was the reason she'd sent me away. To save me. To give me something in her place. I missed her. I still miss her. I wish she had given me the chance to say goodbye properly. But don't be sorry for me. I am the boy who got to go to Mars, and it was Mars that helped me, exactly as my mother intended. By the time I landed, 4 years after Mickey, the worst of the bootstrapping problems were over. Iron and aluminum, magnesium and titanium, nitrogen, oxygen, water, and syncrete poured from the base's underground refineries and distilleries. The Phase 1 colonists had struggled from crisis to crisis with only 3 adaptively intelligent master robots to assist them. Yes, they also had mining robots and manufacturing robots, but those were limited in scope. The Phase 2 colonists brought enough parts to equip another 17 adaptive robots, casting their bodies from Martian metal. When I arrived, 4 years after first landing, the colony could manufacture all but the most intricate components of the robots locally. Our ship had ferried sufficient parts to complete another 180 robots, and all the imported components fit into a box just 40 centimeters on a side. For my first week on Mars, Susan Okayo shepherded me around, a kindness I didn't fully appreciate at the time. At the advanced age of 37, she was the oldest woman there, and enjoying the end of her maternity leave, the only extended unscheduled time she'd had in years. She carried her baby Irene with her in a bright yellow sling, the 5th baby to be born in the colony. Whenever baby Irene needed to nurse, Susan and I would sit down and chat. The colony was a sprawling underground warren, even the uppermost level buried 7 meters below the surface. All the living quarters looked the same, rectangular rooms 3.1 meters high, with whitewashed walls and full-spectrum lights, identical carbon fiber swivel chairs and carbon fiber tables and carbon fiber shelving. Reconfiguring an assembly line to turn out different styles of furniture was low on the priority list. But the 5th level down in the warren housed a huge circular swimming pool, rock pillars rising from the water to a domed ceiling dotted with hundreds of pinpoint lamps. On my second evening on Mars, Susan asked if I would mind watching Irene while she swam. "I don't mind," I said, "but I have no idea what to do with the baby." "Just make sure to support her head." She lifted the baby out of the sling and handed her to me. I held Irene out in front of me, one hand rigid under her warm, chubby neck. I hadn't realized how penetrating a baby's cry can be. "Walk around a little," said Susan. "Hold her close." Irene quieted down. I eyed her, bracing for a second outburst, but after another minute she fell asleep in my arms. So I held Irene each evening while Susan swam. In between perfecting the art of changing diapers, I was acutely aware of the women in the pool, and fervently wished I were 20 centimeters taller and unblighted by pimples. I didn't see Mickey until my 6th day. By that time I had met everyone else in the colony, 57 women, 5 babies, and Satoru Nakamura, the man who had apparently spent the entirety of his vast fortune in order to come to Mars and dandle babies. He held reign over the nursery, where the oldest babies spent their daytimes. No billionaire I had seen on any newscast looked half as content as Daddy Satoru, as the women called him, busy reading picture books to 1-year-olds. At first I was relieved that Mickey kept his distance, then increasingly agitated. I didn't want to see him, but we couldn't avoid each other forever. Better to get the meeting over with. So I asked Susan to take me to Mickey. She led me to the auxiliary control room and stopped outside the door. Do you want me to go in with you? No, thanks. Maybe my face was more transparent than I meant it to be, because Susan said, You'll be fine. He doesn't bite. She squeezed my shoulder and walked away. I stood there for 10 minutes trying to work out what to say. Hello, Father? Dumped any women recently? Why didn't you ever visit us? I pulled the door open. Mama's voice floated out, singing an old song about Halley's Comet. I couldn't move. The music undid me, the familiar gentleness of her voice. It was as if she were right there in the room, as if I only had to turn around to see her sitting on a stool strumming her guitar. 1 minute, please, said Mickey, too engrossed in the data streaming across his screen to look around. I struggled to look impassive. So what if Mickey was listening to Mama sing? It was only sound waves. It didn't mean anything. But I hadn't listened to any of Mama's recordings since she died. I had never known how much of a person is in their voice. Mickey swiveled round. Ah. He looked nearly as awkward as I felt. He fumbled to turn off the music. Alex, welcome. I'm sorry about your mother. Thank you. To my surprise, I meant it. At least Mickey wasn't pretending nothing had happened. Did you know that Nina was ill? Yes. Uncle Gustavo had known. And Mickey. But not me. Mama wouldn't tell me, and I was too heedless, too selfish to guess. If only I had paid more attention. If only I could go back in time to tell her I was sorry. I forced myself out of my wallow of self-pitying recrimination and studied Mickey. He looked more like me than I cared for. We had the same nose, the same eyes. Why were you playing her music? He shrugged. I like her voice. She was on my mind. Why are you here, Alex? Because I'd dreaded meeting him, and it was better to get it over with than to keep on dreading it. But I couldn't say that, and there was something I wanted to know. How many of the colonists have you had sex with? Mickey stared at me. None. Do you expect me to believe you're celibate? Why else did you include appearance as a selection factor? He laughed, a proper shoulder-shaking laugh. Odd, I had never seen him laugh. Smile, yes, but nothing as uncontrolled as laughter. You remind me of myself as a teenager, said Mickey, blunt, smart. To answer your questions, Satoru and I agreed long before we left Earth that sex with the women would cause too many complications, so we each brought a sex bot. The women are pretty because that brings more publicity, and publicity can be converted into money. I had watched Mickey field variations on such questions 6 times, and he had always deflected the questions, making a joke or one of those self-deprecating remarks that the reporters lapped up. The answers he gave me were coldly cynical, but at least he was being direct. That had to be better than evasion or lies. Does appearance have a significant impact on the ratings? Oh, yes. The interviews with Susan played for less time and to lower audiences than those with, say, Marla. Mickey typed on the keyboard, and a series of graphs appeared on the screen. These are our current investments. Stocks, bonds, real estate, cash assets, patents, copyrights, licensing agreements. Grab a chair, Alex. Alejandro, I said. I pulled a second chair over and sat down a deliberate distance away from him. I sell media rights to footage from the colony, interviews, scientific reports, and so forth. Percentage-wise, it's a minor source of income, but it keeps us in the news.
Then I can sell other things for more money.
What type of things?
Names. Did you spot the plaque at the entrance to the swimming pool? The Roanback Leisure Center? That raised $18 billion. And babies. It's amazing what rich men will pay to father a child they'll never meet. Silence. Or what they will pay to avoid fathering a child, Mickey said quietly. He typed a string of instructions, bringing up further charts, not looking at me. I offered Nina 1/10 of my assets to have an abortion. I never have liked complications in my personal affairs. Messy. Distracting. I'd been wrong earlier. It would be better if Mickey lied to me. Better than being told that he'd offered a fortune to avoid the complication of my unwanted birth. Did you have other complications? Other kids? No. Mickey drummed the side of his chair with one finger. Tap, tap, tap. Only you. I don't believe in making the same mistake twice. Now, see this? That's the projected cost of the colony over the next 12 years, assuming 3% inflation back on Earth and 2 heavy-lift rocket launches every 26 months. I couldn't sit beside him pretending everything was okay, that I wasn't an inconvenient mistake in his life. I stood up. Goodbye, Mickey. Bye, Alejandro. Come any time. He swiveled away from his screen to look at me, his finger tapping against the chair. What I said earlier about making mistakes, maybe the mistake I made wasn't the one I thought at the time. Maybe Nina was right. He turned back to his screen. I'm glad you came. That was the closest Mickey ever got to an apology. A week after I landed on Mars, Susan Okayo returned to part-time work, leaving baby Irene in Satoru's care and me at a loose end. So I went on the work roster, and they assigned me to be the Green Level's dog's body. Maybe one day people will terraform Mars, but until then cosmic and solar radiation render the surface mostly off-limits. Instead, the colony is carving out an underground world, striving for self-sufficiency without mimicking Terran solutions. Beneath the factory levels and the living quarters are the green levels, home to acre upon acre of fields and vegetable gardens. And there I worked, checking on the worms and bees, fixing sprinklers, setting up trellises, supervising the planter machine as it sowed cereals and vegetables, berries and melons and herbs. The green levels had a comfortable disorder to them. One crop would grow in record time, flourishing in a pest-free environment with perfect temperatures. Another would waste away until the software found a better soil substrate. I liked the moist smell after the sprinklers watered the beds. I liked getting dirt on my pants and under my fingernails. Most of all, I liked being somewhere where I didn't feel awkward or the odd one out. 3 women also worked with the crops, but even back then the green levels extended far beyond the rest of the warren. Sometimes I spent the whole day without bumping into another human, and I saw more of Susan Okayo, who liked to bring Irene and have lunch with me, than my co-workers. Thanks to relatively cancer-resistant genes, I was allowed 3 hours of unshielded surface time per week. Once I'd been through the safety training, no one babysat me the way they would have on Earth, or even on the moon. I got into the habit of suiting up every Friday night and heading outside alone. Then I'd walk through the encircling army of solar panels until I left the base behind. Outside in the dark, I felt lighter, almost weightless, even though I'd long since adjusted to Martian gravity. It wasn't a physical thing. Maybe it was that when I was down in the warren of the colony, I was subliminally aware of the meters of rock over my head. That was when I fell in love with Mars, those few hours a week. Sitting on a rock, watching Phobos cross the night sky. Don't mistake me, Phobos is no beauty. It's an undersized, misshapen potato of a moon, about 1/3 the apparent size of the moon as seen from Earth. But I liked to track its progress. I liked sitting by myself in the empty dark, the stars hard and bright and clear above me. I guess I have always been a loner. The geeky kid. The only boy on Mars. Over the years, Mars slowly changed. Beyond its central swimming pool, the 5th level of the warren filled up with aquaria, vast tanks of clams and fish and seaweed. The apple trees bore their first fruit. Here and there were things I had helped with, an improvement to the harvesting machines, tighter dust seals for the rovers, a program that painted subtly different patterns on bowls and plates and cups. The hummingbirds I had looked after on my way to Mars kept multiplying, their soft choo-choo calls filling the flower gardens. The colony is up to 1,200 people now. When they reach 2,000, they plan to allow the first baby boys to be born. As for me, once it started taking me half an hour just to walk past the solar panels on my nighttime excursions to get out by myself beyond the base perimeter, I grew restless. I took the rovers out on surveying expeditions. I talked for hours with Susan Akayo about robotics. Then one night I asked my father to go for a walk with me. We walked between 2 rows of solar panels, the only noise the whisper of the suit recyclers. I wouldn't say we were friends, but we had grown used to each other's presence and didn't feel a need to fill in the silence with chit-chat. When we got a fair distance beyond the base, I sat down on a rock. Nikki sat nearby. For a few minutes we gazed up at the stars together. After a while, I said, "Why did you fund the Mars colony?" I had thought about the question a lot, and I hoped I had guessed something close to the right answer. Because I didn't think it would happen otherwise, not in my lifetime. And I wanted to be a part of it, of the challenge, the grand adventure, to go somewhere where the mountains haven't been climbed. He stared up at the sky. Not that I got to do much climbing. Too busy financing the damn thing. But I took a rover out a few times, long hauls. That paid me back and more. He didn't elaborate. He didn't have to. We sat there a while longer. So I said, "How about funding a second colony?" I left Mars 11 months ago with Susan Akayo in a ship called the Nina. We're outward bound to see if we can solve the bootstrapping problem for the robots on Titan. It should be quite a trip. BIGFOOT. Sarina Dorie. Reading time 51 minutes. Sarina Dorie has sold over 150 short stories to markets like Analog, Daily Science Fiction, Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, Orson Scott Card's IGMS, Cosmos, and Abyss and Apex. Her stories and published novels have won humor contests and Romance Writer of America awards. She has sold 3 novels to publishers. Her steampunk romance series, The Memory Thief, and her collections Fairies, Robots, and Unicorns, Oh My, and Ghosts, Werewolves, and Zombies, Oh My, are available on Amazon, along with a dozen other novels she has written. Recently, she has released a series titled Wombi's School for Wayward Witches. You can find info about her short stories and novels on her website, www.sarinadorie.com. I ran my fur-covered fingers over the yellowing papers my old friend Squeaker had stuck to the darkest section of cave wall with tree sap. Moisture had curled the paper, and mildew ate at the edges, but the face of his beautiful Jane remained. She walked in the jungle, holding hands with a primate, her blonde hair clinging to her neck in damp strands. In another magazine clipping she gazed directly at me, her hair more silver than blonde, her eyes crinkling with the smile of a wise woman. If there was one human my friend had wished he could meet in his lifetime, it would have been Jane Goodall. Now that Squeaker was gone, only his dreams of her remained. Not that my kind were apt to let our presence be known, but if there was one human who might understand us, it would be her. He had told this to me and me alone, thinking I might share his restless energy and determination for something different than the life my people led as recluses and nomads. He was right. I wanted something more, and tonight was the night I would get it. A chorus of snickers erupted from behind me. Little Sister and her 2 friends shook with laughter. Floppy tangles of hair covered their eyes, though not the sneers of their furless lips. As much as I hated sharing a cave with the 7 families of my tribe, It would be worse to be alone, Sasquatch. My memories flickered to Squeaker's wrinkled eyes and face, and his fur speckled with silver. He had liked telling stories about humans from the old days when the first tribes had lived in the area. He claimed his great-grandfather had been friends with the wise man from the Sallis tribe. Sometimes Squeaker recounted adventures he had exploring close to human homes. He hid stashes of magazines under rocks and inside hollows of trees where old Greyface wouldn't find them. If it hadn't been for him, I might not have learned to read. The day old Greyface exiled him from our tribe had been the worst in my life. Little sister reached for a picture, but I slapped her hand away. She crinkled her nose, brown fur standing on end.
Bigfoot, old Greyface had to take down those pictures of that stupid human, not drool over them,
Little sister said, in a mixture of words and gestures that made up our language. I noticed the way she said those pictures. She didn't dare say Squeaker's pictures. No one said his name anymore. 2 summers had passed since he'd left. These photos were all that remained. Slowly I pried the biggest picture from the wall, feeling more of my closest friend disappearing. Even his scent had slipped away from his section of the cave. If it hadn't been for little sister, old Greyface wouldn't have even found his stash of pictures that I'd made sure remained hidden behind a curtain of hair-like lichen. Curly Girl, little sister's closest comrade, ran her fingers through the thick ringlets of chestnut locks over her arms, a gesture that might have caused one of the other males to drool over her. I rolled my eyes. She may have been Squeaker's granddaughter, but that didn't mean I had to like her. She batted her eyelashes, her expression so overdramatic she had to be mocking me.
You can't possibly prefer one of those sickly-looking humans to a real female like he did. That human would never be able to keep her children warm with those bald arms. She'd never be able to keep you warm.
I ignored the way she ogled my big hairy toes. My feet were bigger than anyone else's, earning me the name Bigfoot. I tore down the smaller pictures, my heart breaking a little more with each one.
What would you even say if you met her?
Chatterbox, little sister's other friend, asked over my shoulder.
Me Bigfoot, you Jane?
I whirled on them, tired of their taunting. I stood taller, as much as one could in the cave. I believe the correct usage of their language would be... I slowly enunciated the words in perfect English, or what I hoped was perfect English. It was the best I could do from watching campers and hikers and stealing their magazines. Ahem. I, Bigfoot. Or better yet, I am Bigfoot. Or I might even say, pardon me, I am Bigfoot. I am pleased to make your... They rolled on the cave floor, screeching with laughter. Teenagers. Not that I was much older, but I didn't think I had ever gone through a phase of acting like a moron. One of the old females shushed the 3 of them and made them go outside where they wouldn't grate on everyone's nerves. I wadded up most of the pictures and threw them in old Greyface's corner where he napped. His wheezing breath came out in gasps, occasionally punctuated by a cough. He might not have been the strongest anymore, nor the one with the biggest feet, but he was the wisest, and I still had to mind him. I returned to my own section in the back and squatted down to arrange the bedding I'd woven from moss and lichen. Little sister's grating screech from outside still reached my ears. Sitting in my corner where it was safe, I slipped a picture of Jane Goodall under my mat, hoping no one noticed. Mother's eyes met mine from across the cave. Old and bent over, her fur silver with age, she looked more tired than ever. She frowned. I got up and left my bed before she said anything. I didn't need another lecture on, don't you think it's time you took a mate? You aren't going to pine away for a human like he did, are you? It was for the best I snuck out of the cave before my agitation gave me away. While the other males were off raiding campsites to bring back offerings to our leader and rations for the upcoming winter, I was going to the human world. I would find Jane. I hesitated when I reached the tree line. The glow of a distant car lit the road. My heart sped up as the engine rumbled closer. If old Greyface discovered I had been this far from the forest, he might shun me this time. He might make me leave the cave and live like a lone wolf, or lone Sasquatch in my case. If I didn't find another tribe to join, I'd die once winter came. What the wolves didn't consume, my own people would find and scatter, using me as an example of what happened to bad Sasquatches who didn't listen to their leader, like Squeaker. I shivered, remembering how I'd followed Squeaker's musky scent, only to find his carcass in the lacy bed of ferns. Forever trapped in my mind would be that blackbird pecking out his eyes. When the car had passed, I crossed the road, and then another. As the trees grew smaller and sparser, the perfume of pine and earth disappeared into the reek of industrial waste. I had never been this far out, even with Squeaker, but he had described the way well enough that I knew where to find the treasure. That treasure had been the last offering he'd brought, the one old Greyface had refused. My feet whispered over the paved street. I stole past buildings smelling of urine and vomit. They didn't resemble the pristine, whitewashed homes I was used to seeing in Better Homes and Gardens. I shrank back from streetlights and headed toward the cluster of dumpsters behind a structure made of uniform red rock. The distant rhythm of voices echoed from the other side of immense buildings that resembled the jagged basalt cliff face on the south side of the mountain. The odors of rotting food mixed with chemicals assaulted my nostrils as I lifted the creaking lid of the garbage can. I kept one ear on those voices in case they came closer. I dug through the refuse, sniffing around for anything edible. Yeast and the spicy sweet aroma of red sauce wafted from a cardboard box. When I opened it, I found 3 triangles of pizza topped with vegetables. My mouth watered. I took a tentative bite from one that was half-eaten. The crust was chewy and hard, but still fresh enough to be flavorful. This pizza would be my salvation. With such an offering, old Greyface wouldn't even notice the magazines. I moved on to the larger dumpsters beyond, finding one full of glass and another of plastic. There was nothing I could provide for my tribe from these. No scraps of fabric to wrap around the babies who hadn't yet grown a full coat of fur when winter came. No canned food for when our resources became scarce. Certainly no can opener to replace the one that had broken. The last dumpster was twice as big as the others. It could have served as a small cave for a family of Sasquatches. When I lifted the lid, one flap fell back against the building with a loud thud. I jumped and glanced over my shoulder, but no humans were in sight. As I turned back to the garbage, my heart swelled with unexpected joy. Not a single magazine covered by moldy spaghetti was before me, but a dumpster half full of nearly pristine magazines and books. Somewhere in there had to be Squeaker's Jane. My Jane. I climbed inside this dream cave and basked in my treasure. Squeaker had told me to look for the magazines with the bright yellow border, the National Geographics, because she would be in those more often than others. I sorted through, flipping pages and examining pictures by moonlight. Voices rose as humans approached, their words too high and fast to be clear. I peeked over the edge of the dumpster, but didn't see anyone. A woman screamed. Footsteps scuffled on the pavement, closer than before. I ducked under one side of the lid, hoping I might hide and continue my search without being caught. My heart thundered as one set of footsteps grew closer. Even if I was bigger than any human I might encounter, I would never dare fight one. I knew the stories of our past, the way humans had once hunted my people and forced us into hiding. My people remembered, even if theirs had forgotten. The moon shifted behind a cloud. The slapping of footsteps on pavement continued. When the clouds parted, the rays fell on a cover with a yellow border and the photo of a woman. I reached for the magazine, certain it was Jane Goodall. Just as I did so, the footsteps skidded to a halt before the dumpster. A figure scrambled up the side and fell in, landing hard on the magazines with an oof. A bag of potato chips and pellets of multicolored candy spilled out of the open knapsack on the human's back. I recoiled into the shadows on the opposite side of the dumpster, trying to fit the bulk of my body in the corner under the lid. Panic made the pizza in my stomach flip-flop. I fought the urge to gasp for air and flee. If I just stayed in the corner where it was safe, I might avoid being detected. The human scrambled into the other corner, face pressed against a crack in the metal. I might have mistaken the figure for a boy with the short hair and slight build, but the perfumes of cosmetics mingling with her female pheromones tingled in my nostrils. Her mess of ebony curls hid her face as she crouched. The girl's ragged breath died down to a quiver. Her skin was darker than my fur, and I couldn't help staring. Under her tiny foot lay the magazine I wanted. I could now see without question it was a picture of Jane Goodall. She was so close I could have reached out and grabbed it, but there was no way I could let myself be known. I suddenly understood what Squeaker had meant about not being able to overcome his dread in order to speak with a human. A voice, deep and damaged by chemicals and disease, shouted, come out, wherever you are!" 2 sets of footsteps shuffled past. I held my breath, afraid my ragged pants might give me away. The girl remained frozen in the corner, face pressed up against the crack. I didn't dare move. She trembled in the torn sweater she wore, wrapping her arms about herself. It wasn't cold, but she didn't have fur like I did. I wondered how it was that humans could have lasted as long as they had, with their little feet and hairless arms, as exposed as babies. How was it that they could have overcome the superior strength of Neanderthals, and then us? The feet changed from careless thuds to sneakily slow. They remained nearby, closest to the dumpster where I'd found the pizza. The girl sank back and sighed. Perhaps she didn't hear them and thought the danger had passed. Now that she was out of the shadows, her naked face became visible in the moonlight. A blue smear of paint circled her brown eyes, almost covering the purplish tinge to the skin around one of them. She was old enough to have mammaries, maybe little sister's age, but frailer and more vulnerable looking. I thought again to what old Greyface had said about humans caring so little for their own kind that they would have no qualms about hurting one of us. I'd often dreamed it might be otherwise, that we might live in harmony some day. My gut clenched looking again to the bruise on her face. Something about this girl and her fear of her own kind made me wonder if old Greyface was right. Though she sniffed at the air several times, she didn't look at me, but then that came as no surprise. Sasquatches knew the art of stillness, and humans weren't used to using their eyes like my kind did. Oblivious to me or the danger outside, she lifted a magazine, one with red letters and a boy's face on the cover, before throwing it aside. Realizing her foot was squished in a slice of pizza, she shifted and scooted it out from underneath her. So much for the perfect offering. There was still one undamaged piece I might be able to salvage after she left. To my misfortune, she lifted that last piece from the box and sniffed it. I cringed as she bit into it. Now I would have nothing to give as an offering, even if I did get my magazine. I would have to search again. I glanced up at the moon. It had sunk lower. I needed to hurry and find a new gift so that I could leave and be back to the forest before dawn, like the other males. Her knee crunched into the potato chips that had spilled from her backpack. I flinched at the way the sound echoed into the nearly silent night. I wanted to shush her, to tell her to stay still, but I knew anything I did would just make the situation worse. The lid of one of the other dumpsters crashed against the building with a thud. The girl flinched. By this point her eyes must have grown accustomed to the shadows. She again sniffed at the air, turning her head in my direction. Her eyes grew wide. She opened her mouth. I waited for the scream that would bring my end. Instead, she choked, and pizza fell out of her mouth. Her feet kicked out, sending magazines flying, the potato chip bag crinkling. I brought my finger to my lips and shook my head. Whether she understood the gesture or simply became aware of how much noise she was making, she stopped. She didn't take her eyes off me. The painfully slow shuffle of feet edged closer to the dumpster. The wind shifted, bringing the men's odor of sweat and alcohol. I wondered if the girl smelled their lust, too, and she knew what they intended for her. I could only imagine how they might react if they found me. If I scrunched up in the shadows where it was safe, they probably would just grab her. They wouldn't notice me or have interest in my magazine. I might be able to salvage the squished slice of pizza and have time to find another gift. The reek of alcohol grew closer. Two faces peered over the edge of the dumpster.
"Let humans tend to their own problems," old Greyface often said. "They'll kill themselves off some day, and we'll reign again."
It was safer to stay in the corner. It was what old Greyface would have commanded. I was certain it wasn't what Squeaker would have said.
"I almost met my Jane,"
he'd told me once in his creaky, squeaky voice as we crouched in the trees past the stream where no one could hear.
"It was in my younger days when I used to sneak out to the place of learning. That's where the good magazines are."
I leaned forward, all attention. Squeaker scratched his silver chin.
"I spied on the humans every chance I could get, wanting to learn like the young humans that go to the place of learning. One night I heard them talking about my Jane. They said she would be giving a lecture there. Can you imagine the thrill it gave me to learn I might meet her?"
The same thrill filled my heart at the idea of speaking with a human. And not just any human, but this wise woman who was said to understand creatures not so different from Sasquatches.
"I snuck up to that building where the lecture would be and listened outside. Her voice was so loud with the help of those magic boxes I could hear her words,"
Squeaker said.
"I kept telling myself I should stop feeling so scared and sneak in. They called her an ambassador. She would want to meet one of us. The room was full of humans like her. Surely they would want to meet one of our people, too. I resolved I would do it. I kept edging up to the door, but every time I saw a human it filled me with panic, and I backed away again. When the lecture was over and a flood of people trickled out the doors, my heart sank. I thought I had missed my chance. My hope rose again when I saw her exit with another human. I knew that was my moment. And still I couldn't make my feet move forward. I couldn't overcome that horror of humans instilled in us from times of old. The blood of 1,000 generations before me kept me rooted to my spot."
I tried to make him feel better. "It's for the best you didn't speak with a human. Old Greyface says it's better to stay away from them. He says they'll kill us.
He says maybe they would."
He sighed, sadness whispering from his hunched form.
"But I never tried. That was my one regret. There she was, right in front of me, my Jane. I didn't have the courage to try. But you know what they say about big feet? It means you have a big brain, too. And I know you have the courage to match it."
After Squeaker left us, I told myself I would continue in his footsteps in secret, no matter what the cost. Just like Squeaker, I resolved to only allow my presence to become known to the right people. A more difficult task than I had imagined. In that moment, as the men's hands reached in to grab at the girl and she screamed, I watched in frozen horror, not wanting to give myself away, just as Squeaker had once been unable to move. At the same time, I knew I couldn't just sit there. This was about more than just me and my danger. I leapt to my feet, knocking back half of the plastic lid against the wall. I roared with everything I had in me. I loomed over the men, swiping at them, though I had no intention of hitting them. They leapt back and screamed. "A bear!" one of them stammered as he ran off. The other one disappeared into the shadows, his feet a rapid rhythm into the distance. He panted, "Tripping! I'm tripping again!" The girl cowered in her corner, her hands raised protectively over her head. I was fairly certain she recognized I wasn't a bear or a delusion from an intoxicated mind. When she didn't run, I wondered if she was as frozen as I had been moments ago. I sat back down and waited for her to say something. She continued to tremble, her voice coming out in a whimper. I cleared my throat and ran my clammy hands over the fur of my belly. This was probably going to be my only chance to speak with a human and use my secretly practiced English. though I had hoped it would be with a wise woman like Jane, who I would get to speak with someday. My voice came out as a raspy grumble. "Excuse me, I am Bigfoot. I am pleased to make your acquaintance." Her eyebrows shot up, her lips parting to let out a giggle. "Nuh-uh," she said. "You're like, more nervous giggles. You're a hairsuit, or, no. How do you say it? Someone hairy suit? Her suit?" I shrugged, having no idea what she was talking about. "I am Bigfoot. Ahem. And you are?" Her giggle grew maniacal. This really wasn't going the way I had envisioned it would, meeting a human. On the plus side, she wasn't screaming. I prompted, "I believe your customs, dictate it is now your turn to introduce yourself." She pinched her arm and giggled again. "I'm not dreaming. She broke off into laughter. "I'm Jenny." "Excuse me, Jenny, but you are on my magazine, and your foot is in my pizza." "Oh, sorry." Her eyes widened, and she scooted over, grinding her heel into the pizza. I shook my head and groaned. I placed the remnants of pizza back in the box. After a little searching, I found my yellow-rimmed magazine. Wouldn't you know it, Jane Goodall's face had been ripped in half. I flipped the pages, hoping to find a good one of her inside. My face flushed with heat, and I quickly turned the page, not wanting this child to see me staring at this woman's toes. Jenny craned her neck to see the article. "Oh, is that Jane Goodall?" I shrugged, doing my best not to appear too excited. It was bad enough having female Sasquatches ridicule me. I didn't need a human child to do so as well. Many of the pages from inside the magazine had been cut out. I didn't find a good picture of Jane Goodall inside. The article mentioned her name, though nothing of her whereabouts or that she'd be giving a lecture in the vicinity. I threw down the magazine in frustration, feeling guilty when Jenny flinched. "You're from the forest, right? You didn't come to the recycling center just for magazines, did you?" she asked. She didn't say it in the insolent way little sister would have. Her innocent curiosity made what I'd done seem all the more stupid. A picture of a human really wasn't why I was here. I could have tried to describe the restless feeling inside my chest every time I thought of Squeaker and the way he'd almost met Jane Goodall, but I didn't know if I understood what I wanted myself. I came this way looking for... I struggled for the right words in her language. An offering for my tribe. I was going to use the pizza. She tapped the box with her tattered little sneaker. "You mean the pizza I stepped on?" I glanced at the moon. I imagined the other males had gotten their pick of items in coolers from campsites, cans of tuna fish and granola bars still in the wrappers. Those would be valuable rations for the long winter ahead when hunting became scarce. It wasn't like the days when Squeaker had been young and there was abundant food in the forest. I swung one leg over the side of the dumpster, then the other. Jenny's little hands grabbed onto the hair of my arm. "Thank you for scaring those guys away. Tears filled her eyes. I bowed my head. "Go home before they come back." Her face crumpled, and she dropped her head into the fur of my shoulder. I stiffened, trying to fight the urge to recoil. I was going to smell of human when I got back. How was I going to explain that to old Greyface? She wailed, "I ran away from home a week ago." I patted her head of dark curls. They felt thick and coarse like my own. Jenny was an exile, like Squeaker. Though unlike Squeaker, who at least had been experienced and wise in both humans and survival, she was too young and naive to survive on her own. I shook my head. "Why would you choose—" Again I struggled for the words in her language. "I got in a fight with my mom and—" Her words became lost in her sobs before she started up again. "She doesn't ever let me do anything. I don't want to live with her. She doesn't let me go out after 8 and says I'm too young to—" Sounds like someone should have listened to her mother. I hated how much I sounded like old Greyface. And yet, was it so bad that he just wanted to keep our tribe safe, to keep our race alive? An instant later, anger boiled up in me when I thought about what he'd done to my dearest friend. Squeaker had been trying to ensure the safety of our race, too. I understood what old Greyface didn't. I read the accounts of habitat destruction in the other species of the world, gray wolves, pandas, elephants, and now us. Jenny crossed her arms, suddenly looking petulant.
Yeah? And do you listen to everything your mother tells you?
I thought of my mother's nagging to choose a mate and smiled sheepishly. No, I am different from other Sasquatches. She snorted, sounding very much like Little Sister.
Yeah, well, I'm not like most humans.
I lifted her out of the dumpster and set her on her feet. She stared up at me with wide doe eyes that reminded me how young she was. Again, I imagined Little Sister out here in this human world of dangers. I knew what I would say to her, not that she would listen to me. Go home. You need your tribe, your family, even if you don't agree with everything they tell you. I tried to make my voice sound commanding, like old Greyface's. I don't think I quite managed. I sounded more tired and resigned than anything else, but Jenny didn't argue.
What if they find me again?
She didn't have to say who they were. I chewed on my lip. The moon was closer to the tree line. How far away do you live? Do you know how to get home? She nodded. This was probably the stupidest thing I'd ever done. I hefted her bag over my shoulder and let her lead the way.
Do you see this scar?
Old Greyface had once asked when I was a child. He pointed to a long stretch of bald skin on the side of his face. Even then his face had been gray with age, his eyes weathered with sorrow and time.
Hunters did that. Probably thought I was a bear.
He leaned toward me, his musky scent of sweat and pine needles sharp in my nose.
And that's not all they did. They shot me in the leg. The pain was so intense I couldn't walk. I had to crawl to get away. That's what a Sasquatch has to do. You fight the pain because no matter how bad the situation is, you can't let them find you. I hid for an entire day in the brush, thinking I might bleed to death. I waited until they'd left to drag myself home, because there would only be one thing worse than them finding me, and that would be leading them to the rest of you.
I thought about this as I walked Jenny home. If old Greyface knew what I was doing, he'd shun me for certain. He'd remind me how he'd made me promise on the eve of my first raid that I would never allow myself to be seen by a human. Guilt clawed at my insides. I'd broken that promise. But then I suppose I had broken that promise the day I decided to learn to read and write. I pulled Jenny into the shadows next to a building as a car passed us. I can't let them see me, I told her. She bit at one of her fingernails.
You're like an endangered species? There aren't many of you left?
I hesitated, not sure how much I should divulge. If humans knew, they'd look for us. I grunted the word for exterminate in my language, unsure how to say it in English. The few of us left. You can't tell anyone about me. Her expression of concern melted into indignation.
That's not what would happen. Scientists would abduct you and do experiments on you.
Her eyes became thoughtful, and she took my hand again.
I guess that's not a whole lot better. But not everyone would be like that. I'm not like that.
I didn't say that was because she was a child. You won't tell anyone?
No, I'm not a narc.
Though I didn't understand all her words, I knew from the intensity of her eyes that she would keep my secret. We walked in silence. My throat hurt from so much talking, and my feet ached from the unyielding hardness of the pavement. I tried not to glance at the moon. She pointed to a building as flat as a tree stump and wider than the stream I crossed at the bottom of my mountain. The moon was nearly gone from my view by this point, slipping below the jungle of buildings. Dawn would be approaching soon. I might make it back to the safety of the forest, but I wouldn't make it to the cave. And I wouldn't have time to find a new offering. She caught me looking at the moon.
I can see if we have any pizza in the fridge.
I ruffled her locks of curly hair. It isn't pizza I need. What I needed was for humans to stop encroaching on my home, to stop hunting our game, to keep poachers away. Jenny was only a child. She couldn't solve the problems of my people any more than Little Sister could end the war and violence in theirs. Jenny kicked at a metal bottle, the clatter making me twitch. I looked around to see if anyone peeked out their window to see what made the noise. The night remained still and sleeping. Jenny squeezed my hand.
I feel bad I messed up your offering. I want to make it up to you. To thank you.
I thought about my tribe and the small mound of appropriated canned food in the corner. I considered the baby last winter who had frozen in her mother's arms. My ears remembered the way old Greyface coughed all through the night. If we didn't have to hide high in the mountain where it was so cold, we might have had it easier. I clenched my fists in frustration. We need a can opener, and a way to keep warm on the coldest nights, and magic to heal the sick, and hope that things might get better someday. I regretted my outburst. I doubted she could do any of that.
Oh, she said, that's a lot.
Her face brightened.
But I can get you a can opener if you wait for me in the trees around back.
She walked up the stairs to the building. She turned back as if making sure I was still there. I nodded. She knocked on the door. As soon as it opened, I sank into the shadows. A woman threw her arms around Jenny.
Sweetie, I was so worried about you. Where have you been?
I retreated around the back to the trees. I waited, not expecting her to appear. I shifted my weight, weary from travel. I wanted to sit on one of the patio chairs next to the glass doors. As tired as I was, I didn't dare. I listened to the muffled voices above, unable to make out their words. A light brightened in one of the windows. I couldn't find the moon on the horizon. This was taking forever. Even if Jenny gave me a can opener, I was fairly certain I would still be in trouble. But old Greyface wouldn't be able to give me a beating with how bad that cough of his was. On the other hand, if I didn't come home with something as good as a can opener... A door opened on one of the dark balconies above. Someone stepped out. I froze, hoping to remain unseen.
Bigfoot,
Jenny whispered. I stepped forward. I'm here.
Will I ever see you again?
Not unless I'm caught and they put me in one of your zoos. Or I get hunted and stuffed and put in one of your museums. Or if you decide to become ambassador to the last tribes of Sasquatches. She dropped something from the balcony, a rattling thud in the grass not far from my toes. My heart sank. It definitely was too big to be a can opener. I picked it up, noticing how light and fluffy it was. It was her backpack, stuffed with something soft. Maybe she'd put a blanket in there because I had mentioned we needed to stay warm. I smiled.
What if I'm hiking in the woods? Would you say hello if you saw me?
Jenny asked. I wondered if all humans were this strange and unpredictable. My throat tightened, making it difficult to speak. Yes. Goodbye, Jenny.
Goodbye, Bigfoot.
The breeze carried the scent of salt and sorrow. She sniffled. A woman's voice called out from behind her,
Jennifer, what are you doing out there?
Jenny darted inside and slid the door closed. The pack rattled as I swung it over my shoulders. I fought the temptation to peer inside. It was a long trek back home, and I had no time to indulge my curiosity. As dawn crept across the sky, the mountain became visible through the trees, calling me home. My footsteps intermixed with the familiar rhythm of bird song and animals scurrying in underbrush. When I neared the human campsites at the base of the mountain, I tread so softly that even I couldn't hear my footsteps. The rattle within the bag remained silent. A dog barked, hailing my presence. I hurried past, my steps no secret to anyone who should be listening. The rattling in the bag startled me as I quickened my pace. I hid in a cluster of trees, slowly unzipping the backpack. Puffy fabric met my hand as I slid it inside and pulled out a coat. I froze when a bag of potato chips crinkled. I glanced about. A bluebird stared at me as if waiting in expectation. Inside the bag I found cookies and pizza-flavored potato chips. I smiled at that. Matches, a variety of bottles filled with medicines, magazines, and a book. At the bottom I found what I suspected to be a can opener, though this one looked newer and sleeker than the rusty broken one. As for the rattling, I suspected it came from the pills inside the bottles. I debated whether I should hide all but the can opener and come back for the rest after dark. The risk that a mountain lion or black bear might find the food forced me to repack it and move on. I put up with the rattling that echoed like a beacon on my back. I kept glancing over my shoulder, making certain no humans followed. It took nearly all morning to make it back. A greeting of whoops and hollers met me at the edge of the cave. I slid the bag from my aching shoulders. My mother threw her arms around me. "I thought you must have been shot this time. You were gone so long. We were all—" She sniffed at my fur, at the spot Jenny had buried her face, and cried. If it hadn't been the peak of the day when humans might float by on their boats, I could have washed her scent off me. It was too late now. Little sister already had the bag open. "You brought back the biggest hoard ever!" I crawled onto my cushions of moss and lichen, wanting to sleep the rest of the day away, but the commotion over my treasures made that impossible. Little sister dragged me outside again. The heat of the day still lingered, my summer coat not quite cool enough to stand in the blunt of sunlight. The females sat in a circle, keeping to the shade. The backpack sat open in the center of them as they arranged the contents in a line next to it. I didn't know where the males were. Maybe they were off discussing what to do with me. Curly Girl greeted me by thrusting the can opener at me. "You've got the biggest feet out of all of us. Let's see if you've got the biggest brain." The way she ogled my furry toes sent a flush of warmth to my cheeks. Had she always looked at me that way, or was this something new? She seemed older and more mature than I remembered. Perhaps it was the reminder of how thick her fur was on her face compared to the baldness of Jenny's. I turned my attention to the can opener. The turning mechanism was smooth and soundless, unlike the gritty clickety-click of the old rusty one before it had broken. Curly Girl held a small can of tuna fish. My gaze darted toward the bushes and trees. Old Greyface doesn't like to open the canned provisions except in the winter. "It isn't like the old one," my mother said, her brown eyes crinkled with concern. "We can't get it to work." I placed the can opener over the lip of the can and turned the handle. It didn't grab on and cut into the metal. Was it broken? My offering was little more than junk if it didn't work. My mother placed a mound of fresh blackberries in front of me. I ignored it. As some of the other males returned and marveled over my treasures, I slipped off a few paces, attempting to open the can with fewer onlookers. I tried to fit the thing over the edge of the can, but no matter what I did, I couldn't get it to work. So much for big feet equaling big brains. I threw it into the pile of wrappers and garbage. My mother had sorted the magazine and book into this heap as well. I lifted the book. There were no pictures, and the words were small. It would be a trial to read, but if Jenny had put it in there, she must have wanted me to read it. I slowly mouthed the title, The Outsiders. Wouldn't you know it, but that was the moment I caught old Greyface watching me as he leaned against a tree. Pine needles were still stuck to his face, as though he'd just woken from a nap. I wondered how long he'd been watching. I dropped the book, the pages fluttering in the mild breeze. It took but moments for the cheerful grunts and exclamations to die down under the weight of his ominous stare. Curly Girl left the cookies she'd been carefully breaking in half so that there'd be enough for everyone. She joined her family, who'd begun to back up. They stared at the patches of clover and ferns covering the ground like I'd already been exiled. Little sister nudged the can opener under the magazine and wrappers. The crinkle of cellophane caught old Greyface's attention. Little sister's brown eyes spoke 1,000 apologies as they met mine. She drew back and scampered behind Mother. The others shuffled away from my treasures, probably not wanting to be caught with them if they displeased old Greyface. He limped forward, his right leg dragging as it always did from the old gunshot wound. The only noise in the silence was his rattling breath. He glanced over the food and medicine, his expression remaining a stern mask. He kicked the can opener out from the pile of garbage. His eyes narrowed. "You couldn't even find a can opener that worked, could you? You went out thinking you were being courageous by endangering yourself. Is that what you think? It's heroic to risk the lives of all of us for a broken can opener?" He lifted his chin, his eyes sweeping over the others. "You want to celebrate someone who's going to get us all killed?" He broke into a fit of coughing. I hung my head in shame. My gaze fell on the bottle of green liquid that said cough syrup. I picked it up. "This should help your cough," I said. He knocked the medicine from my outstretched hand, releasing a sharp bark of cough. I cringed back. He stomped down on my hoard, scattering the open box of cookies Curly Girl had carefully been dividing. She was turned away like her family, her father's arm around her shoulders. She shuddered at the crunch of old Greyface's feet over wrappers and food. "Trash! It's all trash!" Old Greyface roared. The thunder of his voice sent up a group of birds from the trees. "The can opener isn't trash," someone whispered. A rumbling growl, part anger and part congestion, sounded in the back of old Greyface's throat. Broken Nose stepped forward, his eyes remaining on the ground. "It's not broken like the old one. It just works different." He brought forward the can of tuna fish and kneeled down with the can opener. Instead of placing it over the lip of the can, he held it against the top. A satisfying pop sounded as the metal bit into the can, and he peeled the lid away. He held it up. "It digs into the side of the can and pushes down the metal. There aren't any jagged edges. It's a new kind." He ran his finger over the edge of the metal, demonstrating. Old Greyface's severe expression didn't change. Broken Nose pushed it closer to Old Greyface. "A can opener isn't going to save Bigfoot from exile," the old Sasquatch said. My mother's muffled wail rose up from behind me. My heart sank. Broken Nose retreated a few steps, but not quite to the circle around me. He hung his head, too, I guessed because he didn't wish to challenge Old Greyface's authority. I supposed he didn't wish to taint himself with my dishonor. "Are you going to exile me, too, for knowing how to use it?" Broken Nose asked quietly. His words sinking in, I stared at him with horror. My chest felt as though it would break under the weight of guilt. I had not only sentenced myself to exile, but I would bring another with me. Old Greyface backhanded him across the face. Quiet Feet, Broken Nose's wife, twitched, but she didn't move out of the circle. I held my breath, praying to the forest spirits to protect him, mainly from stupidity like mine. "Go join your family," Old Greyface said. Broken Nose licked at the trickle of blood on his lip. "How do you think I learned to use it? Do you really think I figured that out all by myself? I had to get close enough to see them use it, didn't I?" Old Greyface opened his mouth, his words turning into a cough and then into a rattling breath. The anger in Old Greyface's frame melted into sorrow as he shook his head. "You both will need to leave." Grunt stepped forward. "Last year, when I jumped into the ravine to get away from poachers, I didn't set my own leg like I told you. The park ranger found me. I thought he was going to kill me, and it was going to be over for all of us, just like you said would happen. But he shot me with something that made me numb and sleepy. He fixed my leg and gave me food. He wasn't like the other humans." A rattling rumble started in Old Greyface's chest. Before he could say a word, Curly Girl broke away from her parents, tears in her eyes. "If they're to leave, I must leave too. Half a moon ago I was going through the garbage bin by the park office early in the morning while the males were out hunting. One of the rangers, the female one, saw me. She didn't do anything. She was scared, nearly as scared as I was, but then she smiled at me and waved, and I think she greeted me. I've watched her since then, wondering if she might be different from the other humans. I've wondered if she might be able to help us in the winter." Curly Girl's parents shook their heads and tried to pull her back to her spot beside them, but with the graceful beauty of a mountain lion, she slipped away and strode toward me. She took my hand. My jaw dropped. I had never imagined Curly Girl, of all people, to go off alone and explore close to the human camps. Part of me felt angry with her for being so bold, and part of me admired her for being brave. She gazed into my eyes and smiled through her mop of dark curls. Never had her brown eyes looked more proud or beautiful. Never had her feet walked with such lithe rhythm. Heat flushed to my face, and I looked away from her feet. Now really wasn't the time for that. "I think someone saw me once, too," one of the males said from the other side of the circle. "One of the campers gave me his peanut butter," someone else said. The skin under old Greyface's fur was turning red. The pungent odor of anger leaked from his pores. His wheezing came out in shallow, congested pants. I scanned the faces turned toward me, not everyone, but many in my tribe. I raised my chin, staring old Greyface in his bloodshot eyes. "Our old ways are broken. You can't expect us to share this forest and not to run into humans, especially if we're close enough to steal provisions. You can't expect us not to learn how to adapt, can you? If we're going to survive, we can't just sit by and let them keep pushing us farther and farther into the forest. We can't stay hiding forever. Pretty soon we're going to find there's no forest left." I gazed at the expectant faces around me. I picked up the book with a shaky hand. Out of it twirled a small photo, twisting downward like a leaf caught in the wind. I caught it and smiled, seeing it was Jenny. Surely if a diminutive youth could get over her fear of me, I could also get over my fear of humans. My people could overcome their trepidation of humanity. Resolve stole over me. It's time to come out of the corner. It's time to stop being a myth. I held open the book to show my tribe the words. We need to learn to read and write in their language so we can have a voice. This world is our world too. They need to share it with us. But that's never going to happen if they don't know we're here. Old Greyface studied the faces that were staring not at him, but at me. His voice was barely audible. "You will not endanger my tribe. I will not let you." His tribe. A pack of Sasquatches sticking to the old ways. From the faces looking to me, I could see not all were as set on this as he was. I have no intention of endangering your tribe, but those of us who are ready to move away from the old ways, the broken ways, may wish to join me and form a new tribe. Broken Nose held out his hand to Quiet Feet. His wife joined him, bringing their children along with them. Grunt stood beside me, his younger brother joining him. Little Sister looked from Curly Girl and me back to Mother, who shook with silent tears. My chest ached with sorrow as I saw what this new tribe would cost me. It would be a long road ahead for my people, studying their language and culture, and searching for another human who might not want to hunt or dissect us. It would be prudent to begin with the park rangers, to return to Jenny or other humans we knew were safe. I looked again at the photo of Jenny. Her dark eyes stared directly into mine, her smile full of warmth. Someday Jenny's photo would go up on a new cave wall. Ironically, she was completely opposite from the wise woman I'd hoped to find. What I hadn't realized was that I hadn't needed to find a human. I had needed to leave my safe little corner in order to find myself. DRAIKEN Dies. Adam Troy Castro. Reading time 120 minutes. Delia Stang appeared previously in A Stab of the Knife, July-August 2018, and The Savannah Problem, January-February 2019, alongside DRAIKEN. The Golden Woman is a prisoner trapped in a straight-backed chair. She has been paralyzed by artificial means, reduced to a temporary quadriplegic by a device affixed to the back of her neck. She has been stripped to her undergarments and left only enough bodily autonomy to prevent her from soiling herself, or from collapsing to the floor. The room is shaped like a silo, the curved walls extending high over her head. She cannot crane her neck to see the light source up above, but assumes it's some distance away. This is how it is in the cell where they've kept her until now. She cannot see her interrogator, who speaks in a voice filtered to remove all identifying signifiers. The voice of her interrogator could be old or young, male, female, or any of the other associated genders, human or some representative of several possible alien races. The Golden Woman has her suspicions. All she can determine of its character is a total lack of empathy. Your name is Delia Stang?
Yes.
Is that your actual name or just some alias you're using?
Yes.
I would advise you not to play games with me.
I'm not playing games. It's both my name and my alias. These are two different things.
Explain the distinction as you see it.
I was not born Delia Stang. It is the name all my associates know, the name I use when I think of myself. I could give you the one my parents gave me, but you are not interrogating a child with no choice over who she chooses to be. You are interrogating a grown woman who can be anyone she wants to be. I have used other aliases, but this is the only name I recognize.
If it suits me, I will call you anything I like and train you to accept it.
That would be exerting your techniques pretty early in the conversation, I think. I'm being cooperative enough.
Very well. Your name is Delia Stang.
Glad we had that settled.
Restrain from sarcasm.
That wasn't sarcasm.
You have worked as a bodyguard and a security consultant.
I see you've looked me up.
We have a dossier of your activities on multiple worlds, both legal and illegal, but we are most interested in what happened on New London and afterward.
Don't you already know the story?
We have the outline. We know that a couple of years back, when one of your bodyguard assignments took you to New London, you were involved in stopping an assassination.
Well, a double assassination, depending on how you do the math.
We are more interested in what happened afterward.
All right.
You left New London in the company of a man named John DRAIKEN.
Oh, there are so many mistakes in that sentence.
Correct us.
First, we left New London together, but not by choice. We were just expelled at the same time, both in blue gel suspension, where we wouldn't have noticed company of any kind, whether it was each other, total strangers, or a 50-piece marching band.
Nevertheless, you left together.
In the sense that one box of cargo is shipped together with another box of cargo without input from personal volition, yes.
You deny a personal relationship with this man DRAIKEN?
No, I do not. We formed a partnership afterward. I only deny that we had one on New London or while in transit.
These are minor points.
You're interrogating me, aren't you? I would assume you wanted accuracy.
Why do I still suspect sarcasm?
I don't know. I'm trying to be helpful. You're also wrong about his name.
His name was John DRAIKEN.
He called himself John DRAIKEN. He was adamant that it wasn't his name.
It was the name he used on New London.
Yes, and before and after, but he used it for convenience. He also said that it was not his real name, that it had nothing to do with who he really was.
Would you like to know his birth name? It's in our dossier. I can assuage your curiosity about the man if you'd like to.
No, thank you. I believe it would be disrespectful of his wishes.
Regardless of your prior status as strangers to one another, it remains true that when the two of you arrived at the world where the New London authorities deported you, you did form a partnership.
Yes, initially, of convenience.
Do you expect us to believe that it was never more than convenience?
No, it became more than that. But it was not when we left New London, nor when we were offloaded at a shithole world on the edge of Confederate space. We were still virtual strangers then. Our most significant interaction before that had been limited to a brawl in the street.
Who won?
Come on, look at me. I'm a monster.
Are you saying you won?
You know the man was dangerous. He was not superhuman. I had him beaten in size, strength, and youth. It wasn't even a contest.
You won.
I was embarrassed for him.
You won.
Yes.
And that was your most significant interaction on New London prior to being deported?
Yes. You were strangers, forced together.
Yes.
You subsequently became more than strangers.
Yes.
Friends?
He wasn't the kind of man who made friends. Companions, maybe.
Lovers?
Of convenience.
Again, what does that mean?
We spent a lot of time in tight quarters. Travel could get tedious.
You were not in love.
He wasn't.
You were?
I was open to it, but never allowed myself to feel anything he would fail to reciprocate.
Are you still traveling with him?
No.
Why not?
Because I killed him.
Earlier. It is cold, as it always is around this isolated village known as Hallestag. The sun is low on the horizon, as it always is this time of year, when it never gets around to setting. It is right now well past local midnight. The light casts long shadows on the ground, a gray mixture of soot and ice. It's usually the exact same color the few residents see when they look up, though there's only rarely any reason to look up. This is an unusual clear day. Somewhere beyond this abandoned industrial hell of a world known as Garalag, beyond the glare of the unceasing day at this pole, there are stars, a universe filled with other possibilities for those who either manage to amass the funds or who manage to indenture themselves to employers in distant places. Most locals will never manage these tricks. Most locals who would even think of it have already left. What remains is a small cluster of buildings on a barren peninsula in an ice-bound region of an economically depressed and environmentally ravaged planet. There are few distractions here. Today, there is a show. A crowd of about 20 residents follows 10 paces behind Delia Stang as she storms down the center of the village. She is one of those exotic strangers who arrives in some isolated location like Hallestag and settles in without any obvious reason to be here. She has not been talkative during her stay, but in answer to direct questions has said that she is waiting out the months between transports. This makes little sense, as most travelers stopping by this system on their way to more congenial destinations take account of how little there is to see on this world and elect to remain in blue gel suspension during the stopover. Those who decide to explore the planet soon enough find that it has little opportunity for tourism and go into blue gel then. The orbital way station is full of such shelved people, preferring oblivion to a visit. This may be an insulting assessment of the planet's attractions, but it's also an accurate one. The locals don't dispute it and regard any off-worlders who come down and spend time among them as clueless and odd. They have seen enough of Stang to know she isn't clueless, but they do think she is odd. She has taken a little attic room, actually a storeroom above Hallestag's one drinking establishment, for her quarters, and has spent the last 3 months as a quiet fixture of the place, leaving only for long walks in the hills that separate this harsh landscape from the equally frozen continent. She is a giant, this golden woman. She would tower over most human adults, let alone the people of Hallestag, whose limited diet, some fish, mostly a species of high-protein algae that grows beneath the ice, has given them the reduced stature born of borderline malnutrition. She has bulging muscular arms broader than the average villager's legs. Anybody who has tried to keep up with her on her long hikes has returned in a state of exhaustion, saying that she never seems to tire. Between that and the color of her skin, not golden in the sense of radiant health, but golden as in metallic, shining in any ambient light in a manner fostering the illusion that she's actually gone and gilded herself, she hasn't had anything in the way of trouble from anybody. This is about to change. She is very angry. She covers the frozen ground with deadly purpose, paying no attention to any of the locals following her. She heads directly between the 2 rows of decaying houses to one home in particular that has been pointed out to her, one with a sagging front porch lined with crates and a pair of disreputable chairs
that no one may have ventured to sit on for years, because really, why sit outside and stare at the place where you're trapped when it offers nothing capable of warming the eyes? There is one step between the patch of ice that fronts the house and the sagging expanse of the porch. It's a rock about twice the size of a human head. It is possible that it has always been there, and that the house was built in this spot to take advantage of it. The only argument against this theory is that it's the only interesting geographical feature in the entire damn town. Maybe whoever built the house, whenever that was, said, "You know what? I need a rock there," and wandered about for as long as he needed to in order to find one. It would have been a difficult and time-consuming project for very little in the way of reward, but this being Halistog, maybe no better prospects turned up. It's possible. Whatever. Stang renders the question moot by reaching down with both massive hands and yanking the rock out of the frozen ground. She hauls it to shoulder height, props it against her chin, and suffers no apparent difficulty bypassing the hole she has made and stepping up onto the sagging porch. The floor groans audibly from the combined weight of the woman and her burden. She positions herself before the front door, contemplates the target for a moment, and hurls the rock dead center. It doesn't knock the door down, but does make a substantial dent. She catches it and flings it again. This time the door falls a little out of its frame. She catches the rock a third time and flings it again, and this time the door collapses inward. This time those standing behind her hear clear, confused cursing from inside. She marches through the doorway, and everybody hears the smashing furniture, the grunts of pain, and the indignant yelling, all belonging to a man, the house's resident. All the screamed threats to kill you come from him. She makes no sound any of the onlookers can hear, not even when something happens that they will all find out about in just a few seconds. A naked man comes flying out the doorway, clearing the porch and landing on the ice. He hits the ground so hard that people can hear ribs breaking, but this is minor damage compared to his broken jaw, his shattered nose, and 2 swollen eyes. When Stang emerges from whatever ruin she's made of the house, she has a knife buried hilt deep in her shoulder. Blood flow from the wound has made a long black streak in her skin-tight insulated blue clothing. She doesn't seem very much bothered as she strides from the door, hops down to the sooty ice, and stares down at the writhing figure on the ground, who is rather remarkably still trying to rise. He is a black-haired bear of a man, burly and powerful, though his belly has turned to fat, and so have his arms. He bears ink, some of it animated in the popular recombinant fashion, the pornographic images especially. His flesh is covered with figures rutting. Some of it has been vandalized by old scars. This man, so quick with a knife, has felt more than his share of cuts over many years, some on his belly, some on his chest. He is the closest thing the locals have to a crime boss, which here means that he is not quite as poor as they are and has a couple of people who think they can avoid his rages by doing his bidding. His name is Rek. It is an amusing homonym for a word in Stang's dominant language, Homsap Mercantile, meaning wreck. This is what Stang has made of him and what she is going to continue making of him. Stang kneels, takes his wrists, performs a little sudden movement that leaves him screaming in pain, and in the course of less than a minute does the same for his elbows. Rek's screams stop only because he's passed out. She rises and glares at the crowd.
"How come none of you ever did this?"
The answer comes from one of the oldest locals, a man with a shock of wiry white hair that seems to float unsupported above a spotted scalp.
"He killed the last guy who tried."
Stang says, "I count more than one of you." Nobody has anything to say to that.
"Whatever," she says. "You can leave him here to rot, or you can carry him back inside and appoint somebody to spoon-feed him until he's better. My personal advice is not to nurse him all the way back to health. He's the kind of neighbor who will be easier to get along with if he stays an invalid. Let him be your pet, or your houseplant.
Stang leaves the wreck of wreck behind and heads back toward the center of the little village, not bothering to stay for their decision. Her bearing, always intimidating because of her towering size, hasn't changed, but she knows that it must read differently to them now, once they've seen the capacity for violence that's been put back in its box. This is not something that makes her happy. This is just something that is. The building she returns to is the same one she and the rest of the crowd left, the closest thing Hallestog has to a meeting place. It is tavern, restaurant, general store, community warehouse, and perhaps at some point in the past, though she's seen no sign of any shared religion in her months here, church. Her room is upstairs. The only furnishing, aside from crates of one sort or another, is her own inflatable sleep cube, which functions as the room inside the room. It would have been just as warm on the ice, but she takes a minimal additional measure of comfort of being inside a permanent structure, even if, as she's just demonstrated, the buildings of Hallestog are far from fortresses. Downstairs, in the larger space that is easiest to think of as the tavern, a knot of other locals huddle around the shivering, bruised, and battered figure of a girl in her mid-teens. She has one blanket around her legs and another around her shoulders, but they don't seem to be warming her at all, not even this close to the stove that keeps the room toasty compared to the air outside. One of her eyes is swollen shut, and she's got the lost look of someone who has been crying too hard for too long. She is 16. From what Stang can gather, she is an orphan who has spent 3 of those years as the plaything of the bastard just now rendered invalid. Nobody in the village saw fit to interfere with this, a good reason to burn the place to the ground in Stang's estimation. The girl had tended to stay out of sight, which is why Stang had never known of her appearance before, not before she stumbled into the tavern, naked and bearing the marks of her abuser's fists. Stang, who was there, reacted as was only natural. Those caring for the girl glance up as Stang enters. Most look away immediately. Stang pays no attention to them. She just kneels before the traumatized girl and says, "Do you understand me?" The girl nods but says nothing. "Say it out loud so I can know that the sick son of a bitch didn't leave you mute." The girl needs a second to find her voice, and when she does, it is more of a whimper. "Yes. I won't always be here. I'll be leaving this place when my transport comes through. You should do the same as soon as you have a chance. Go far. Go with your eyes open. Go watching your back, and go knowing how to fight. There won't always be someone like me around." The girl nods. "For right now, do you think you can climb stairs?" "Yes." "All right. I have to go back to my room to take care of this." She indicates the knife still sticking out of her shoulder. "I have things in my kit that I can use to doctor you, too. They're better than anything else to be found in this wretched place. I can't say they'll make what happened go away, but they can heal everything that hurts." The girl blinks. "Upstairs. You'll have to go on your own 2 feet. Ordinarily I'd carry you, but it's never a good idea to let yourself be carried by someone who's bleeding as much as I am right now. I can pass out." The girl considers it, glances at the faces of her neighbors, and shrugs, less an agreement than a surrender. She cannot swaddle herself in both blankets, and so she lets the one covering her legs fall to the floor as she stands. Revealed, they are a relief map of ugly bruises and old scars. She walks as if each step is on fire, and her bare feet leave tacky little blood marks as she stands, still clutching the larger blanket around her shoulders. The crowd parts to let the battered girl and the golden woman pass, then merges back together as they ascend the rear stairs. Stang lets the girl ascend first and remains close behind her in case of a collapse. Once or twice she needs to prompt the girl whenever the hesitation between steps is too long. Even so, they are almost to the 2nd floor before it occurs to one of the people downstairs to say, "Damn it, I'm not wounded. I should have carried her." Stang hears this, but does not reply. There is no point in telling the man that she would have been able to bear the girl's weight easily, even with her wound, that asking her to climb on her own had been a deliberate choice, forcing her to gather what she needed to defy the pain. They reach the second floor, a narrow hallway lined with doors leading to small rooms, many of which are used for the community's storage. They make it through the doorway at the far end, and beyond it to the dusty, windowless storage room where some space has been cleared for the Golden Woman's sleep cube. She sets the girl's blanket atop one of the nearby crates, directs her to sit atop it, then enters the cube and returns a few seconds later with an object that looks like a hand weapon. The girl says, "What's that?" "Nanokit. It'll release a fleet of little surgical bots into your body. They'll address any damage they find and self-destruct once there's nothing else they can do. You want to see me use it on myself first?" The girl looks dubious. "Okay." Stang uses her free arm to yank the knife from the other shoulder. The blade is barbed and does as much damage coming out as it did going in. The blood flows freely, and she curses eloquently before releasing a stream of nanites into the wound. At once the affected area is covered by what looks like a churning gray cloud. This taken care of, she then goes to the girl, takes the blanket, and releases more above her legs, above her midsection, and above her face. Furious clouds of gray puffery begin to roil above and inside those injured places. She inspects her work, hands the blanket back, and says, "It takes a while to work. Hours, maybe. You might want to lie down. I'm not going to force you to join me in the sleep cube because it'll be snug in there, but you can if you want. Or you can sleep in there and I'll camp out here. I'm fine either way." The girl shakes her head. "I understand. After what you've been through, you don't want to get into bed with a strange person. I don't suppose it'll make a difference if I tell you I mostly don't like girls." The girl shakes her head again. "Okay, then. We'll stay out here." Stang lowers herself to the dusty floor and lies flat on her back, allowing the nanites to do their work. Hesitantly at first, still holding the blanket to herself, the girl lies across the top of the crates. The gray clouds boil around her bruised and bleeding places, and she watches them with fascination and more than a little disbelief. After a moment she says, "It already hurts less." "The bots start by blocking what pain they can." "I never knew that there were such things. How come we don't have them here?" Stang says, "The answer to that one would involve a complicated discussion of local and interstellar economics. You want the simple version?" The girl nods. "Basically, you don't have an organized government with the wherewithal to pay for them, or jobs that enable you to import them. You're what's left after the collapse of your industry, the departure of all financial interests to places still capable of turning a profit, the emigration of everybody who saw what was coming and made the smart decision while it was still easy. You're still a convenient travel hub, and that gives you some money, but little of it trickles down to places like Halistog. This is only going to get worse, and the key reason why you should find some other place to go while you still have a chance. Because if you stay, you have nothing to look forward to but a world defined by a few square kilometers and an existence spent squeezing out children who will have even less to look forward to than you do." "You could use these to help him." From the intonation of him, there's no doubt who she means. Stang says, "I could, but I won't. I'd fight anybody who tried to make me." "Why? A man like Rek needs to know what it's like to be helpless." The girl shifts, winces, and says, "Why are you gold? Why are you pale white? I thought everybody was. Do you come from shiny golden people?" "About as far from that as you can imagine. I chose this. Next question." "What's your name?" "Tilia Stang. What's yours?" "Neeline. That's all there is. Can I ask you something else?" "Yes." "When you leave this place, can you take me with you?" Stang hesitates for a long time. "That would be complicated, honey." "You don't have to take care of me forever.
I know that's asking too much. Naline, please. There's nothing for me here. Just get me out of here and drop me off anywhere. I'll do anything you want.
Stang hesitates again. I'm not in the market for somebody who will do anything I want.
Whatever. Just take me away. I'll make it up to you.
Another long silence.
Sleep, Naline. Is that a no? Sleep. Okay.
Soon enough, the girl is silent. Delia Stang does not take her own advice. She suffers the same problem many people have in environments without a day-night cycle. It is different in orbital environments, like wheel worlds and cylinders. In most places like that, the diurnal cycle is simulated, if not precisely duplicated, and the human sense of time can make do. On planetary environments where the sun never sets, or worse, never rises, and where it's impossible to just stay inside all the time and shut off all cues from the greater world, the human body rebels, insists in its own stupid way that it is not time for bed, it is not time for waking, it is not time for work, it is not time for rest, it is not time to fight whatever war one's been shanghaied for. It is possible to resist the effects for a while, but spread out over months they become cumulative. They make you stupid and sloppy. Stang is as vulnerable to this as anyone else. At the moment she'd been dragged into this, she'd been up for 48 hours, not from having anything to do, but being unable to alleviate her growing exhaustion by sleep. When the girl stumbled in, there had been no possibility of considering the complications that would go along with getting involved. Or, for that matter, the common-sense problems that went along with taking on an armed and violent man, no matter how second-rate, when her judgment and reaction time were so badly compromised by sleep deprivation. Under normal circumstances, Rek never would have gotten any way near her with that knife. Some would have. She doesn't fool herself on this critical point. She is tough, she is fast, she is physically as formidable as it is possible for a human being to be, but she is no prodigy. Some would have gutted her. Some would have found it no trouble at all. But not a pathetic, out-of-shape village strongman, the kind of shit who won all his fights because he was prepared to go to lengths most ordinary brutes wouldn't even consider. Not the kind of man most ordinary people didn't take on, only because they worried too much about Juji alone knew what he would do to them if they lost. There was no way a nobody like him should have ever been able to get near her. She wonders if she still has what she's going to need in order to survive. Later, the unseen interrogator hesitates. You killed DRAIKEN? Yes. How? Does that matter? Answer the question. I choked him out. With your bare hands? If I said yes, would you find it hard to believe? Stop answering questions with other questions. With your bare hands? I used a chokehold, one arm against his throat, the other against the back of his head, cut off his air and held that position until he went limp. Did he fight back? Of course. He was a man who had fought for his life many times. He had dropped younger enemies, stronger enemies, larger enemies. He was for many years one of the greatest threats to this organization's existence. And you expect us to believe you're monitoring my vitals a dozen different ways. I could fool you with one or two of them, but all? I understand that he was a hardy old bastard, and that news of his demise might be met with incredulity, but not blind delusion. Again, look at me. Consider my size. You don't think I could have done it? How did he fight back? About as you'd expect. He gave me a fine collection of bruises. But he was unable to break free. No, he was not. Again, look at me. He never had a chance. I put him down. Why are you even surprised? Before. 3 weeks after the brawl in the village, Delia Stang and the girl in her care spend a day on the Heights, a chain of craggy hills that separate the relatively flat peninsula where Halistog stands from the mainland. It is not a hike for girls like Naylene, who have spent most of their lives within the confines of one small, out-of-the-way village. She has been recovering from her injuries, and she has been getting stronger under Delia's care, but she exhausts easily, and their travels into this terrain she has never explored before have had to be punctuated by many periods of rest. With her tagging along, Stang has been able to cover only a fraction of a distance she normally would, and it is already a given that she will have to turn back long before she normally would. Under the circumstances, she is okay with this. The only thing she had to establish early on is that she does not tolerate whininess. They stop in a shallow depression in the hillside, not quite a cave, but nevertheless a place that provides shelter from the wind. And there they nibble at their store of Hallestog's food staple, algae cakes. Naylene is out of breath, but glowing.
Are these the highest mountains you've ever been to? These aren't mountains. These are hills. But are they?
Stang grins despite herself.
This is the key problem with spending all your life in one place. You think the small amount you've seen is all there is.
Then what's a real mountain like?
Well, I've been to mountains so high they punched right through the planetary atmosphere and into space. You can climb from a tropical rainforest all the way to permanent ice and beyond it to vacuum. It's impossible to survive at the peaks without spacesuits, impossible to breathe unassisted even 1/3 of the way up. Summiting requires several different changes of equipment. You know what they call peaks like that?
What?
Super Chomolungmas.
Why?
Do you know? Stang says. I'm actually not sure. It's just what they've always been called for as long as anyone can remember.
They sit for a bit, munching on their algae cakes. It is, Stang can't help thinking, a remarkably domestic interlude, of the sort that she's almost never known. She only gradually becomes aware that Naylene has taken to studying her in the way that the girl has taken to before launching one of her regular offensives. Very well. She will accept this one, as she accepts all others, as if she's a summit herself, repelling an assault on her own stone face. The girl says,
Will you take me to see one of those? I haven't said I'm taking you anywhere yet.
I can't go unless you take me.
Oh, bullshit, Stang says with considerable irritation. Nobody's stuck on their home worlds. Anybody capable of doing research can find someone willing to negotiate a servitude contract. The Dip Corps will find a place for you. Bettelheim, Deja Corp, the Burstini Benevolent Fund, they'll all take anybody willing to undergo their training. A girl as smart as you can get good terms.
Is that what you did?
No.
Stang says this with a finality that immediately establishes that she will brook no further questions on this point. The wind outside their little shelter builds to a little crescendo, the kind of angry wail that sometimes make wind sound like the cries of some animal in pain. Stang listens until it dies, then wraps up her portion and tucks it away in one of the many pockets of her insulated coat. It is the kind of gear that only prosperous off-worlders can afford, that is never seen in Hallestog, and it is notable that the girl Naylene now wears one of smaller dimensions, shipped from some local supplier who had somehow ended up with one and never expected to sell it. Naylene says,
What if I indenture myself to you? I'm not in the market for anything you have to sell. I'll be anything you want in exchange. Your assistant, your maid, your toy if you want. Angrily, I told you I'm not like Rek. I'm not in the market for a toy.
It's not that bad. I've been the plaything of people less gentle about it than you would be. Not just Rek, but others. I wouldn't mind being a toy somewhere else, because being one somewhere else would have to be better than being one here. We'd be using each other, really. I know I'm stupid, but
if you finish that sentence, I'll never talk to you again.
The girl shuts up instantly. Stang can see that part of this is strategic, the retreat of someone who hasn't given up, but can see that she's gone too far at the moment, who sees that this approach won't work, that she has to go back down to one of the camps down the face of this particular slope and plot another approach. But there is something else in it something that Stang knows well, something that she hates as much as anything else she's hated in this life. Cringing. She stands suddenly and steps from the protection of this sheltered place to the unprotected part of the hillside, where the frigid winds sometimes become gales and sometimes blow hard enough to blast an unprotected climber off the path. These are conditions she has been trained for, on other worlds and regions that had higher mountains, and even so it takes all her strength to avoid being blown a step or two back. She can bear the cold. It is one of the adjustments she's had made to her anatomy that she is largely unbothered by it. She can also bear the wind. She is strong enough to defy it. But the combination of the cold and the wind is anything but pleasant, and not for the first time since her arrival in this shitty region on this profoundly shitty world does she think, in as many words, what am I even doing here? What possible good am I doing? Unbidden, John Draiken's face flits across her mind, and that does even less good, the stupid, selfish bastard. Later. Very well. To summarize your relationship with this man you claim to have did kill. You and he became traveling companions. Yes. And lovers. Of convenience, yes. Partners in crime, then. It did sometimes involve crimes, yes. These were all related to his search for us. Not quite all. Some of what we did was tangential. Some of it was just survival. But his overall goal remained tracking us down. Yes. You know the nature of his vendetta? He briefed me thoroughly early on. He said that many years ago, when you were an intelligence agency running covert ops against other political factions, you imprisoned and tortured him. You tried to break him. He escaped and thought he was done with you, but then he found out that you were still active somewhere. And you bought into this agenda? I had nothing else going on and saw no reason why I shouldn't help him. But you bought into it. I bought into it provisionally. I personally didn't care all that much. I couldn't have the same stakes in it that he did. Had he ever said, you know what, Delia, to hell with this, let's just find some tropical biome and spend the rest of our days lazing in the sun, I wouldn't have wasted much breath trying to talk him out of it. You were awfully cavalier about following him into hell and otherwise for someone who characterizes your relationship as a mere convenience. I'm not going to lie about this. By then I also would have had no problem with it growing into something more. I would have been more than amenable. If I like somebody enough, I'm more than willing to make an investment of time and effort to see if that's going to happen. But I'm no pining waif, eager to throw my considerable capacity for love at a black hole. I would have been fine with more, but I was also fine with keeping it light. You put thought into this, Delia? Yes, I did. Emotional self-preservation. I've had my share of men who can't commit. We believe, among other things, that you were with him on Pithkarath 16 months ago, assisting in the abduction of a local criminal named Jathix. I was. You don't deny it. There is no point in denying it. Before this moment we had no proof of your involvement in this kidnapping. You were never actually seen with Draiken at the time of the event. I'm sure you had no trouble inferring it. I was on station at about the same time he was, left the same time he did. We have confirmed that, but we found no evidence that you were working together. We were. Considering the destructive nature of your departure, which involved sabotage to the station, this is a significant confession. Yes. If you care, I'm the one who blew the bulkhead. You should also note that I took special care to make sure it would be sealed at once. There was no loss of life. But you could return me to Pithkarath if you choose. They'd be happy to prosecute me for terrorism. We will decide what to do with you later. Obviously. I'm just saying. Where is the man you took? Jathix? I don't know. I never really spoke to him at all. Draiken took care of that. We let him go once we brought him back to some people who had been looking for him. Who? His family. Would it surprise you if I told you that there's been no sign of him ever since? Not at all. His new keepers would have been very protective of him. But you have no idea where they took him or what he's doing now. Right now, the best I could offer would be educated guesses.
Including? He was already a fighting man, an asset in any military force. You wiped his memory, wiped out the man he once was, turned him into your own murderous tool. His mother, his wife, his children, his country, they took him back anyway and vowed to bend heaven and earth to restore his original self. That would have taken some doing. Years, I would say, even if it was all possible. I presume they're still working on it somewhere, no matter what else they have him doing. So your abduction of this man was just an errand of mercy, then? DRAIKEN was capable of that, and so am I. But there were other advantages. I guess you could say we got paid. Delia, do you know what I find most interesting about this picture you're painting? I'm sure you're ready to tell me. Our lie detection technology has advanced tremendously since we had the man now calling himself DRAIKEN in our hands. We've learned more about the mapping and manipulation of human thought than he ever would have believed. We're prodigies at the art. It is not quite impossible to lie to us, but it is impossible to maintain a lie when it is probed from multiple directions, as we have with you. I've already told you, I assumed as much. All our vectors insist that you're telling the truth, that you've been telling the truth since we started. Yes, and yet, despite the respect, if not outright affection, you had for Mr. DRAIKEN, your willingness to buy into his dangerous agenda, your involvement with him in risky operations like the kidnapping of Mr. Jathix, your confession after all of that you would have given it all up and joined him in happy retirement and a life of connubial bliss had he ever been open to it? Despite all that, Delia, you still choked him to death while he fought like hell. He had to fight like hell. All his instincts demanded it. It's the same reason that people who drown themselves struggle for air, why people who hang themselves still try to relieve the pressure around their necks. It's an instinctive biological imperative. Why did you do it, Delia? He begged me to. Earlier. It is another day. In some ways it's the same day. The sun's still a dull glow on the horizon, and all shadows remain stretched out caricatures of the objects that cast them. There have been no dark nights to punctuate the separation of one span of daylight from the next. But even as one long day, it has for Delia Stang involved many, many long weeks of endless hiking, from the minimal comforts of Hallestog to the rockier hills of the coastline. She has been up and down these heights many times over the last few weeks, mostly without Naileen, who has only slowed her down. Surveying the landscape beyond, a stark expanse where eons of advancing and retreating polar ice have turned whatever existed before into a plain of loose gravel, Stang has seen nothing here to attract civilization. No crops, no woods, almost no wildlife. It is possible to spot the tracks left by wheeled vehicles, but there are few of them. Such scars may be years or decades old, the marks left by lives now done, living stories that reached what conclusions they had, with only that for history. Today, she has found a little bit more. It would be invisible were she any closer, but from the perspective of the hills, she can see a settling of the earth, an unevenness in the dust lines driven by the wind that seems to favor a precise square approximately 100 meters on a side. It is ambiguous, and so she has spent the last 2 or 3 days paralleling its easternmost edge from the top of the ridgeline, but she has come to the conclusion that those lines are far too perfect to have happened naturally. She does not take pictures. She just satisfies herself that she has seen what she's seen, and having done that retreats back down the eastern slope to the shore, and from there across the ice to the peninsula that houses the little village of Hallestog. It takes close to 4 hours for her to find the familiar and hateful grouping of squat and ugly buildings, and from there to approach the one that is her base of operations and temporary home. It is by the clock long after midnight, and before what should be dawn, but the diurnal cycle creeps for the locals as much as it creeps for Stang the exhausted off-world visitor, and so there are people here, occupying themselves the way people do.
She recognizes two of them as a pair of Halistog's farmers, who spend their days scraping the underside of the ice pack for the sludgy organic weed that alternates with fish as their town's monotonous homegrown food source. Another as an old widow who gets through at least part of her solitary days only with the help of recreational alcoholism. A third, some guy who had once tried to be friendly with Stang, but had run into the conversational barriers common to those whose horizons have never ventured beyond his life in this village. There is also a wiry old man she doesn't know, sitting in the corner and drinking something hot, fresh enough to emit steam. Stang goes upstairs just to check on Naileen, and finds the girl curled snoring in the sleep cube's elevated mattress. She has the knack some sleeping partners and large pets have of dominating the bed space to a degree significantly beyond her own size, a serious concern for Stang, for whom the space was already cramped. She knows that she has a choice between taking the floor, using the crates as platform, or waking the kid by crawling into the cube with her. All three options strike her as unsatisfactory. She is exhausted, but in the special form of that state where attempting sleep is fruitless. So she goes back downstairs to the bar and asks the counterman for something to eat. There is no mucking about with menus. Fish are scarce this time of year, so it's just the goddamned algae, boiled the same way it always is. It will be filling, just not satisfying. She is still waiting to be served when the old man sits on the stool beside her. The old man has the coarse, weather-beaten complexion of a native who has spent his entire life in this region's harsh wind. His skin is leathery, his complexion red. His eyes are narrow slits. He says, "You're gold." Stang hates total strangers who make inane comments about her aesthetic choices. "And you're old, so?" "I'm just saying, I don't know any other gold women." "Unless you suddenly become a whole lot more interesting, you're not going to know this one." The old man chuckles without mirth. "You misunderstand. I'm not here to negotiate for your favors. My point is that you're not exactly inconspicuous to start with. Your actions with the girl have made you more so. Up and down this frozen coast, people are talking about this strange off-worlder, the powerful golden woman who avenges wrongs." She rolls her eyes. "That's the way life works. Beat up some piece of crap, and it tends to follow you around." "You couldn't have done more to attract attention if you'd tried." Stang suffers the sudden urge to knock the old bastard off his stool. "Do you have a point?" "None, really. I'm an off-worlder, too, passing through the way you are, someone who likes to put off the false death of blue gel hibernation. I like to see the places I stop at, and I appreciate enjoying the company of fellow travelers." She stiffens at the reference to fellow travelers. Oh, God. "Not a believer myself. I abstain from questions of faith." The old man receives a bottle from the counterman, pops the lid, drops a capsule from his pocket into the opening. "Purifier," he explains. "Stuff wreaks havoc in this ancient digestive system. Also a hedge against possible mind-altering additives." "You can save your time. I analyzed the slop food before I had any of it. It may be miserable cuisine, but it's fit for human consumption." "A precaution." The old man shrugs, watching as the clear liquid in the bottle turns bright orange, then goes back to its previous transparency. "Ah, so it may taste like sewage, but it won't kill me. That's good to know. This girl you've taken in, I wouldn't blame you if you wanted to take her with you when you left, but I presume you know that it's the kind of thing that can make serious changes to your itinerary." "Such as?" "A couple of transports just docked at the orbital port. One freighter carrying staples this broken world cannot manufacture locally. One military cruiser from the Bellari Alliance. On departing, both will have cargo space for passengers. If your plan is to provide this child with a future, wherever they're going has got to be better than here. Otherwise, the best you offer her now is temporary shelter, which will certainly end if anything happens to you." "How temporary?" "Like I said," the old man shrugs, "you're being talked about. Your presence has caused some people to worry. Your exploits in the hills have gone noticed.
This is the kind of place where people have room to be eccentric, but even here it's possible to provoke drastic decisions. I think you're about to see that."
He drains the bottle, gives a stiff little bow, and says,
"I can take her off your hands if you'd like."
Stang says, "Damn everything having to do with you."
"What's your answer?"
"I think you've told me everything I want to hear in one conversation." The weathered old man hesitates, as if everything in him wants to say more, but whatever he sees in Stang's eyes enforces his departure. Stang's meal arrives. It looks indigestible, a greasy gray blob steaming from the oven, the kind of food one looks at without the enthusiasm one reserves even for the desultory filling of a void. She knows from experience that this is harsh. The food, if eaten, will be more than enough to keep her alive, even enough to keep up her considerable strength, as long as she bolsters it with the supplements from her kit. But it will have no flavor, and it will not relieve the exhaustion she's been feeling, for what she realizes has been longer than her stay on Halistog. She eats a couple of mouthfuls, and then loses her capacity to continue, deciding that she wants something else, something she can't get here, something savory, something sweet, something with a flavor she'll remember and someday want to taste again. That is what life is all about, if one has a choice, the ambition for better times. She tells the counterman she's done, confirms that she still has enough from the amount she paid on her arrival to take care of the bill, and trudges back upstairs, the stairs groaning beneath her weight. She is one of those oversized women who normally moves as if she weighs nothing at all, but right now she feels every kilo, feels as if this stupid world has a gravitational pull 4 times more powerful than it has. When she gets back to the little room upstairs, she finds Nalene awake and lying on the bare floor outside the sleep cube, waiting for her. She rests her chin on the back of her nested fingers, her bare legs bobbing upward. Nalene, she has discovered, is a study in contrasts. Lazy and restless, wounded and invulnerable, innocent and wise beyond her years. She is a child, and she is old. She sees Stang both as surrogate mother and as lust object, that latter only understandable in this town, where the men have been nothing worth coveting. The crush might well go away if Stang manages to get her somewhere where there's more appropriate company. Until then, their relationship has been an exercise in parries and deflection, as tricky in its own way as any street fight Stang has ever experienced. Nalene says,
"You were here a while ago. I heard you come in, but you left again right away."
This bears the whiff of accusation, its effectiveness easily measured by how thoroughly Stang feels indicted.
"I was hungry,"
she says, aware of the defensiveness in her voice.
"Are you hungry?"
"No, I ate before. I was downstairs for a bit when one of the men from the village brought back some fish."
Warily, "He didn't make you do anything in exchange for it, did he?" Nalene shakes her head.
"I thought that was what he wanted, but no, I think he was being nice to me just to get to you. One of your admirers, I guess. He wanted to know if you were traveling with anybody."
Stang feels a chill. "He wasn't an old man, was he?"
Nalene flashes a shy smile. Most of her smiles are shy, apologetic, the kind of look that comes from being knocked around and used much of her life. Lately they've been becoming bolder as she feels more comfortable in the safe shadow of her protector.
Local fisherman I call Old Farthead. Never a bad man, just a pretty stupid one. He's been talking about how you're like no other woman he's ever seen. I think he's working up the nerve to,
Stang feels even more tired. She's actually met the guy Nalene calls Old Farthead, and the prospect of spending more than 30 seconds in his company is distasteful in the extreme.
"I get it."
"You okay?"
"Just exhausted. I'm going to have to ask you to leave me for a bit. Maybe about a day or so. Nothing personal, just some stuff I have to take care of."
The girl has a few lesser protectors around the village, with whom she's safe now that her past abuser has taken on the role of the community's permanent invalid.
Nobody's going to come after her, even in those lesser havens, as long as they remember the precedent Stang set with that prior piece of shit.
Nalene says, "You're not trying to get rid of me, are you?" "Only for a little bit. Like I said, a few days. I promise."
Nalene, who has spent many a night curled up beside Stang on the luxurious raised mattress inside the cube, is chilly but cooperative in her departure. She gets her coat and leaves. Stang watches her go, and for long minutes afterward regards the shut door as if it's a puzzle she can't solve. Then she rolls her eyes and heads into the sleep cube. A sleep cube is more than a tent. It's closer to a safe room, a secure habitat that shuts out the surrounding environment and offers some protections from ordinary incursions. It's far from an impregnable fortress, just one ensuring it is never breached by accident. It is a better home than this bare and drafty room, so comfortable that in some past places Stang's been known to stay in hers for days at a time. The bed in this one is too small for her, but then almost all beds are. She's used to sleeping in a near-fetal position to fit herself into the available space. Beyond that, it's so luxurious compared to everything else in Hallestag that it qualifies as decadence. And beyond that, it has a feature she has not used on this planet, which she has never even whispered to Nalene. She releases a hidden latch and crawls inside. Later.
"Clarify that, please. Draiken asked you to kill him?"
"Begged me to," I said.
"It's almost impossible to reconcile that with the man."
"Am I lying? You said you could tell."
"You are not lying."
"There you go.
Draiken begged you to kill him."
"That's what I'm telling you."
"Why?"
"Why am I telling you, or why did he beg me to kill him?"
"I have warned you that I have no patience for games."
"I'm telling you because I'm your prisoner and I have no choice."
"Why did he beg you to kill him?"
"You're the very last people in creation who should have any trouble understanding that."
"Answer the damn question."
"The Draiken I met on New London and partnered with afterward was a very formidable man. He could endure almost anything his enemies threw at him. He could survive hardships that would shatter most other people. Enduring the worst was his superpower. You should know that, because your predecessors, who may include some of the very same people standing with you, still involved in your enterprise all these years later, did everything they could to break him and failed. At least, that's the way you've always understood it."
"Yes."
"But what if you didn't fail after all? What if the one man you always put in your loss column was actually one of your most extravagant successes?"
"He wasn't broken."
"He was."
"He escaped. He remained at large for decades."
"And yet, throughout all that time, it never once struck you as odd that he didn't come after you."
"We were an organized and powerful group. He was one man, with no allies he could trust. He probably saw such a mission as futile."
"Does that strike you as the kind of judgment the man you knew would have made?"
"He was not a fool."
"True. But countering that, he did after many years get off his complacent ass and come after you. Does that strike you as the act of a man deterred by futility? Hell, what about all the defiance he showed you while still your captive? Is that the behavior of a man deterred by futility?"
"This is nonsense. The man was not broken."
"He refused to give you the satisfaction of knowing you'd broken him, which is not the same thing."
"He escaped."
"And what did he do after he escaped all those years ago? He spent a lifetime in hiding. He let decades pass without claiming any of the emergency funds he'd stashed away in various accounts, and without exercising any of the other options he had for living a comfortable life well beyond your reach. Instead, he gave up. He spent all those years living on Grieve, a backwater planet of little distinction, eking out a living as a fisherman. He was beneath notice there, and he still lived with the emotional armor of a fugitive. He resisted all lasting relationships. He did nothing to escape an existence where every day was like the day before it.
That behavior does not say, I am a free man. That behavior says, maybe if I keep my head down, they won't hurt me. The world was a tropical paradise, so he said when he spoke of it, and yet, from all indications, he lived there without joy. You quantify things you have no way of measuring. I quantify things by context. Grieve was the closest he's ever come to a home, and yet he was only as happy there as any man can be happy when all the ambition's been beaten out of him. He was protected, but he never felt safe. He was respected by the locals, but never did anything to make friends. He was even loved by a woman who all but begged him to stay, and yet he refused to love her in return. There exists doubt that he was attracted to women at all. Trust me, one who experienced it, that's nonsense. Our intelligence tells us he had a male assignation on New London. That would indicate he was nothing if not adaptable. But the fact remains, on Grieve at least, he went many years without partners of any kind. It was exile not only from his enemies, but from the human race. Does that strike you as the life lived by a man you hadn't broken? He interfered with our operation on Grieve. He destroyed one of our operations on Liberty. He led your mission to capture Jathix. He's harassed our enterprises in a number of small ways. Alternatively, incited by his first chance encounter with one of your people, after many years of keeping his head down on Grieve, he fled the closest thing he's ever had to a settled life and turned the rest of his existence to the pointless resumption of a cause that had left him behind. Has it occurred to you that everything he's done in the last few years could be seen as an extended exercise in suicide by an old enemy? Embracing the futility of it all in the hope that the struggle would swallow him whole? He was not suicidal. I'm telling you that he was, in every important way. He rejected any pathway that offered the hope of a normal life. He resisted a way out on Grieve. He resisted another way out on Liberty. He resisted a way out with me. Instead, he spent years trying to track you down. He grew old inside, banging his head against that wall. At the end, he begged me to kill him. Your presence here documents that he knew where to find us. On New London, he found out where to find you. After Pithcarath, he found allies to help him come after you. He was instants from this next phase of his quest. And yet, by then he'd found out something else that exhausted him, that even if he won this crusade of his, there was another war waiting on the far end of it, one that would inevitably trap him even more irrevocably than this one had. You reference the coming conflict with the other sentient races. You know about it. Your pursuit team did, too. This by itself persuaded him that there was no longer any purpose in living. Consider how many times he's been through rejuvenation, how limited its effectiveness can be for a man of his advanced years. His gifts were declining. If revenge against you motivated him, he was like a creature dying of thirst in the desert, cresting one dune after another and finally getting to the summit of one with what amounted to the last of his strength, only to see the dune sea stretching out before him to the horizon and beyond. Draiken knew he would never survive that journey. He told me, I have to die. You really are telling the truth. You know I am. You're just having trouble accepting it. So this man who had survived decades of persecution and hardship begged you to kill him. I don't know how many other ways I could say it. And you obliged, yes. Do you ordinarily take requests from every friend who expresses a suicidal impulse in your presence? Of course not. But you took that request from him. Only after it became clear that nothing else would fit the circumstances. Even though you loved him, even though I would have been open to loving him, which is not the same thing. You still haven't explained why you obliged him in this madness. I saw that he was right. He had to die. We talked about how best to go about it. He voluntarily put himself in my arms, and then I choked him out. Do you require me to describe what it was like in full sensory detail? I find I must believe you, Delia Stang. Good. What was it like to kill a man you might have loved?"
"It was stressful. I don't mind admitting I cried. I've gotten over it."
"You're a monster, aren't you?"
"You wouldn't be the first to say it. As I said before, just look at me."
"We have. Your history, your obvious physical capabilities, the damage you've recently done to a number of our men. We have no doubt that you're a dangerous person. We had no idea just how formidable you are. It is possible that unchecked you could have done us the damage the late Mr. DRAIKEN could not."
"Yes."
"And that leads me to my most immediate concern."
"Go ahead."
"Knowing just how thoroughly we destroyed your friend's life, why would you then come here to give up your own?"
Earlier. There are common-sense limits to the usefulness of stealth in places where the sun never sets. 1 hour is the same as any other hour. Under the circumstances, it cannot be said that they come after her in the dead of night, and certainly not while advancing from one patch of darkness to another. They come fast, hoping she's asleep, hoping she won't have time to react. They come prepared to take her alive, but have the comfort of knowing that they're allowed choice if circumstances demand. The advance team consists of a man and a woman, both sensibly chosen for their above-average size, even though neither of them is as large as Stang. They're both armored, both equipped with noise suppression tech that doesn't quite eliminate the sound they make coming down the creaky hallway, but does distort and muddy it, making them seem more distant than they actually are. The woman wears what looks like a backpack, the man a gas canister. Both wear breathing filters. They slide open the door with the most glacial care and peer in on the banal, peaceful tableau inside, a dusty sleep cube sitting by itself in a room stacked with crates. Not quite translucent, it still glows a bit from internal illumination. The woman consults instrumentation mounted on her wrist. It confirms that the flexible walls of the sleep cube are subtly expanding and contracting to a degree imperceptible to the human eye, but consistent with the respiration rate of a sleeping human being. She nods at her partner, who unrolls some ultrafine line from a spool at his belt, clips the end to a little device resembling a handheld crossbow, and fires. A flexible line flashes across the room and embeds itself in the side of the cube halfway up. It would take excellent hearing to discern the hiss of gas exiting the canister on his back and being forced through the line into the enclosed environment of the sleep cube. The gas is a favorite of the organization these two professionals represent. It is colorless and odorless, and it brings rapid unconsciousness without any risk of death by aspiration or anoxia. The human body just doesn't want to stay awake in any environment that contains much of it, and recovery is so swift that there's honestly nothing better for subduing subjects who might be capable of violence. The woman waits the suggested half a minute for the gas to do its magic. She then waits another half-minute, just to be sure. Then she nods. Her companion retracts the line in a flash of silver. More men and women in black join them, until they number half a dozen in all armed with weaponry to match their respective specialties. They carry devices that can paralyze, that can burn, that render comatose, that can kill. It is the dictionary definition of overkill. The woman with the wrist device makes a gesture, sending another woman to breach the sleep cube. That one darts forward and undoes the seam that makes the cube a sealed environment. She rips it open. Stang's not there. Her confusion lasts for all of 1 second before she is enveloped by a billowing white mass. It is like a soft explosion. The mass has the texture of fabric, and it expands to fill the available space, building more of itself as it goes, swallowing the woman whole. She feels herself being swept off her feet, carried backward, colliding with her partner, and then coming to a stop in what feels like a dry gel. Her mouth has fallen open during, with surprise, and whatever it is rushes in, not cutting off her air, but depriving her of the ability to close her mouth. She cannot scream. Later.
"Is that what you think?"
That I came looking for you because I'm as broken or as suicidal as DRAIKEN was. You came to this world alone. You found lodging in the nearest town alone. You explored the hills, overlooking our facility alone. These are suicidal acts. They are risky acts. You imagined a positive outcome. Yes. Explain yourself. Do I have your permission to use a parable? If it is sufficiently illustrative, be brief. All right. Imagine two people, a man and a woman, traveling in the same vehicle. Their destination is a distant city where he spent some years in his youth and which she has never seen. He wishes to go there because to him the place is a loose end, representing responsibilities he shirked years before. The woman has never been there and is therefore not a signatory to his obsession. She goes because she wishes to remain in his company. They have the same destination, the same trajectory, but entirely different motivations, okay? You admitted partnering with DRAIKEN in his search for us. Yes, I did. His cause seemed just, and I had enough affection for him to want to help him out. But that was only going to last for as long as he lived. You still came. Returning to the metaphor, the man and woman have little in common except in the broadest possible outline. He dies and she presses on. But that does not mean that her motivations are exactly the same as his. You want us to believe that you are not a threat to us. Since you will only believe what I say in declarative statements you can assess for their truth, I have never been under the illusion of being able to do you any damage on my own. As one woman, however formidable, I can do nothing. Right now, I'm only here to talk. We are talking. You are interrogating. I am answering. You traveled alone, many light years, to an isolated location on a ruined industrial hell of a world. You came without protection, without allies. You settled in the disgusting conditions of an isolated and poverty-stricken village, spent months scouring the region for the hidden outpost manned by the actual organizational descendants of the forces that once imprisoned, tortured, and, you say, irrevocably broke your friend. Yes. You did this in the full knowledge that your activities would be monitored almost from the first moment of your arrival. You did this knowing that we could take our own action against you at any time. Yes. You did this knowing that if we imprisoned, tortured, and broke him, we could imprison, torture, and break you. You did this knowing that we now possess mind-control techniques that could strip from you everything you are and sculpt you into something we can manipulate, as we did to that man you robbed from us, Jathix. Yes. You likely know that by finding us, you made that fate a near certainty. I believe I can avoid it. This conversation you seek, it must be more important to you than your freedom. At the moment, yes. I see you're still telling the truth. I am. Then why did you put up such a fight when we came for you? Before. Stang and her acquired companion Naline have not been sleeping on an air mattress when inside the sleep cube. It looks like an air mattress and is as comfortable as one when employed for that purpose, which it might well have managed for its entire lifetime, if not activated for its secondary purpose, an aggressive measure in personal security. As an air mattress, it left open the question of why it rested on a fixed platform that seemed pointless except to add a half-meter or so of elevation. It's actually a nanostructure resembling the terrestrial sponge, in that it is compressed when not saturated by its medium of choice. Lightweight, as it is still mostly empty space, it gives just enough as a surface to lie on to produce comfort. There's absolutely no indication that it only maintains this shape because it's contained by a mattress housing. But when that housing disintegrates, the super-thin nested structures unfold and expand, invading all available empty space in their vicinity before locking in place with the solidity of girders. At full expansion, it looks like a cloud, and that's appropriate enough given its overall density. It's incredibly light by that point, and so porous that it's fully air-permeable, and that means anybody captured by one needs not fear being suffocated by one. There are other dangers, though. When it's employed outdoors, anybody who finds himself embedded in one needs to worry about their own mass being insufficient to weigh down
a structure that is almost completely empty space and buoyant in most planetary atmospheres. Prisoners need to worry about the whole mass being batted about by errant winds, being carried for miles, or at densities ascending to true cloud height, where if suffocation becomes an issue, it's because the people carried within cannot compress the high-altitude mixture into amounts sufficient to sustain life. Stang has therefore done her assailants a favor by activating the device indoors, beneath a roof. They'll still have their imprisonment to worry about within a structure so solid that they will need others to come by with diamond or energy drills to cut them out. With luck, their superiors will care enough to make the effort. Not that Stang cares much. The reason Stang is not imprisoned herself is that tonight, again if this is indeed night, she didn't retire atop the mattress, but in its base, where she'd dozed under the protection of an air filter. This habitat inside a habitat was designed to protect her from breathing anything but the natural mixture of gases one normally expected to find on this particular planetary surface. It could have filtered out gases significantly more lethal and caustic than the one her assailants pumped into the sleep cube. That compound, which is known to her, was no problem at all. The enclosed habitat had also been sealed against the exploding nanocloud. The cloud, unable to expand downward, instead expanded upward and out, engulfing the room while leaving her conscious and free beneath it. The solidifying mass would be as impermeable to her own movements as it would be for the assault team. But then she'd never been limited to exiting the same way she'd entered. She blows the escape panel at the position that would be the headboard on a traditional bed, and shimmies out, the operation being less than graceful given the cramped space and her own unusual size. She emerges into the rear of the storeroom, where she rises to her full height, armored for a fight, masked in a rebreather, and regarding the translucent fog bank with grim amusement. In the hallway, the compatriots of the two she's trapped exchange shouts of dismay and suggested tactics for a follow-up assault. Given time, they will break through the ceiling. She sets off the second batch of explosives. These charges have been in place, camouflaged to look like imperfections in the outer wall, since the day she moved in. They are arranged in a rough square, and they blow an exit of exactly that shape leading to the outside. This she dives through at almost the same moment. It is a 15-foot drop to the ground, one that would hurt like hell and possibly break some bones if she allowed herself to fall straight down, but she takes it at a shallow dive and rolls, distributing her points of impact. It still hurts, really, but the trick, as someone once said, is of course not minding that it hurts, arranging that it hurts no more than she can take, and she can take quite a bit. At the end of the roll, she is back in a standing position, in what any town of more adjacent houses would be called an alley. In Hallestad, not so much a planned community as one that has congealed with only grudging respect toward parallel lines, it is nothing so formal, just a brief interruption between crap houses. She hears shouting from above and to her left, in the direction of the central thoroughfare. Some of them come from the people she's known these past few months, astonished at this interruption in the overall boredom. Others come from the strike team, alerting others to her position. This is not unexpected. Her escape from the upstairs room was never, ever going to involve stealth. Why, here comes one of them, charging around the corner of the building. There's always one. This guy's compact, thick-necked, slit-eyed, determined, also appalled, clearly registering even as he draws near just what Stang looks like this close up, that she's armored and ready for him. He holds a teamer. This crowd control weapon can overload her nervous system with a fractal image and render her catatonic for days. It only works in direct line of sight, and she's already countered it. Her goggles represent all three-dimensional objects before her as detailed line drawings, which is nowhere near enough detail to transmit the fractal. So he fires, and she registers a bright burst of light but is not affected by it, and he is left scrabbling for another weapon as she puts him down with a blow. She does not take the teamer. It's likely useless, as any force armed with them will wear countermeasures to protect themselves. She steps over him and comes around the front of the building. She makes no attempt to run away, but instead stands in plain sight as spotters from the roof alert anybody inside the building of her movements. A dozen armored figures swarm from the building, circling her. They all wear smoky visors, rendering them less individuals than faceless aspects of the same collective. From their bulky clothing, gray and white in a weak stab at camouflage against the local terrain, it is next to impossible to tell how many of them are men, how many women. They all carry themselves as professionals, and it is quite likely that any one of them could present Stang, larger than any of them, with bruising opposition. Size matters, but even a much smaller foe can inflict damage before being put down. But this was never about defeating them. Even as she first arrived at Hallestag, she knew that she would not defeat the force that would eventually be sent against her. Nor is it about getting away. They are an organized army. They have vehicles and can chase her from the air until she collapses from exhaustion. Continuing to resist is a waste of time. The only argument against immediate surrender to the inevitable is her recent long span of crushing boredom. The closest member of the squad detaches from the circle and approaches her with open hands. "Don't waste your time, Stang. We didn't have to try gas. We were always willing to do this without violence." Nice of him. She brings both fists down like clubs. They impact his shoulders just where they join the neck. Padded armor disperses some of the impact. The force still drives him to his knees. The crunch means he will probably need some time with a surgical nanofleet. Right now it must hurt like hell, and she hears the murmur of dismay coming from all parts of the circle as others charge from her left, from her right, and from behind, intent on eschewing the fancy armaments and instead bringing her down with brutality and weight of numbers. That, too, is going to hurt, and again, as that old sage said, the trick is not minding that it hurts, instead taking what satisfaction she can and putting as many down as she can before her inevitable capture. Because it is inevitable, of course. That action-adventure cliché of the single unstoppable fighter taking out an entire mob of assailants coming at her in waves, that is largely wishful thinking, a total myth. It almost never happens, not even with people as formidable as herself. As dangerous as she is, she's only managed it 3-4 times tops. So she breaks the arm of the guy coming at her from the right and smashes the next one coming at her from the left and uses one guy she picks up from the left wrist and ankle as a flail against the others. She puts a couple down and has a grand old time with this before she realizes that she's doing so well that she might well be having one of her really on days, one that would leave her in a field of unmoving bodies with absolutely no change in her overall predicament. All that would happen is that they'd upgrade their weaponry and send even more, and this time maybe take down some of the people of Hallestag. She hates contributing to collateral damage. She slows, staggers, feels a jab of sharp pain in her lower back, and allows it to take her down, though she lashes out with one massive arm and slams one of her last assailants in the crotch, just to show that she's not quite out.
"You maniac," one of the wounded says. "You didn't have to put yourself through this."
No, she thinks, her eyes closing, I didn't. She could have spent all this time somewhere other than this anal pore of human civilization, enjoying the comforts of a place with room service and the company of someone who gave a damn about her. She's an amiable person, at heart. She's never had any trouble collecting lovers or a circle of friends. Instead, she had to tilt at windmills. Coming to Hallestag at all is best seen as a pathetic cry for help, really. Somebody rips off her goggles and teams her at point-blank range. Later. Do you know, for an interstellar conspiracy to manipulate human events, some of your questions strike me as really naive. You must have known you had no chance against our assault. May I use another metaphor? If you must. In one of my previous jobs, I was hired to carry a message to one of the leaders of a powerful criminal organization.
The particulars of this message are irrelevant to the point. They came from someone who had been at violent odds with this organization for some time and was finally meeting their terms for a truce. He did not trust them to give him enough time to speak his surrender before executing him on the spot, so he sent me. All above board, these people often did their business through intermediaries granted safe passage, as the alternative was showing up personally and being murdered or tortured in ways less elegant than your own. My employer sent advance word that I was coming, and that I was to be left alive afterward to bring back the response. The response could have been your own throat slit, and your corpse returned in multiple small packages. That would have been sufficiently eloquent. Yes, it had been known to happen. But I was a very well-paid courier, hazard pay up to my rate. Continue. I showed up with empty hands, and because there are any number of weapons I could have been carrying in otherwise, naked. The site was a walled compound under surveillance by a number of snipers, and as I approached the boss, I saw that he had 15 guards with him, each armed with knives and ready to slice me to pieces if anything went wrong. These guys were famous for their creative slicing. I wanted no part of it. I just moved when they said I could move, stopped when they said I could stop, and kept a respectful distance until I was given permission to talk. And one of the stupider men chose that moment as his opportunity to impress the boss by taking me down. I would assume this a bad idea. They were later able to grow him a new leg. And the others? I was obliged to continue defending myself. Charming. What is the point of this digression? Just this. I entered that compound as a supplicant. I came with all due humility, perfectly willing to be polite about it. But there were some trespasses that were beneath my dignity and the dignity of my employer that I was not obliged to accept. Enduring them would have lowered his status as well as mine and weakened his bargaining position in the future. One could say that by disrespecting my rights of free passage, those idiot men were testing my sincerity. One could also say that by demonstrating my insistence on my own dignity, I established it. You're not dead, so I assume everything worked out. I delivered my message, accepted the compliments of the recipient, got the hell out of there, and accepted my payment, all in good faith. Do you get what I'm saying? Tell me why you believe this relevant to our current situation. The assholes you sent could have knocked. You were a threat. I came to this planet alone. I came here prepared to defend myself, but I otherwise made no overt hostile acts, didn't even send any messages. I waited for you to contact me. You could have sent a messenger, had her sit down for a one-on-one over one of the shitty little tables in the tavern. I was certainly there waiting for you long enough. You expect us to believe that you would have greeted her with open arms. Open arms? No, I don't like you. You ruined a friend of mine. But with closed fists. No reason for that. I was a messenger myself. I don't beat up messengers. What would you have told her? What I'm telling you now. That my business with you dies with DRAIKEN. That with him gone, there's no need to hunt me, target me, or interrogate me. You're telling me you're done. I'm proclaiming that I'm done. I'm telling you that after today, you and I have no further business. This is why you stuck around in a place this dangerous to you? To declare a truce? After today, I want nothing more to do with this. You could have just hidden. DRAIKEN successfully hid from us for decades, so he did. And he also said that when he ran into your organization again, the agents he met claimed that you'd known where he was all along. He was just no longer an asset you were interested in. I believe that, and I don't want to be like him, spending the rest of my life looking over my shoulder. You really did come here to declare a truce. To be truthful, I was of two minds. I wanted out, and I also couldn't wait to kick you in your collective teeth. But then something made up my mind. What? Naline. The local girl you've been sleeping with. In the non-sexual meaning of the phrase, yes. I'm more of a big sister. Why is she important? Nothing. She's a girl from a piece-of-shit village on a piece-of-shit planet who, before I stepped in, faced no future other than as the plaything of the local piece-of-shit rapist. There's absolutely nothing important about her, not that people like you would recognize, but I have a different moral compass, and she's asked me to take her along when I leave. I can't say no to that and still be a human being. So I said yes, and that's where I am, taking her somewhere better than this. And there are so many, despite the efforts of pieces of garbage like you, has become the overriding mission of the next part of my life. And that's why, upon leaving, I will be of no further threat to you. You're serious? Yes. Are you really stupid enough to believe that any part of this fairy tale is ever going to happen? Before. Teeming is a state of living death. The fractal image overwhelms your mind. It renders you closed off, unable to summon conscious thought, unable to explore the outside world through the portals known as your senses. All you have is that image stamped on your brain like a tattoo. It can last for days, and for that time you are wholly at the mercy of whoever has custody of your body. The two significant consolations are, first, that while in this helpless state you are not aware of the passage of time, you do not suffer through the period of your greatest helplessness. Second, the human mind is too resilient an instrument for the process to paralyze it forever. It finds its way around the image, regains control of itself, then wastes no time expunging the image so that life can resume. There can be after effects, flashbacks, but in most cases these are not worth talking about, and they do not bother staying as she wakes, wearing gray clothing not her own, in a cylindrical room with padded floor and walls. She is surprised not to find herself strapped to a gurney, or lying in a soup of her own bodily waste. Teamed people are incontinent. Either this room is regularly cleaned, or her keepers knew she was due to come out of her helpless state and moved her to this cell once they knew she was ready. She rises. The padded room is multiple times her height. All the light comes from the ceiling high above. There is no visible door. She is barefoot, and she is hungry. No wonder, given that it must have been some time since she last had solid food. She doesn't insult her captors by calling to them, or herself by trying to beat her way out the room. She does explore its perimeter by walking in circles, but this is more to stay active than anything else. She thinks of Naileen, who may soon fall into the hands of another abuser. She thinks of DRAIKEN, the desperation with which he kept elbowing her in the ribs as his survival instincts clicked on. She feels the panic rising. With her size, she's never been fond of enclosed spaces she is not empowered to leave, but she calms herself with controlled breathing, and she continues her endless circuit of the perimeter. She even takes pleasure in the soft texture of the padded floor against her feet. She sits, she meditates. This is the toughest lesson to internalize for anybody training to fight for their own survival, the advantages in waiting. Helplessness, if actual, is an energy trap, a means of tricking you into expending your energy without purpose. It is better to wait until circumstances change, even if the opportunity, when it comes, is a minor one. She waits so long that she begins to fear that they'll never offer her so much as a trip to the facilities. Then a section of wall swings outward, and a man steps into revealed doorway. It is the same old man who approached her in the tavern, now dressed in an institutional onesie. "Hello, Stang." She doesn't get up. "Eat me. I see you're upset with me." "I'm upset in general," Stang says, "but you're not on my list of favorite people right now. Am I supposed to go with you now?" "Not quite yet. Arrangements for your interrogation are still being made. I don't think I have to warn you to be truthful." "Will you be listening?" "I'll be busy at the moment, but I'll be sure to." "Well," she says, spitting venom, "I'll make sure I'm sufficiently forthcoming." He starts to turn away, but then he hesitates and says, "I want you to know, the girl caused our people some trouble." "I'm not surprised. I've been teaching her how to fight." "She did show talent. Got a lick in, or two. Our acquisition of her got a little rough, by necessity." If she's hurt, I'll hurt you. I'm sure you'll have your opportunity soon enough.
And he goes to close the door, but before it's shut, he hesitates and says,
She'll never be you. Who the hell says I want her to be?
He regards her for some time, but leaves without another word. Stang is not a woman ruled by fear. She knows the emotion well, but has never let it cow her, never let it dictate what to do or not do. She knows without undue ego that in any facility geared to the shattering of human will, she will be a significant challenge. And yet, something breaks in her now, something that she's held close for a long time, treasured and harbored hopes for. It has been brittle for some time, but it has been there, capable of repair. But now she feels the last of it crumble into nothingness. Her vision blurs as tears overflow and plummet down golden cheeks that have only rarely known them. It is not despair, not quite. It is the knowledge that this thing she embraced to herself for so long will never come back. Beyond that, she does not stir. And then she hears the telltale distant hiss of the room filling with gas. The edges of her world turn gray. She could fight it, could hold on to every scrap of consciousness with the last of her strength, could rage against the dying of the light. But there is no point in expending one's strength on inevitabilities. She makes it easier for herself by lying down, and is only dimly aware that by the time her eyes close, she has contracted into a fetal curl. She knows nothing more until she's imprisoned in the straight-backed chair. Now, the anonymous voice has just asked her, "Are you really stupid enough to believe that this is going to happen?" Stang says, "Give me a good reason why it shouldn't. You know our location." "This is part of what I've come to tell you, that the approximate location of this facility is not a secret anymore. I may have only possessed a rough approximation, the general region, but I knew it was near Hallistog. I even knew the approximate distance and map direction. That much hasn't been a secret for years. It's common knowledge. This is not possible. How many times do I have to remind you that you know I'm not lying? The exposure of all your secrets is not only possible, but inevitable. It has always been inevitable." Nonsense! Your organization has not been a secret for years. What I knew before I set foot on this world was revealed to DRAIKEN a long time ago by a Confederate intelligence analyst named Tasha Coombs. She's had a very thick file on your activities that she's distributed to all her associated agencies and also to her counterparts in allied governments. Don't you get it? You may think you're playing hide-and-seek, but you're playing it in the middle of an open field. In truth, you've been spotted by almost literally everybody. Shut up! The main reason she's never urged her people to come after you is the same reason your predecessors never went after DRAIKEN during his self-imposed exile. He was, by their considered judgment, old news, a loose end not worth cleaning up. That's the same way almost all relevant decision-makers feel about you. In their eyes, you're insignificant. Nonsense! I'm speaking absolute truth, as your instruments can tell. We've been manipulating human events for centuries. Big deal. So have a lot of people. We've made dangerous advances in mind control. Again, so? If DRAIKEN's research over the years confirmed anything to his satisfaction, it's that the mind-controlled genie is out of the bottle everywhere. Multiple alien races are working on it. Multiple governments are employing it. It's being used to twist individual will, and it's being used to manipulate entire populations. It's going to be a factor in human events for a long time to come. What you are, with all the capabilities you're so proud of, is just one small, irrelevant bunch of cranks who may have been important once, but who are now just employing the same tools as all the other players who came after you. You're not just irrelevant in that context. You're boring. In fact... What? What the hell? I still have time to shatter your illusions. You're not the power behind any throne.
Maybe you were once, but for now, you're just a criminal gang. This drug cartel you propped up on Pithkarath, that was just a revenue stream, a way to keep your enterprises afloat a little while longer. You're a jumped-up seventh-rate mafia. You really want to know what's kept you alive for this long? Because I'd be overjoyed for the chance to tell you. Amuse yourself. It will just go harder on you later. There are habitats all over the natural world where wildlife must contend with limited access to water. In some places, it's just a single muddy puddle forming in the same place every year. Predators who are normally in vicious competition for prey, who would in any other location attempt to tear each other apart, here drink side by side, because only this arrangement makes their shared water source available for all. Conflict ensues only when one gives in to instinct and snaps at the others, some of whom were bigger and stronger and able to kill it all along. Do you get the metaphor? Don't say it. You have been tolerated this long only because you've fallen below a certain threshold of nuisance. Shut up! You live only until one of those other powers decides to take your existence personally. Shut up! If I went after you alone, I would die or give up everything I am. If I spread the news of your location to people motivated to destroy you, I would only make them stronger. And if I left this planet tomorrow, with or without Nailing, I would have absolutely no reason to bother with you again, only in part because you've been dying all this time and you don't even know it. This is wishful thinking. You know it's not. You have nothing to lose by letting me go. I think you've given us all you're going to. So let me tell you what's going to happen to you next. We will take you to another room and commence breaking you. No, you won't. We will strip you of your personality, and we will rewrite you to our own specifications. No, you won't. Perhaps we'll test your loyalty then by bringing this girl Nailing before you and ordering you to kill her the same way you killed DRAIKEN. No, you won't. Would you like to know why not? Enlighten me. First, by threatening the girl, and by threatening me personally that I would be turned into an instrument to harm her, you have sacrificed any claim you might have had on my mercy. When everything else that's about to happen is done with, you will be given to me, and I will do far worse to you than I did to that piece of awful wreck. This is truth, and it is damned important for both of us at this moment for you to know that every single statement I've made to you since being put in this chair is truth, including that one. I promise you, you are going to die very badly, very soon. You're not the first person to threaten me from that chair. It registers as truth only because you happen to believe it. Quite possibly. But that brings us to the second relevant piece of information, keeping in mind that it too is absolute truth. Proceed. Your overconfidence in your own fearsome techniques have made you a wholly incompetent interrogator. You've listened to everything I've told you and missed everything. What do you imagine we've missed? Just because I was telling the truth when I said I was no threat to you alone did not mean that I was alone. You said that you came to this world alone. Just because I said I came to this world alone does not mean that there weren't others who arrived separately, or later. Were there? Just because I told you I didn't know where the man you called Jathix was right now did not mean I did not possess knowledge of the cause he was now fighting for. Jathix is here? Just because I told you that my own purpose coming here was to have this conversation with you didn't mean I thought this conversation would be sufficient to put an end to it. That's just because I told you that I intend to put this business behind me and move on with the rest of my life did not mean that I expected to leave this job undone. But just because I expressed my sincere belief that DRAIKEN was a broken man doesn't mean that I thought he was impotent. I don't just because I said that my purpose coming here was different than his doesn't mean that getting what I want wouldn't involve accomplishing the same things. You said he begged you to kill him. Just because I said that he begged me to kill him doesn't mean he actually wanted to die.
You said you killed him! And just because I said I choked him out and felt his heart stop, doesn't mean he's dead. What? You're such an idiot that you think a woman planning to expose herself to interrogation by people with flawless lie detection wouldn't first arm herself with a fine collection of truths, all the things that her targets wanted to hear. He's alive. If you ever did move against me, we had no way of knowing just how long I'd be in your custody. I had to be able to tell you a story. He said that his death would make a dandy story. So I choked him out under the full supervision of a trained medical team tasked with reviving him. I told the truth when I said he had to beg me before I agreed to do it. You little bitch. Well, you're half right. I'm far from little. Let me explain something to you. Taking down your little nest of rats was always going to be a complicated operation. We always knew that the two of us couldn't do it alone. So we went to Pithcarath and obtained just one of many human beings you'd twisted into your instrument. Jathix was dangerous as hell, a multiple murderer, and there were any number of other people we could have obtained as the proof we needed to bring to our potential allies, many who would have been significantly less trouble to get. But there was something especially useful about this particular victim of yours. His original self, the one you obliterated, was beloved of people who happened to possess warships. Who? You must have heard of the Bellari warship that docked in orbit a few days ago. You thought they were just here to refuel, to allow their forces shore leave. You were wrong. It was here to drop a support team. The rest of the fleet is entering this system now to follow up. Would you like to know who's commanding it? DRAIKEN? Don't be stupid. No, it's commanded by the woman we delivered Jathix to, one General Lena Arkham. She is, among other things, the mother of the man Jathix once was. She has no reason for mercy either, and was hard to talk out of bombarding this site from orbit. But she was in our debt and willing to give us a few months of lead time. DRAIKEN's spent it directing an infiltration team, getting inside your perimeter, obtaining your files, and sabotaging this installation in so many ways I bet I can't even count them. I've spent them being the highly visible, highly conspicuous, known associate of DRAIKEN, blundering about trying to find you. I bet I got you nice and frustrated waiting for me to finally do something worth interfering with. It was not half as frustrated as I got in that crap town waiting for you to act. You're lying. That quaver in your voice is easily recognizable as fear. I bet you've experienced some anomalies recently, gaps in your security grid, little system failures, that sort of thing, easily written off, but retroactively making sense to you now. I bet you can see them coming in even now. What Stang hears instead of a reply is the growing commotion in the background of the unseen chamber where the voice originates. Distant alarms, shouts of confusion, curses, a high-pitched wailing that must be someone realizing the end is near. Stang presses on without waiting for a prompt. You didn't even know that he came to me in Halistog, wearing the face of an old man. Unrecognizable he was. Had to pretty much knock me over the head with clues before I realized who he was. He let me know that you were about to send an acquisition team after me. Even offered to have his own forces pick up Naline, place her under their protection to prevent any attempts at reprisal on your part. Later, after you captured me, he showed up at the door of my holding cell, in so doing documenting that his people were all over your facility, letting me know that they had her and that everything was in place for the final stage. Knowing him, I'll bet he's been monitoring every word of this interrogation, just to enjoy the moment when you finally realized that it was me interrogating you. The voice finally speaks up again, though the words are not meant for her. Oh, God. For several minutes, the Golden Woman just listens to the sounds of things being smashed. Soon she is no longer limited to hearing them as a transmission. Soon she is hearing them through the walls. The impacts are so close, before long, that they shake her where she sits. She cannot feel them in her quadriplegic state, but every few seconds or so, coinciding with distant rumbles, her eyesight blurs,
reflecting the tremble of a paralyzed body shaking in a chair that is itself shaken by shocks transmitted through the very floor. There is nothing left she can do, so she just waits. After far too long, the door opens, and a man enters, trailed by wisps of smoke. She recognizes him as a man she'd met briefly, a man who had been rat-like and vile then, whose features still bear some mark of the character imposed on him then. They have softened some in the time since she'd last seen him, probably reflecting whatever therapy, whatever treatment he's had in the interim. Humanity has started to creep back in. But to her, he will always be what she now calls him. "Jathix, Stang," he replies, the only greeting he gives as he does what he has to do to undo her neural block. She hears a click in the back of her neck, the sound the little device makes when removed. Sensation comes rolling back, and it is as unpleasant a sensation as any she's ever experienced, a wave of pins and needle irritation rolling up and down her limbs like a swarm of acidic ants. She doesn't wait until it's over before she stands and says, "Where are we? Just starting or wrapping up?" "Wrapping up," Jathix says. "There are some pockets of resistance here and there, but they're being pacified. About all that's slowing us down is the care we're taking with killing any. We don't know how many are true believers and how many are imposed." Uh-huh. She finds she doesn't care. "And where is he?" "Draiken." "Right now, I couldn't give less of a damn about Draiken. I want the piece of crap whose time I was wasting. I made him a promise." Jathix grins. It's a grin she knows from their brief prior association. A grin that takes pleasure in vendettas realized, a grin utterly appropriate to what he tells her now, a set of directions to a room where a certain person, a man it turns out, had performed his dull little job and hectored her while she was helpless. There is no doubt in her mind that Jathix's bumpy rehabilitation into the man he'd once been, if fated to be completed at all, will be slowed just a little bit by the pleasure he takes in providing Stang with this useful information. Stang suffers no attack of scruples upon processing this small price to pay. She just goes and takes care of what needs to be taken care of. Later still. Delia Stang has for the moment returned to the village of Hallestog. It will be the end of her time in Hallestog. She did not need to return, as she's left nothing behind that she cares about, but closure has its place, and as she stands in the center of the small knot of ramshackle buildings, taking her last look at the place's dimensions, its flavor, and its character, she feels the paradoxical sense of loss that one always feels upon the closing of the doors that separate one phase of life from another. For those living here, their days will proceed in much the same way that they always have, with little in the way of change, with little in the way of hope for change. The battle that was just recently fought in their proximity, nothing more than a slight punctuation, the day that there were plumes of smoke rising into the air in their west. She finds that while she cannot leave this place quickly enough, she feels a little sorrow at the knowledge that it will now be left behind. She talks to the few locals she ever had any real interaction with, including the one she only knows as Farthead, whose moist eyes reflect the inner sorrow of a man who honestly believes that he's losing the love of his life. Ah, well, Farthead, you'll find somebody. The skimmer that brought her back here, that will be bringing her back up to orbit, sits hovering waist-high just outside the circle of buildings. Nalene sits in the back of it, enjoying the novelty of a vehicle, any vehicle. She sees Stang looking and waves, flashing a bright smile of the sort only the very young can manage when they think of the future as a land filled with bright possibility. It is not a look quite at home on the girl's face, but it looks like it's settling in. Maybe that is what makes all this worth it, the settling of that foreign emotion known as hope on the features of someone who had never before had reason to feel it. Meanwhile, a familiar presence settles in beside Stang. "Are you ready to go?" Draiken still wears the face of the wizened old man she's met twice. One of many faces he's worn in the time she's known him, and one that reflects both his nature and his actual vintage. It will soon, she knows, be replaced with a new one that will likely be a new category of lie. It occurs to her that faces are all he has now, maybe all he has had for a long time. Whatever he wears next will be a stranger to her, and this knowledge is bittersweet, enough that her eyes water in a manner they rarely have. He prompts her. "Stang?"
"I heard you,"
she says. And after a moment, because the silence needs filling, she adds, "I may not have liked this place, but I'm sure as hell going to remember it." He regards the shabby collection of houses with open dislike.
"If I were you, I would devote everything I had to forgetting it."
"Maybe that's your problem," she replies. "You remember things you should forget, and forget things you should remember. It's possible that if you handled your life the other way around, you might have wound up living a more satisfying one."
"Oh, I have no problem taking satisfaction in what we've accomplished here. You should, too. Our allies are going through all our acquired intelligence. We have a list of the organization's other outposts on multiple other worlds, assets they've planted, operations they're running. There may still be plenty left to do, enough to last for years, but for the first time ever I have them on the run. They won't be able to hide."
"I won't be with you for the rest," Stang says. His expression softens.
"I suspected as much. Everything you said during that interrogation. You framed it quite well, but it all had to be true, because they would have known if you were lying. I understand you walking away while you still can."
"And doesn't that leave you with any more to say to me?" The wry smile this old man offers her now is the only expression he's made so far that looks anything like the companion she's known.
"Believe me, after everything I've been through in my life, I'm the very last person in the universe who would ever give anybody, let alone a friend, any trouble over tendering a firm resignation."
She waits for more, but that appears to be all there is. Then she exhales.
"Good to know."
After a moment, he does give her more.
"Some of the other stuff you said hurt, though."
"It was all true."
"Do you want to talk about it?"
"There's nothing to talk about." She all but snarls her words, and anybody who hasn't been with them during their journey would think this hate and not one last lifeline tossed across an abyss. "It's all true. That in my judgment they broke you after all. That your life since you started this crusade has just been an extended exercise in suicide. That you've been offered every possible opportunity to walk away for real, one offer after another, one chance of happiness after another, and that you've never been able to accept it, even now that you know you've started to decline. That you're running a race with death, and that there's no way to win it."
"What would you suggest of me?"
It appears to be a serious question. What the hell? Already suspecting it to be a waste of time, but needing to make this one last attempt before moving on, she turns to face him. "That since you've done all the hard work and gotten others you trust to take on the job, you could walk away. You could come with me and Nalene to wherever we go in search of something better. Maybe even back to this world you keep talking about, Grieve. I'm not asking you to feel anything for me that you might not be capable of feeling, but I'm willing to help you build yourself a life, find some peace while you still can. Come on. I've fought my wars, so it's going to be hard enough for me. Maybe we could help each other."
"It's a breathtaking offer, Delia."
He spreads his hands, palms out, a gesture of acknowledgement, of understanding, and of wholly unreasonable imprisonment in his own agenda.
"I've never been a man to leave a job half done."
"I know you're not," she says, her anger spent. "Not even if you have to keep redrawing the mission parameters to make sure there's always another half still left to do. Not even if the others we've brought in are more than capable of proceeding without you. Not even if you scar everybody you get to trust you, and not even when you know you won't live long enough to see it done."
"No," he agrees. "Not even then."
And just for a moment his mask slips, and reveals the truth she has seen, the one that he normally keeps hidden even from himself, that the prisoner has himself become a cage in which something never destined to be free wails forever. It is in the voice of that poor trapped thing, and not the one of the man she's come to know, that he says, "I'm sorry." The Reference Library. Don Sakers. Reading time 30 minutes. Don Sakers is the author of The Rule of Five serial at rule-of-5.com and A Cosmos of Many Mansions, a collection based on previous columns. For more information, visit www.scatteredworlds.com. With 71% of Earth's surface covered in ocean, some have quipped that the planet should be named Water instead of Earth. While science fiction can do better, our field has a long tradition of stories set on planets with much more water than a paltry 71%. In SF, no planet is worthy of the term water world until it's at least 98% wet. The first water world of any note in SF was Venus. Until the space age, no one knew what was under our sister planet's eternal cloud cover. The two main speculations were some kind of steamy prehistoric jungle or a world-girdling ocean. Venus as water world appeared in many early SF tales, notably Olaf Stapledon's Last and First Men, 1930, and C.S. Lewis's Perelandra, 1943. A completely different take on the water world featured in James Blyish's 1952 short story Surface Tension. In that story, the genetically engineered descendants of humans are microscopic beings whose entire underwater world is in reality a tiny pond on the surface of an alien planet. Stanislav Lem's 1961 novel Solaris introduced a water-covered world of the same name, a world that possessed an alien sapience. In 1966, Jack Vance took readers to The Blue World, where the descendants of crashed human vessels live on city-sized lily pads. The water world Kithrop plays a big part in David Brin's Star Tide Rising, 1983. Portions appeared as The Tides of Kithrop in Analog, May 1981. For some reason, 1986 was a big year for water worlds. That year saw the publication of Isaac Asimov's Foundation and Earth, featuring a water world called Alpha, Arthur C. Clarke's Songs of Distant Earth, set on the water world Thalassa, and A Door into Ocean by Joan Slonchevsky, a tale of revolution on the ocean moon Shora. Carol Severance's Reef Song, 1991, took us to the water planet Lasat. In the same year, Robert Silverberg set Face of the Water on ocean world Hydros. The infamous movie Waterworld, 1995, was set on a flooded Earth. The ocean planet Atlantis plays an important part in Peter F. Hamilton's The Reality Dysfunction, 1996. Genetically altered humans return in Alison Sinclair's Blueheart, 1996, as inhabitants of a water world of the same name. The oceans of Camino figured heavily in 2002's Star Wars The Attack of the Clones. Hal Clement wrote of Kainui, a world with oceans 3,000 kilometers deep in noise, 2003. In 2008's Flood, Stephen Baxter released unsuspected subsurface oceans to flood Earth, turning it into a genuine water world, and telling a most unusual disaster story. Neptune's Brood by Charles Stross, 2013, is set partially on a far future water world called Shin Tethys. The 2014 movie Interstellar took viewers to an ocean world called Miller's Planet. More recently, with the real-life discovery of possible subsurface oceans on Europa, Enceladus and even Pluto have paved the way for a brand new type of water world for SF writers to explore. Songs of Thalassa, Brian N. Tissot. Book Baby, 305 pages, $16.99, trade paperback. Kindle, $2.99, ebook. ISBN 978-1 0983 0150 7. Series, Songs of the Universe 1. Genre, Music SF, Undersea, On the Sea, Water Worlds. Take a low-gravity planet ocean world. Give it a single subcontinent with a ragged coast. Throw in 2 largish moons to complicate tidal patterns. What you wind up with are the most powerful, most dangerous waves in the galaxy, and the most challenging surfing competitions ever. This is Thalassa, sole habitable planet in the Procyon system. On Thalassa, ordinary waves are as high as tsunamis on Earth, and tsunamis are unimaginable. And strange, savage creatures prowl unknown depths. Sage Thompson, native Hawaiian and pro-surfer, has always had a love-hate relationship with oceans. A dozen years ago, her astronaut father met his death in the world-girdling seas of Thalassa. To honor his memory, she started competing in surfing competitions in the waters around Hawaii. In a few years, she was one of the most successful and popular pro-surfers in the world, with millions of fans following her career on social media. The ocean, it seems, had shown her a path to overcoming her grief at last. Then came the accident, when the ocean nearly claimed her life and devastated her career. Shaken, uncertain, she wonders if she'll be able to recover. At this point, her greatest rival, a surfer named Milo, challenges her to an ultimate competition on the waves of Thalassa. Sage accepts the challenge as a way to win back her standing, her career, and her fans. But on Thalassa, she discovers something worth more to her. The natural music of Thalassa compels her to defend the world against those who would exploit and despoil it. Brian Tissot is marine ecologist, director of Humboldt State University's Marine Lab in California, and a lifelong surfer. In Songs of Thalassa, his first novel, he blends cutting-edge oceanography, marine biology, Hawaiian culture, and music into a delightful hard SF tale sure to join the ranks of fine water worlds. The Vanished Seas, Catherine Asaro. Bain, 335 pages, $16 trade paperback, iBooks, Kindle, Nook, $6.99, ebook. ISBN 978-1-9821-24717. Series, Skolian Empire, Major Budgeon 3. Genre, Noir SF, Psychological Sociological SF. Catherine Asaro continues exploring the underbelly of her Baroque, decadent Skolian Empire with this latest adventure of Major Budgeon, Private Eye to the Highest Nobility. The 2 previous titles, Undercity and The Bronze Skies, introduced Budgeon, a child of the Undercity slums on the Empire's capital world of Railakon, who escaped into the military and successfully worked her way up the ranks. Retiring, she returned to Railakon as a private investigator for the Royal House of Majda, this time moving in the high society circles of the city of Chrys, while maintaining her roots in the Undercity. This time around, Budgeon and her associates are faced with the disappearances, one by one, of high-ranking nobles. The trail, as she suspects, leads to the depths of the Undercity, where there's little love for the ruling elites, and where everything, even kidnapping, is available for the right price. Before long, Budgeon is dodging murder attempts, nefarious characters, and intricate plots of power and revenge. To find the answer and escape with her life, Budgeon will need all her wits, all her firepower, and every friend she has, plus a few enemies. It's a story full of intrigue, mystery, and action. Along with Asaro's trademark deeply human characters and intricate politics, comes a noir-flavored plot that drips with menace and secrets. Major Budgeon is a compelling character, smart and sympathetic, and both the squalid Undercity and the decadent city of Chrys are engrossing. Those who are familiar with the Skolian Empire will find much to like here. For those who aren't, the Major Budgeon books make a fine jumping-on point to this vast and convoluted universe. Cosmic Corsairs, edited by Hank Davis and Christopher Rocchio. Bain, 321 pages, $16, format, iBooks, Kindle, Nook, $6.99 ebook. ISBN 0978-1-9821-24786. Genre, Adventure SF, reprint anthologies, Space Pirates. Who doesn't like space pirates? Well, they're victims, I guess, but that's beside the point. Rogues and thieves, freedom fighters and dashing heroes, daring-do and swashbuckling action in the far reaches of space beyond the reach of law and order? What's not to like? Hank Davis and Christopher Rocchio have put together an anthology that's 2/3 classic SF stories and 1/3 brand new yarns, all involving the scurviest, most dastardly pirates to cruise the space lanes. Between these covers are 15 stories by 17 authors, including such names as Elizabeth Bear, Gregory Benford, James Blish, Fritz Lieber, Catherine McLean, Larry Niven, James H. Schmitz, and Robert Silverberg. The oldest story, Fritz Lieber's They Never Come Back, is from 1941. The most recent, beyond the 5 seeing first publication here, is 2016's Breaking News Regarding Space Pirates by Brian Trent. Only one story was published in Analog, Redeemer by Gregory Benford, in the April 1980 issue to be precise, so even very long-time Analog readers will find plenty that's fresh. Hank Davis has a fine sense for choosing a wide mix of stories, and this book is no exception. No story is like another, yet they manage to form a whole greater than the parts. From sapient ships to piratical sibling rivalry, pirate detectives to ingenious captives seeking freedom, from alien biology to orbital mechanics, the stories share some of the same elements: pragmatic thinking, moral complexity, loyalty, and betrayal. Definitely a fun one. Brain Trust, Requiem, Mark Stiegler. LMBPM, 542 pages, $18.99 hardcover, iBooks, Kindle, Nook, $4.99 ebook. ISBN 978-1-6420-2796-9. Series, Brain Trust 5. Genre, Near Future SF, SF Thriller. The saga of the Brain Trust comes to an end in this 5th book of Mark Stiegler's Near Future geopolitical thriller series. It's been a fun ride, and in Brain Trust Redemption, the fun comes to a satisfactory climax. To review briefly, some years ago, the U.S. President for Life turned the country against both immigration and technology. Led by scientist administrator Daya Ambarawati, a.k.a. Dash, the world's leading researchers and technicians retreated to an artificial archipelago of linked ships in international waters, which became known as Brain Trust. In time, other Brain Trust fleets were established near Europe, Africa, and China. As most of the world fell under the control of authoritarian oppressors, the Brain Trust worked to preserve and expand the technological infrastructure that keeps the planet functioning. In the previous book, Ode to Defiance, reviewed here in the November-December 2019 issue, Dash and her associates successfully defeated the terrorist threats of virulent plague and nuclear Armageddon. Now, in the wake of that defeat, the world's economy collapses. Rapidly, the planet descends into misery deeper than that of the Great Depression. Dash and Brain Trust have a solution, a new type of currency that promises not only to rescue the world economy, but to eliminate the endless boom and bust cycles that have destroyed civilizations of the past. There's just one problem. The authoritarian powers don't want the economic problem solved. They want to hang on to their wealth and power, and they'll stop at nothing to preserve the status quo, including destroying the Brain Trust. 3 Allied fleets converge on the archipelago. Alone, each has more firepower than used in the worst wars of history. Together, they are all but unstoppable. For Dash and the geniuses of Brain Trust, only a miracle could save the day. Fortunately, they have some miracles in stock, but do they dare use them? A superb end to a thrilling saga. Incidentally, all 5 Brain Trust books have been issued in a new Kindle-only ebook omnibus for $9.99. A pretty good deal if you haven't yet had the pleasure. Anthems Outside Time and Other Strange Voices. Kenneth Schneer, Fairwood Press, 372 pages, $18.99, trade paperback, iBooks, Kindle, Nook, $5.99, ebook. ISBN 978-1-9338-4692-7. Genre, Short Fiction Collections. If Ursula K. Le Guin had collaborated with Philip K. Dick and Frederick Brown, the result might have been the stories of Kenneth Schneer. Blending lyrical language, surrealism, and gut-punching emotional impact with wide-ranging intellectual curiosity, Schneer writes tales that can best be described as reader participatory. He invites the reader to shoulder a good part of the burden of creation. As SF readers, we're used to this. We're accustomed to piecing together background worlds and histories from details an author chooses to include in a story. Plenty of Schneer's pieces follow this pattern. It's just that his societies and situations are often more bizarre or absurd than usual. When he's really on a roll, as in what Schneer calls found documents stories, the reader gets only a fragment of a fictional user agreement, art exhibition program, or professional qualifying exams. From clues in the text, it's up to the reader to reconstruct the whole of background, character, and plot. This sort of thought-intensive work isn't for everyone, and I don't want to give the impression that all 26 stories in this collection require intense cognition. The majority of them are quite accessible to the average analog reader. In fact, 3 originally appeared in these pages: The Whole Truth Witness, October 2010, Life of the Author Plus 70, September 2013, and Keepsakes, November-December 2017. The others run the gamut of genre venues: Lightspeed, Strange Horizons, daily science fiction, various original anthologies, and elsewhere. The collection is subtitled And Other Strange Voices for a reason. Schneer's voice is delightfully strange and offbeat, and he's on the cutting edge of what SF is up to these days. The reward is well worth any effort it takes. The Last Human, Zach Jordan. Del Rey, 433 pages. $27 hardcover. iBooks, Kindle, Nook, $12.99, ebook. ISBN 978-0-4514-9983-7. Genre, Clark's Law, humorous SF. Zach Jordan is a video game developer and indie musician. Search under his professional name, U.S. Killbotics. With The Last Human, he also joins the ranks of Douglas Adams, Jasper Fforde, and Terry Pratchett as one of the funniest authors to come along in quite a while. In a far future age, in a universe of miraculous technology, Sarya believes she is the only human left. She doesn't advertise the fact. Humans are feared throughout the galaxy, the species eradicated long ago for reasons Sarya has never fully understood. Living among scores of alien species on Water Tower Station, Sarya keeps her identity secret and just tries to blend in. The effort is made difficult by her alien foster mother, who has a habit of accidentally disemboweling their neighbors. Then one day a bounty hunter shows up, and Sarya's precariously peaceful life is turned upside down. Due to one thing and another, she finds herself in charge of a stolen starship, allied with a death-obsessed immortal android, a spacesuit that's all too sapient, and a fluffball with an intelligence almost beyond measure. As Sarya and her new friends flee, she discovers that everything she knows, from the extinction of humanity to her current pursuit, is all part of an intergalactic game played by aliens so powerful that they might as well be gods. And even worse, these demented gamers are offering Sarya a chance to escape the game and become a competitor herself, with the stakes being a second chance for the human race to live. A house of cards like this could easily come crashing down all over the reader's lap. But have no fear, Jordan has the skill to make the most madcap characters and situations relatable and believable. Jump aboard and buckle your crash harnesses. It's a wild yet enjoyable ride. Today I Remember, and Other Tributes. Martin L. Shoemaker. Wordfire Press, 268 pages, $24.99 hardcover, $14.99 format. iBooks, Kindle, Nook, $4.99 ebook. ISBN 9781-6805-70250. Genre, short fiction collections. Martin L. Shoemaker is no stranger to analog. His stories have appeared fairly frequently, notably his Captain Nick Ames series, and most recently On Her Shoulders in the September-October 2019 issue. I reviewed his robot novel Today I Am Carrie here in the March-April 2018 issue. Today I Remember is a collection of 11 short pieces ranging across SF, fantasy, and magical realism. None of them are among Shoemaker's analog stories, so this will be fresh territory for many readers. Each of the stories, Shoemaker explains, was written with a particular person in mind. In a short introduction to each tale, he talks about the circumstances of its composition and the person or people who inspired it. There's plenty of variety here. Il Gran Cavallo is the story of Leonardo da Vinci's invention of an ultimate war machine and its dreadful consequences. In The Vampire's New Clothes, a 21st century Count Dracula relies on a dim-witted servant to prepare for a meeting with his greatest enemy. Bookmarked is a tearjerker about early experiments in an old SF trope, recording the memories and personality of a dying person in order to transfer them to a new body. In his non-writing life, Shoemaker is a programmer. Many of these stories recall the thought experiment tales of Campbell Age SF, when a short story was a vehicle for examining a scientific or philosophical problem. The difference is that Shoemaker populates his stories with fully dimensional characters whose emotions are as much a part of the story as the abstract principles involved. I wouldn't recommend reading cover to cover in 1 or 2 sittings. You'll want to take some breaks to ponder, and sometimes to recover your composure. City Among the Stars. Francis Carsack. Translated by Judith Sullivan and Margaret Schiff. Flame Tree Press, 232 pages, $24.95 hardcover, $14.95 trade paperback, iBooks, Kindle, Nook, $6.99 ebook. ISBN 978-1-7875-84242. Genre, psychological sociological SF. Francis Carsack is a pen name for French geologist and archaeologist François Borde, 1919 to 1981. After fighting in the French resistance during World War II, Borde turned his hand to writing science fiction. Between 1954 and 1975, he published 6 well-regarded SF novels and quite a number of short stories under the Carsack name. A few more stories and another novel, written in 1945, were published posthumously. All of the Carsack works were published in French and then translated into Russian and a number of other Eastern European languages. For some reason, the US and British markets missed them entirely. Could there have been some kind of complicated Cold War rationale? There's little information about Carsack available in English, and if this book has one drawback, it's that Flame Tree Press didn't include more than the most cursory details. I found myself wanting an introduction or afterword of at least a few pages, giving more background. In any case, The City Among the Stars is a perfectly entertaining story of wartime intrigue and the struggle for freedom. Tonkar Holroy is a lieutenant in the Stellar Guard, proud of his service to the Earth Empire. When his ship is sabotaged, he's left stranded in space until a gigantic ship swoops down to rescue him. Tonkar finds himself an accidental guest of the People of the Stars, a space-based people who lives on such great ships and only rarely visit the surface of planets. As one of the despised planetaries, Tonkar is treated with barely disguised hostility aboard the ship. The only person who's kind to him is a woman named Ortena. Soon Tonkar learns that the only reason the People of the Stars rescued him was in hope of acquiring the Empire's technology of tracing ships through hyperspace. This technology that the people lack is key to defending themselves against their enemies. Tonkar, as an Empire officer, is totally familiar with the tracing technology, but rebelling against the treatment he's received, he refuses to give it to the people, until, that is, circumstances force his hand. Reminiscent of Poul Anderson, Gordon Dixon, and Lee Brackett, Karsak is a good storyteller, and The City Among the Stars is a fun tale set in an interesting culture. We can only hope that more translations of Karsak's work are in the pipeline. Mamelukes. Jerry Pournelle, with contributions by David Weber and Philip Pournelle. Baen, 589 pages, $25 hardcover, iBooks, Kindle, Nook, $9.99, ebook. ISBN 978-1-9821-2462-5. Series, Janissaries 4. Genre, Military SF. The late Jerry Pournelle's Janissaries series consisted of 3 novels: Janissaries, 1979, Janissaries Clan and Crown, 1982, and Janissaries 3, Storms of Victory, 1987. They chronicled the adventures of a group of American Cold War mercenaries, led by Rick Galloway, who were kidnapped by aliens and taken to the stars as slave labor. In the Multi-Species Confederation, many human slaves have worked their way into administrative positions, much like the Janissaries of the Ottoman Empire. But Galloway and his people have a different fate. They're dumped on the secret world Tran to raise, process, and transport a plant that yields one of the most powerful illegal drugs in the Confederation. Only at this point in their 600-year life cycle do the plants give the best results. In a few decades, when the peak passes, Galloway knows that the aliens will destroy the population to hide their secret. Every so often over the past 20 years or so, there would be rumors of a 4th Janissaries novel in preparation. With each round of reports, the book seemed to be getting longer, but no nearer to completion. After Dr. Pournelle's death in 2017, his son Philip took on the work of finishing the novel. He was assisted by the legendary David Weber. And now, at last, the final Janissaries book is in our hands. It's been 13 years since Galloway and his people were kidnapped. In that time, they've done their best to advance technology among the human slaves, preparing for the inevitable time when the aliens come to destroy them. Now, the situation changes with the arrival of mysterious visitors with miraculous weapons. Even more, there is news from the rest of the Confederation, news of a building revolt among the human administrators who keep the whole thing running. If Galloway plays his cards right, he and his people may just come out of this in a good position. It's a thick, meaty book of alien cultures, historical forces, military and political strategy, and one man determined to protect the people and things he loves. A fine capstone to the Janissaries series, well worth the wait, if not the circumstances. The Shaman of Karis. Eric Flint and Dave Freer. Baen, 292 pages. $25 hardcover. iBooks, Kindle, Nook, $9.99, ebook. ISBN 978-1-9821-2456-4. Series, Witches of Karis 4. Genre, Adventure SF, Humorous SF. When we last saw Captain Padgett and the Witches of Karis, The Sorceress of Karis, reviewed in the January-February 2012 issue, the galaxy was still feeling the ripples of Padgett's rescue from slavery of the 3 psi-powered little girls, Malene, Goth, and the Leewit. Malene is happily married, and Padgett is settling in with Goth, but there's still the question of what will happen to the now adolescent Leewit. And of course there are all the enemies he's made in the course of his adventures with the girls. The big shipping houses, the Empire, his home planet, and the mysterious agents of the Worm World. Circumstances land Padgett and his charges in a culture that not only keeps slaves, but alters them so they're happy in chains. But before he can cope with the slavers, there's a long-lost alien pet to track and recover. As events proceed, the Leewit's healing powers grow stronger, and so do the dangers around them. This latest adventure of Padgett and the Witches is full of all the whimsy, daring-do, and absurd hijinks that you'd expect. I dare any reader to get through 10 pages without smiling. And now, I do believe I'm out of space. Stay dry, and see you next time. I can't go back to yesterday, because I was a different person then. Lewis Carroll, Alice in Wonderland. Brass Tacks. Reading time 8 minutes. Dear Editors, thank you for the violent, funny, Jean-Henri, cosmically surrealistic love story and prose poem Leave Your Iron at the Door, May-June 2019 by Josh Pierce. I opened Analog looking for a story to lull me to sleep one night. Ha! Instead, I got an exhausting read that was completely worth the effort. Race and Laurie, Rochester, Minnesota. Dear Mr. Quattree, I am enjoying Mr. Turtledove's sapient sauropod stories. Yes, there are more than sauropods, but I liked the alliteration. I do have one point about which I would like clarification, about a previous one, Bone Hunters. In that story, a clever indigenous person outsmarts the greedy artifact exploiters. This seems to be loosely based on the dinosaur named Soo event. The world of science and the mass media cast unfounded aspersions upon the people involved as being selfish, rapacious, and worst of all, unscientific. Actually, while somewhat self-taught, the 3 fossil hunters developed techniques that quickly became standardized in the field. Unfortunately, while they signed a valid contract with the landowner to search for fossils, that fellow was really a con man who gamed the system and made millions, and one of the researchers went to federal prison. I would suggest that the 2014 documentary Dinosaur 13 be viewed by anyone interested. Now I'll toss in the obligatory nostalgic reminiscence about having read Analog et alia since it was penned on parchment by monks working by candlelight. Before I started reading the magazine in the mid-50s, I had exhausted my school, then public libraries of their best-of-the-year collections and novels, so I was well up on sci-fi from the earliest days. I was totally hooked then, and will continue to read and write until my final buzzer. I read somewhere that maybe a third of sci-fi readers try writing. Sure, my rejection letter folder is an inch thick, and my manuscript pile would stack up around 2 feet high, yet I shall not yield to frustration, because I just like to write. Besides, I have a few friends and family who exhibit enough tolerance to hear me read my stories to them, and do not seem to look for excuses to avoid doing so. About halfway into this letter, I'm sure you noticed that I have never mastered succinct writing, and my short stories evolve into novels, so you are unlikely to be troubled by having to write a rejection to me. Finally, Sir Editor, while trying not to be overly obsequious, well, maybe a little, in hopes of having this letter published, I do feel that your story selections have broad appeal, and I have enjoyed nearly all your choices since you started. Even the few stories that weren't to my taste were not bad stories. Keep up the good work. Joe Bailey, Lawton, Oklahoma. Editors. Just finished reading Sean McMullen's Wheel of Echoes, January-February 2020, and loved it. The notion of current technology showing up a few centuries earlier has always intrigued me, and the idea of 14 discs from the end of the Elizabethan era is tantalizing. Kudos to the author. Hope the story is reprinted in 2070 for the 140th anniversary. I'd love to hear John Dowland play. Jeff Baker, Wichita, Kansas. Trevor Quattree. I've written to the magazine on the matter at hand a few times over the past decade or more. The mixing of English, imperial, and metric systems of measure in a given story is a pet peeve. I'm distracted when references to feet, quarts, pounds get mixed into meters, liters, kilograms within a story. I once called you out on a reference to someone jumping across an 8-foot gap over a 30-meter drop. It involved seagulls on Ceres. Look it up. This complaint is more specific. I just finished reading Moral Biology in the May-June 2020 issue. It's a fine story with imaginative extrapolations into a far-flung expansion of Terran presence in the galaxy. What I found jarring was the use of English imperial measure in those few instances where they were needed at all. Character Gleason's use of yards for her directives of gridding the Massive and reference to the mothership as being 2 miles long come to mind. I think it's time for you to insist that in contexts where it makes sense, that all metrification be expressed in metric SI units. This is science fiction, after all. Of course, context matters. There are many, many SF stories that presume alternative cultures with presumably invented metrification, whether Earth-like or alien, and much SF is situated in fairly contemporary on-Earth environs where reference to feet and pounds is historically and culturally correct. But surely, in the hundreds of years from now, when we roam the galaxy guided by embedded biotech, we will have settled on meters in lieu of feet yards, or at least obsoleted the latter in favor of something even more reasonable. In another related vein, I wish I could recall the author who wrote tales of Belter experience using only seconds as his unit of time. No hours, days, months, or years, but seconds for immediacy, kiloseconds for times between meals, megaseconds for times for story plots to build and resolve, and gigaseconds for lifetimes. Who was it, and did any other authors take up the practice? Tom Powers, probably closing in on 50 years as an almost uninterrupted subscriber, Hudson, Massachusetts. Hello, Trevor. Thanks for keeping such a great magazine going strong. I hope all of you are staying in good health in this peculiar time. I'm afraid that a minor beef I've had for many years has come to a head with the May-June issue. As Canadian citizens, we for the most part use the metric system. The continual use of U.S. measurements in a leading science-oriented publication is irritating. The continued reference to feet, miles, etc. in moral biology was distracting. The glaring conversion error, page 81, hectares to acres, in A Breath of Air, just compounds things. I imagine your federal government wants nothing to do with joining the rest of the world in using the metric system, but for the sake of scientists everywhere, teachers, and knowledgeable readers too, please insist that your writers use and promote going metric. We do not need any more conversion errors like the one that sent the Mars probe astray years ago. All those in favor of tens and decimals, stand up. Patrick Cade. I'm sympathetic to this pet peeve, as a holder of no small amount of peeves myself, and both of you observant fellows have caught legitimate errors or inconsistencies. I, too, would like to think the U.S. will, at some unidentified point in the future, move to more consistently embrace the metric system even outside of STEM classes and professions. But then again, we are known for doing things our own way, and you'd think we would have made that transition by now if we were going to. In the meantime, our policy is relatively simple. We don't make anyone convert from one measure to the other unless it's inappropriate for the setting/character or it's internally inconsistent. In this case, it's worth noting that the author of Moral Biology, Neil Asher, is English. We simply left his measurements in place. Upcoming events. Anthony Lewis. Reading time 5 minutes. Note: membership rates and other details often change after we have gone to press. In addition, most conventions have age-based membership rates in advance and at the door. There also may be rates for single days. Check the websites for the most recent information. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic, many conventions have been canceled, postponed, or will be run as a virtual, online convention. Such information is subject to rapid change. Check with the convention in advance before planning travel, lodgings, etc. 29 July to 2 August 2020, Con Zealand, 78th World Science Fiction Convention. The convention will be run online. For more details, see conzealand.nz/blog/2020/03/2025/conzealand-is-going-virtual. Author guests of honor, Mercedes Lackey and Larry Dixon. New Zealand artist guest of honor, Greg Broadmoor. Fan guest of honor, Rose Mitchell. Toastmaster, George R.R. Martin. Info, https:// conzealand.nz/. 20 to 23 August 2020, NASFIC 2020, North American SF Convention at Sheraton Columbus Hotel, Columbus, Ohio. Guests of honor, authors Brian Herbert and Kevin J. Anderson, artist Stephanie Law, editor Christopher J. Garcia, science Mark Millis, NASA, fans Sue and Steve Francis, 1632 Ring of Fire guest Eric Flint, Prometheus Awards guest F. Paul Wilson. Info http://www.columbus2020nasfic.org/ Cancelled. 11 to 13 September 2020, Browncoat Ball, Firefly Serenity Fandom at Salem, Massachusetts. Info browncoatball.com. Postponed to 2021. 11 to 13 September 2020, Albacon 2020, New York Capital Area SF Conference at Ramada Plaza Hotel, Albany, New York. Guests of honor Sharon Lee and Steve Miller. Info https://www.albacon.org/2020/. 18 to 20 September 2020, FenCon 17, Dallas-Fort Worth Conference at Irving, Texas. Guests of honor Adam Troy Castro, Jody Krangle, music, Renee Babcock, fan, Chaz Kemp, artist, Benjamin C. Kinney, science, Kevin Eikenberry, special workshop, Maurice Broadest, toastmaster. Info www.fencon.org. 16 to 18 October 2020, Capclave 2020, DC Area SF Conference at Rockville Hilton, Rockville, Maryland. Author guest of honor, Peter S. Beagle. Editor guest of honor, Troy L. Wiggins. Info www.capclave.org. 29 October to 1 November 2020, World Fantasy Convention 2020 at Salt Lake City, Utah. Guests of honor Stephen Gallagher, author, Anne Grell, editor, David Cherry, artist, Brandon Sanderson, author special, C.J. Cherry, author special, Cindy Pond, author special, Stephen Graham Jones, author special, Tracy and Laura Hickman, toastmasters. Info https://www.wfc2020.org/. Running a convention? If your convention has a telephone or fax number, email address, or web page, please let us know so that we can publish this information. We must have your information in hand 6 months before. Attending a convention? When calling conventions for information, do not call collect, and do not call too late in the evening. It is best to include an SASE when requesting information, include an international reply coupon if the convention is in a different country. End of Analog Science Fiction and Fact, Astounding, for September-October 2020. Recorded in the studios of Talking Book Publishers Incorporated for the Library of Congress, September 2020. Published by Dell Magazines, a division of Crosstown Publications, 6 Prowett Street, Norwalk, Connecticut, 06855. Further reproduction or distribution in other than an accessible format is prohibited. If you experienced any difficulty with your copy of this magazine, please specify the problem on a postcard or letter addressed to Materials Development Division, National Library Service for the Blind and Print Disabled, Washington, D.C., 20542, or send an email message to qas@loc.gov.
End of book.